Hey everyone, and welcome back to my archaeology world. My name is Daskalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. Now, previously in this world, I excavated a trail ruin like I would in the real world, using real-life techniques. But archaeology is more than just digging, so I invited MC Oda on to build a museum, which, in my opinion, came out great. Not stopping there, I populated the museum with the artifacts from the dig, interpreted what I thought the ruins represented, and even installed an interpretive trail. That series can be viewed episodically or in one long-form video, and the world is available for free as a download if you would like to explore it. The links for those are in the descriptions below. Continuing on, I not only rebuilt the trail ruins in two different ways, but also deconstructed them to show what they would look like in the real world if we came across them on survey. Everyone enjoyed that series so much that we decided to continue on with a much larger and significantly more ambitious project. We're going to reconstruct an ancient city. And who's this we, you may ask? Well, I enjoyed working with him and you seem to enjoy our interactions, so I invited MC Oda back. All right, now I am just waiting on Oda to show up. Okay, yeah, we don't actually dress like that in the field.
Oh, well, you know, you summoned me, man. I'm not in control of any of this.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and we have a meeting with the director here at the museum since they're the ones funding this.
Oh, okay.
So let me show you. I kind of know where it's at. Last time I accidentally walked into the lab, the conservation lab in here, but I think I know where it's at now. I love this walkway. That was a cool touch. All right, this is it. Hello, we're here to speak to the.
Wait 1 second.
I've dealt with this guy before. You just have to be patient.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Yeah, we're here to speak to the director. We have an appointment.
The director? You have an appointment?
Yes, we do.
With the director?
Yes.
Oh, okay, 1 second. Yes, Mr. Director? Yes, something about an appointment? Okay. Love you too. Okay. Yes, so I was told you have an appointment like an hour or so?
Oh. Is it an hour?
I'm just kidding. Yeah, he's ready for you. Walk right on through.
Time zones, man. Time zones.
Bye-bye. Next.
Yeah, thank you. All right, here we go.
Hi, it's good to finally meet you. I'm the director.
Hi, I'm MC Oda.
I'm
You're
Daskalos.
nice today.
You're looking nice too.
Why, thank you.
I wonder what it is. Okay. Well, hey, Daskalos. Hey, MC Oda. Nice to meet you. So I've taken it you've read the project file and seen the scope of the undertaking?
Yep, we sure have.
Awesome. And you're aware of the hazards involved and size of the project area, correct?
Oh, yes.
Great. I'm so glad we're finally getting this project started. This ancient city, as we've been calling it, is a fascinating site. I'm sure you'll agree.
Yeah, we're pretty excited to get going on it too.
Excellent. Just so you know, the entirety of the site is eligible for inclusion in the Register of Historic Places, so you'll need to be very specific with the materials you use. We've already done the 106 process up to this point, and we found no descendant community from whomever lived there.
Wait, no one?
Nope.
Is that normal?
Not at all. Through the consultation process, we only had one concern, and that's from the Friends of the Cherry Mountain group. They were worried about adverse effects on the cherry grove and the stony mountain covering the site. So you'll need to avoid damaging those resources.
Okay, yeah, that's not a problem. I've got that covered.
Excellent.
Oh.
You'll find that we have converted an old homestead into your kitchen and field lab. We have also taken the liberty and set up a couple of platforms, tents, pit toilet, and even a bubble elevator and water drop for you.
Oh, well, that's very generous.
Yeah.
Oh, we do what we can. Oh, by the way, the locals claim there's a monster down there in the city. It's a bunch of nonsense if you ask me, and you'll have to deal with some invasive species at the site, but it's nothing to worry about too much.
Monster?
I'm sorry, invasive species?
Yeah, that invasive species is all over. It's called skulk.
Oh, skulk. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Okay, yep.
Okay, but monster?
So the board has obviously approved your timetable and budget, so if there isn't anything else you need from me, you are welcome to start right away.
All right, well, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem at all, guys. You could take one of the boats at the ruins dock and head northeast along the river. You can't miss it.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Safe travels. Ta-ta for now.
Thanks.
Monsters. Do you believe any of that?
What is he talking about?
Yeah, I'm not worried about monsters.
Oh, here's our tents. Nice of them to set those up for us.
Oh, wow, yeah, these are very nice.
Yeah. Oh. All right. A wood-burning stove.
Oh, nice. Okay, it's a nice little kitchen in here. Yeah.
All right, yeah. Let's
Place.
go check out the lab. The lab. That's what I'm curious about. This is probably the lab.
The thing
here.
I'm really looking forward to is this pit toilet thing that he mentioned.
Yeah. Okay,
Sounds
wall
like
of
a very
maps.
important thing to deal with.
Yeah. All right, so we got a wall of maps here, so good, because we got to map this place first before we get started on anything. That way we can sort of figure out our game plan. So that's good. Got some artifact washing and drying racks. Okay, yeah, this is all right. Yep, they know what they're doing. Perfect. All right, so is this the pit toilet?
Is it? Oh, I see a little house over here.
Well, it's got a red roof, so it probably is.
Oh, yeah, okay. You're just going to give me a minute, okay?
Okay.
Okay, yep, that works.
Okay. All right, so... Oh, there it is. This looks like this might be the entrance to the site here. Let's see, what is this? What is this? Is this a shower house? What is this? Oh, yeah, going down, coming up. Okay. This is probably the entrance.
The bubble elevator that you mentioned.
Yeah. All right. So let's go over a quick little plan here.
Okay, yeah. You're gonna have to fill me in here.
Yeah.
Although I am totally dressed the part, I'm not really an archaeologist.
That's true. Okay. So, first things first, we're going to need to scout the site. So I'm glad that they put these little frame holders here. We can put the maps up here, and we're going to use this as sort of like a, I don't know, like a chalkboard type idea where we're going to map out the site and we're going to sort of get a game plan. So today what we should be doing is scouting the site to get a good idea of what it is that we're actually doing. Now, I've seen sort of the project file already on it, so I have an idea of sort of what we're looking at, but we should definitely have boots on the ground to figure it out, because that's going to give us a better idea than just looking at maps and project plans.
Right.
And then what I think we should do is once we get a good scout of the area and the project area, we should probably map it out and then divide up that map into sections where we can focus on what to do. So like what to rebuild first, how to rebuild it, and sort of, I mean, I wouldn't say triage it, but kind of triage it. Sort of the places that are going to need the most work, the places that are going to need the least work, or, that might change too when we look at it. It might be something that is... Yeah, it might be something that's a little, well, it's just going to be flexible. The whole plan is going to be flexible. But I think today what we should do is scout and map and then get a general game plan.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great.
Cool. Project file said that the entire thing was subterranean. So, it might be a little dark down there. But it shouldn't, I don't know. He was talking about this whole cherry grove thing in the mountain, and some sort of adverse effects with that. But it's all subterranean, so I don't think we're going to have to worry too much about that having any kind of adverse effects. I think I'm more worried about possibly it having adverse effects on the homestead here, since this is probably eligible for the Register of Historic Places as well. But I don't know. I'll have to look at the plan again. This might be far enough away that we don't have to worry too much about it. But anyways, yeah, let's head on down. Oh, that is a long drop. Okay, here we go. Oh, all right.
Ooh, wow. Well, that's a scary jump, isn't it?
Yeah. Why are you sneaking?
Oh, you have to sneak around the skulk.
Uh-huh. Why?
Yeah. So I mean, if you're not careful, if it could trigger off a skulk center, which could trigger off a shriek. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I can tell you about it later. But just sneak.
Why, is something bad gonna happen if I don't sneak?
Potentially. Yeah, potentially. Oh, yeah. See, there you go. See, that was a shrieker. So this right here is a shrieker.
Uh-huh.
And you see how it's getting a little dark right now?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That means bad things are on its way. So you definitely don't want to set these shriekers off.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, when I built this world, I turned mob spawning off, so we don't got to worry about this thing going off.
Oh,
nothing's gonna show up.
Have any problem?
Right. Man, the darkness effect is a little annoying, though.
It's pretty unnerving, isn't it?
Yeah, that is. Yeah. Is there any way?
Oh, I kind of hear. Oh, are you sure you have mobs turned off? Are you sure about that?
I'm sure. See, look, I'll jump around right now and nothing's gonna happen. See, I just keep jumping around and nothing's happening.
Daskalos?
Oh God, he's right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah, get out of here.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
If you can find the way out, get out of here.
Well, I can't see where here is. Where?
I'm in the going down chute. Okay, Daskalos, so what did we learn about Skulk today?
Yeah, I really do need to turn mob spawning off. It's off
that
now.
Would make this a lot easier.
Yeah, I swear it's off now. So we're good. So let's go ahead and head on down there again. All right, second time's a charm.
Yep. Yeah, you go first.
Yeah,
See
I don't see him.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's gone.
Okay, yeah, because I think he would have shown up. Also, oh, my water bottle.
Yeah, your water bottle's there. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and scout this place out. Man, those shriekers are going to be really annoying. All right, how do I?
So it's really dark down here. Do we have a solution to that?
Well, no.
I was thinking, well, also just logistically, it's very dark for your recording too. So.
Yeah. So this is what I'm thinking. We're going to need to map this place out, but if I grab some maps and draw them up, it's going to be the mountain.
Oh, yeah, because it'll map like bird's eye view. Yep.
So I think what we should do is get the corners of this area out, figure out where the corners are, and then
where you're going with this.
Yeah, you see where I'm going with this, because you can save the mountain in your schematics, right?
Yes, I have the skills. I have the skills for this.
Okay, so you can so when we're done, we can place it back and nothing will have changed.
We will not have disturbed a single bit of that cherry grove.
Okay.
I mean, we'll remove it, but then we'll put it back and it'll be like it never went away.
Okay, sounds good. I think that's what we should do. So let's figure out where the southwest corner, northwest corner, southeast corner, and northeast corner is. And let's give us a little bit of a buffer. I'd say 5 blocks, which is 5 meters. So if you find the southwest block, we should go southwest again another 5 blocks and do that. That way we get the whole thing out of here.
Okay.
And then this whole thing will be lit up by sunlight. And then we don't have to worry about night vision or anything like that.
Good point. Actually, if you come up here on the carpet, you won't have to listen to those screechers.
Okay, so this is what we have figured out on our edges. The eastern edge is 2062 on the x coordinates. The north is negative 1601.
Okay, yep.
West is 1838. And south is 1372.
All right. Yep. Looks like we both got the same numbers.
Okay. So let's go ahead and you got the height of the gate looking thing?
Yes. The highest point of the city is at y negative 21.
Okay.
And the floor of the city is at minus 51.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. So we've got all of those coordinates. So now I think you know what comes next.
Oh, yeah. I gotta
right.
do some cutting.
Yes. All right.
Many hours later.
Well, that was quite the day.
Yeah, that was a lot of work.
Yeah. But I think we're on a good path. I think it's a good start. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. By the way, what was up with that director?
I don't know. I mean, good-looking guy and all, but he was acting a little strange.
Did he seem familiar to you?
Yeah, a little bit. I feel like I've seen him around.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we found the monster too.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that. When they were talking monsters, it kind of had me a little skeptical, but I forgot about the wardens.
Yeah. That's all right. We got it figured out now. Yeah. That was a good day.
Hi, it's finally, oh God.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, okay,
Good
cool.
meeting.
Yep,
You guys
yeah,
had
thanks.
time.
Yep.
You ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right, I'm about to pull the trigger.
All right.
Okay, it says operation completed.
Did you get the negatives in there correctly?
I believe so. I'm still looking at the mountain.
What was that? Uh-oh.
Oh, this might be the compute. This might be the server. Oh,
Oh no.
oh, what?
It's frozen.
I'm seeing all of
Oh,
this.
there. You deleted the entire ancient city.
No, hold on. Oh.
Peace along the river. You can't miss it.
Okay.
Great.
Safe travels.
Welcome, students, to another fascinating journey into the world of science. Today we will uncover the mysterious and captivating phenomenon known as skulk. Prepare yourselves as we delve into the secrets of this mysterious substance and witness how skulk spreads across the land. Deep below the surface lies a realm shrouded in darkness and mystery. This is home to an enigmatic substance that we call skulk. As you venture deep into the darkness, you will notice a peculiar block underfoot, pulsating with a faint, eerie glow. This, dear students, is skulk. Skulk is part of a living, growing network. But what causes this network to spread? Let's find out. At the heart of the skulk spread lies the skulk catalyst. When a creature meets its end near this block, the catalyst absorbs the life energy and converts surrounding materials into more skulk. Watch closely as the catalyst works its magic. Upon absorbing the life force, the skulk spreads outward, converting stone, dirt, and other minerals into its own kind. But that's not all. Skulk produces sensors that add another layer of intrigue. These sensors detect vibrations from movement, sound, and even footsteps, sending out a sonic energy pulse in response. But you must be wary of the skulk sensors, for the skulk also produces the shrieker. When triggered by the sonic pulse of the skulk sensor, it emits a piercing shriek. Multiple activations have even been known to some.
Okay, so here, come with me. I want to make sure that I understand this whole thing with the skulk. Okay, so if I'm to understand correctly, this shrieker, this sensor, and this catalyst are all added blocks, not original blocks. These are ones that are all added by the skulk.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So then these skulk blocks here, the standard ones with the glowy bits on it, these have taken over an existing block then.
Yes, exactly. Much like moss, it takes over the existing minerals and materials. So so everywhere where you see this veiny skulk stuff, those were originally stone or dirt or whatever.
Okay. So then it would be safe to say then if we're looking at, for example, this structure here, that this skulk block right here at the base was probably, I guess, stone brick or something of like that. One of these brick blocks.
Yeah, that would be a safe assumption. Exactly.
Okay. I think I get it with the skulk. So okay, then what we'll need to do is at some point we're gonna need to replace the skulk with the blocks that were originally here, even though it's gonna be a bit of a guess on some of them. But I think we could pretty much figure it out. So first things first, I think we need to divide and conquer. So let's head back up to the lab real quick. Okay, so I'm looking at this map, and what I think we need to do is I think we need to divide and conquer this whole thing. We don't want to tackle the whole city all as one big entity. So much like the trail ruins, I'm going to divide this thing up. And it looks like there is a north-south running road and an east-west running road. So I think I'm going to divide it up into quadrants. So quadrant A in the top left, and then, going sort of clockwise. But I think what I'll also do, actually, those are going to be, quadrants, but they're also going to be loci, their own locus each. So I'll do the top left quadrant as a locus, and then the north-south running road that goes up to the gate as its own locus, and then the next quadrant over as its own, and then the east-west running road that goes to the gate, its own, the gate, the next, so on and so forth. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 loci here, which will be all 4 quadrants, all 4 roads, and the gate.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that way we can sort of focus on, like, let's say, one quadrant, or just the road, or just the gate at a time. That way it sort of makes it into, bite-sized chunks. So what I think we should do is, I think we need to copy this map. So what I want you to do is I want you to take this map down. I want you to copy it once and then lock one of the copies. That's going to be our before map. The map that's unlocked, that is the copy of this, will be our working map. And then what we'll do is, while you're doing that, I'm going to fill up this chest here with a bunch of banners and wool. I'm going to take the wool and come up, and I'm going to start dividing this map in the real, in the ancient city itself with wool to sort of delineate the quadrants and the roads and the gate and all that stuff. While I'm doing that, I want you to take the banners and go through, and I want you to banner each one of the buildings. Not necessarily all of the structures, like the pillars you can leave alone, the roads you can leave alone, but the things that look like buildings, or they're sort of their own standalone structures. I want you to banner them. I'll give you a whole bunch of different colors too. And then I want you to number them, but keep them numbered in their quadrant. So this top left corner, this top left quadrant here, if it's got 4 structures in it, label them 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the next quadrant, start over again. That way we can have quadrant A1, A2, A3, A4, then like C1, 2, 3, and 4, that kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Easy peasy. So why don't you go ahead and get started on the map? I'll get started on filling this chest with the wool and the banners, and then we'll meet back here when we're done.
Sounds perfect.
All right. See you in a bit.
All right. All right, I have finished making the map copies, and I will stick them right here in this chest.
Perfect.
Second.
Perfect.
There you go.
All right. So then go ahead, and you saw in the chest there were some banners. Go ahead and take those banners, and then go ahead and take these maps here. This one that's on the wall, because this one's not locked. And then as you go through and number the structures, you can just update the map. And while you're updating the map, I'll be putting the wool down. And then, worst case scenario, we got to just go back and re-up the maps. But yeah, go ahead and take those, and then if you know what you're doing, I know what I'm doing, and we can knock this out.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. right, so this is what I did. I laid out all the wool and got it into quadrants and the different loci for the roads and the gate structure.
Okay, well, I went ahead and put out all the banner labels. And while I was down there, I noticed something interesting where most of the structures seem to be kind of repeated throughout the area or throughout the city.
Okay.
Like most buildings seem to have at least two. Some of them had even more than that of what appeared to be the same building.
Okay. Show me some of them. Let's see what these are.
Okay. So first we started with this structure here. And if you notice, it's kind of like a square structure. It appears to have these two inner pillars, but then these two outer pillars here.
Okay, yeah, all right.
And then as I was marking this quadrant, I noticed the structure over here.
Oh, yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, the
two outer pillars.
So if you come at it from this side, it's that same square with the two inner pillars and then these two outer pillars.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so what I decided to do in that case was, although they're obviously different numbers because they're different structures, I color coded them to where whenever I saw one that appeared to be similar to another one, I made it the same color.
Okay, yeah, good call on that. Yeah, no, that's definitely the way to do it. So, okay, how many structures then do we have, not total, but like the repeated ones? How many individual structures do you think we've got?
Let's see. I seem to have identified about 12 or 13 different structures, but there are some that seem to be in such disrepair that they were almost unidentifiable.
Okay. All right. Were there any that were not repeated?
Only one, actually.
Oh.
A very interesting one over here.
Okay. Do you remember where it's at?
Yeah, that was over here in, I believe, Loci C.
Okay. The white banner? Okay.
Yeah. So something very interesting I noticed about this one is it actually has ice, and it's ice that's not melting.
Okay.
And it appears, although I didn't want to touch it, it appears to have pressure plates and trap doors, and it looks like there might be an inner chamber inside.
Okay. All right. That's definitely something we'll need to sort of explore a little bit later on when we get to this building. Okay. Cool. And you were able to update all the maps?
Yes, I was able to update all the maps, and I think there was one other interesting one I found.
Okay. Yeah.
And I just wanted to show you this one here.
The little one here?
Yeah, so this little one here, and there's I think 3 of these, and when I looked at it, this looks like the warden's head with his arms and his legs as if he's wanting a belly rub.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
You
Can I pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I pet that dog?
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Look at him.
So maybe this was a building for the kids.
Yeah, okay. That's pretty funny. Oh, now I will never unsee that. Well, I tell you what, this is all really good, and you've updated the map and everything, so we're good on that. So we will go ahead and add the map to the lab, but first, let's head up top. Well, let's go over to the gate structure real quick.
Okay.
But I think what we should do is, because the skulk itself adds blocks, and those are not part of the original ancient city, I think we should remove all of the catalysts, shriekers, and sensors.
Okay.
Is there a tool that's going to be best to do that with?
Yes, I have read that the hoe is the best tool to pull up Skulk.
Okay, skulk or like all skulk or just
I believe it will also work on those added features that you just mentioned.
Okay.
But we can try it and see.
Okay, so let's go ahead and divide up the ancient city then in half, and then you take one half, I take the other, and then let's go through and very, very carefully remove just the added blocks.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, which side do you want?
Let's see. I'll take what staring this way. So this is the entire north half.
Okay, I'll take the south half. Let's once we're done with that, go ahead and let's meet up back at the lab.
Sounds great.
All right, cool. Interesting. Hey, I want to show you something. So, if you notice, you told me to stand on the wool the first time we were down here, and all the wool is gray. Everything here is old and sort of dilapidated. We've got most of this stuff is gray wool, but then you have this, the bright blue wool, which is sort of out of place. And if you notice, it's on top of everything. It's not, see, it's even on top of the gray wool, which means it came later. And so that got me thinking, this almost looks like somebody put this down after the fact, after the gray wool was down. And it doesn't matter that, this is here because the wool's wool. It's gonna muffle your steps anyways.
Right.
So I started looking around. Oops, wrong button. And I want to show you this. So,
Okay.
a lot of these buildings here have a chest. Now,
I've noticed those, yep.
open that chest and look at it. Don't take anything out. Do you notice anything interesting about the sort of way that the items are laid out?
They're not very organized.
No, they're not. And they're also not laid out in a left to right pattern. If you were to have all those items and were to just throw them in the chest, they'd start going from left to right. You'd actually have to place those in that pattern. Which makes me wonder if these missing squares are from people taking things out of the chest after putting stuff in.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Like basically like looters.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm getting at. I think this place has been looted. Pretty heavily, too. The newer wool carpet, because it's all just wool carpet, it's not wool blocks, just carpet. And then you've got all of these chests everywhere that have items in them, but they're sort of random. There's nothing, it's just not organized. It's just sort of haphazardly thrown in there. So yeah, I think this place was looted.
Interesting. Is that pretty common in archaeological sites that you would find evidence of looting?
Unfortunately, yes. That is a very common thing. Yeah. And the other unfortunate thing is that early 1900s, late 1800s, that was kind of the norm. That was the thing that families did on Sundays after church, is they'd go to their local archaeological site with shovels and see if they could find something to take home. I mean, obviously we don't do that now, and most people are pretty good at not taking things, but yeah, I think this place was actively looted at some point. I think these chests were put here by the looters and filled with stuff that was in this general area. I don't know if it came from this building or what. And maybe they took things out as they left. Maybe the warden scared them off. I don't know. But
interesting.
Something that I noticed kind of going through here. So anyways, yeah, let's go update that map.
All right, sounds great. So here are the maps. I hope I get them back in the correct order.
Yep, that looks right.
That one's there. Here and here. Okay.
All right. Wow, that is something.
Yeah, one thing I noticed, like, whenever I first looked, it seemed like there weren't too many structures, but then once I started labeling them, there seemed to be a lot. Like this quadrant here had 11 structures in it.
That's insane.
But then, like, this one over here had 5.
Huh. Oh, there's even a structure underneath the road, the south running road.
Yeah, well, that was one. So I kind of made a judgment call on that. And
Okay.
we can talk about that later when we see it. But to me, it looked like a structure, but I'm not really sure. So I labeled it anyway.
Okay, yeah, we can make a judgment call on that. Huh. Okay, well, here, let me take a step back and get a good look at it. Yeah. Yeah, that's an excellent start.
Morning, Daskalos. What's on the agenda for today?
Oh, hey. Yeah, I was just looking at the map here and kind of going over what to do. I think I've got a pretty good plan for what we got going on today. So first thing we're going to do, I think we need to assemble a palette. So basically, just go through the city, get some idea of what blocks are being used in the ancient city, and then sort of assemble some sort of a palette so we know what to work with. And then after that, if your world edit skills are up to the challenge, we're going to be replacing a lot of stuff. First off,
Ooh.
yeah. First off, I think we're going to replace the skulk blocks, the whole skulk blocks, with red glass, because I think the red glass is going to show up on this map so much better. I also want you to replace the skulk veins with air. So basically get rid of all the skulk veins. Now we could do this all by hand, but we would be here for days doing this. So I think
Yes.
doing some command replacements is the best way to go, because we're already going to be doing the rebuilding by hand. I think too, with this, I think I want all of the cracked deep slate bricks to be replaced with regular deep slate bricks, because they're damaged. I think we should replace them with how they would have looked in the heyday of the city.
Okay.
Yeah. And then once that's all done, I think we should start on replacing, at that point, the red glass with the proper blocks. And I think the first building that we should tackle are the blue buildings. So A2, A4, C6, all of the blue bannered buildings, because there's 5 of them. They're repeated 5 times. And I think that's going to give us the biggest opportunity to have the best sort of complete structure, taking into account sort of all of the different sort of varying states of decay.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And I think to start off everything first, I think basically every day what we should start doing is basically copying this map and locking it. So we have a new copy up so that we can see our progress as we go along.
Okay, so right now we have our original copies from before we did the marking.
Yep.
So now we're saying that we want to lock these and then make another copy that we can then update with the changed blocks.
Yep.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah. You got any questions at all?
No, I think that's pretty clear.
Cool. All right. So then go ahead and copy or lock this map, copy it, whichever. Oh, actually, you know what? I do have one more thing for you. In this chest, I have a list of all of the buildings, all of the structures that you tagged with their colors and numbers. And then I gave a bunch of them just some sort of names, just to name them, so that we aren't dealing with red A1 or pink A2 or whatever. So that way, if we're talking about a building, we can just give it a name rather than try to figure out what color and number it is. They're pretty simple stuff like shrine room, small pillar room, box tower, things like that. Just descriptive names.
Sounds good.
Cool. So if you want to go ahead and get started on locking these maps and copying them, I will go get a palette ready.
Okay.
All right.
I'll do that. I've got my glass and my empty maps. Okay.
Perfect. I'll be back.
All right. See you.
See you.
A few minutes later.
All right. I am done with the map copies. I have the original ones are now locked, and now we have a copy that can change as we make our changes.
Perfect. This is the palette so far that I've found down there. We've got some polished basalt, obviously the gray wool, and just about everything you can think of when it comes to deep slate. I also noticed that we've got deep slate tiles that are cracked as well as the bricks that are cracked. So we'll need to replace those with standard tiles as well.
Okay.
So this is our palette that we're going to be working with.
All right. Looks good.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and head on down to the ancient city, and let's see if we can't do a little bit of this world edit magic. Man, do you hear that?
The squishy sound of the skulk?
No.
No shriekers.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that nice? I can actually hear myself think. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to sneak.
Yeah. Do you happen to still have those coordinates?
I'm going to probably have to go remark those coordinates, but that should only take me a moment.
Okay, cool. Well, I will be here and I will watch this and patiently wait.
All right. I'll be right back.
Cool.
All right. I am done getting the coordinates, so I think we're ready to try these replacements.
Awesome. All right. Cool. I am ready.
Okay. First, we're going to start with the skulk, right?
Yep. Full skulk blocks to red glass.
Okay. Here goes nothing.
All right. See if it crashes the server. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that catalyst.
Oh, that was a catalyst. The
top
looks exactly
yep.
like a skull block.
Yep. Okay.
Sneaky.
So this is nice. This also shows us where the veins are at. So that's good. Okay. Well, that's the next one, isn't it? The veins? Yeah. Replace skulk veins with air. Oh.
All right. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it.
Ooh.
That cleaned up nicely, didn't it?
It did clean up nicely. All right, let's get a good look at this. Yeah, this is okay.
Right.
This is looking pretty good. So, in case you were wondering, when we do like preservation work and stuff like that, we'll take pictures of like a wall or something, and then we will highlight certain areas that need to be worked on. So this is kind of like that. Is kind of what we're doing with the red. With the red, wow, yeah, there's a bunch of these little catalysts. They're sneaky. So yeah, so this is really nice because this is sort of, highlighting where we need to go.
Now I'm guessing what we're about to do is probably now veering away from what archaeologists would normally do.
Well, kinda. So what we're going to do is we're going to get to a point where we are just sort of restoring it, what's called in kind. So what I mean by that is it's pretty simple. So let's say you have this wall here, right? And we can assume that this wall was all deep slate brick at one point or another. And we have these cracked ones here, like this one, that are sort of degrading. And so the idea is that when you restore a historical building, structure, whatever, something that's within the historical register of historical places, you need to replace things with in-kind stuff. So this would be deep slate brick. The cracked brick would be replaced with regular deep slate brick. And it doesn't have to be the exact same thing. So for example, like a really good one, which is used a lot to talk about this is white paint. Long time ago, white paint was used, they used lead in white paint. So you don't want to use lead white paint anymore because, it's lead. And so what you would do instead is you would actually replace, let's say, chipping or cracked white paint, lead paint, with a similar shade of white paint, something as close to the original as you could possibly get, if not directly on. And with white, you can usually get directly on, and some shades you can usually get pretty well. It gets a little funky when you start getting into things like windows and glass because, but the general idea is that you're going for something that is going to be the same, or at least look the same or feel the same, depending on how this structure is registered in the Register of Historic Places. So for this one, we are basically just going to replace the cracked deep slate brick with regular deep slate brick, which is what archaeologists would do if they were restoring something like this or keeping it to its original state.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yeah. It's cool stuff. It's really cool stuff.
All right. I don't feel so bad about working my magic now. All right. So we're going to replace these cracked deep slate bricks.
Yep.
With regular deep slate bricks. All right. Here we go.
All right. Ooh, look at that.
Wow.
Yeah. And again, we could have done that by hand, but that would have taken us forever and we would have missed a whole bunch too.
That's right.
And now the final one, the cracked deep slate tile with regular deep slate tile.
Okay, cracked deep slate tiles. Deep slate tiles. Here we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Right.
Look at that. It's almost looks like a whole new structure.
That's right.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Looking real good. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and replace these catalysts when you find them. Actually, is the ground okay? So the floor level. Is there any other block that they use other than the standard deep slate?
For the ground?
For the ground, yeah.
I didn't see any. The only thing I saw would maybe be like natural patches of stuff like gravel or tuff. But otherwise, it was all, well, and here's some diamonds.
Yeah.
Diamond ore.
Okay, well, what we might do is we might just replace the red glass that's on the floor level with deep slate. Unless you can see where they may have used something else. I'm also going to assume that the gravel is just degraded floor surface. And that's just fill. Okay. Same with the tuff. The tuff is, tuff is a volcanic, basically volcanic ash. And so it just sort of settles into cracks. So I'm going to assume that that's voids in the floor that just settled in over time.
All right, I've got my new coordinates, so I should be able to replace just the glass in the floor.
Okay.
And that's just regular deep slate. Okay, here we go. You ready?
I'm ready. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, this...
All right, so now the only glass we have is just like... Well, besides in the structures, there's some along the cave walls, and then, of course, some of these spots that are raised up a little bit.
Yep.
Everything else.
Yeah, and the walls I'm not too worried about. We'll replace those by hand. But oh, check it out. You can see in the white room.
Oh, because so much of this was skulk.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. There's a catalyst inside of it, but no shrieker hidden in there.
Nope, and a chest.
I would have expected shriekers in there.
Yeah. But there's a chest down in there too. And some what looks like, what is that, snow?
Yeah, that looks like snow.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
It looks like two types of ice. It looks like packed ice and regular ice.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool.
Neat.
Well, all right. So then that leaves just one more thing. Let's start doing some replacement and restoration type stuff. I want to start with the blue buildings. So the small pillar room, which is... We've got one right over here. Ooh, this one's going to be...
First one is...
Yeah, this one's tough because look at how much of this is...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So we're really going to have to look at probably a different one to figure out what all of these missing blocks were.
Yep. So there's another one, A4. So that should be... Ooh, okay. Also, tough one.
Oh, wow.
This one's going to be really tough. Okay. Next one's in C6. So...
Oh,
there it is. Yep.
This one looks like a little bit more.
Yeah, the right side, as you're looking at it from the front, seems to have a lot more. Okay, so that's good. That's real good. So we're doing good here. So it looks like this one... The entirety of the right wall is good. So then we would just need to compare the right wall of this one with the other one that had the right wall. And then there's one more. There's I3, which is over this way. Yep.
Oh,
here it is.
Here we go.
Oh, the front of it
seems to have some of the this one has a lot of the front.
Yeah.
And some of this left side too. This one seems to be the most intact.
Okay. Yeah, looks good. Okay, yeah, this is really, really intact. All right, so what we need to do... No, didn't see that. Is we need to somehow either take a picture of this or something so that we can sort of look at the rest of them in the front and figure out... You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to compare all of them.
Right. So this is interesting. If you come to the front here, and unless this is, I guess it could be ruined beyond just the skulk, but it seems like there's a whole lot of missing material here. Yeah. And there's only one step. But I guess this could just be ruined, like the walls are ruined. So never mind.
It's possible, yeah. Let's see. How would we do this? All right, so this is what I'm thinking. Oh, perfect. So, watch. So you see how this front here is like this? We'll just Whoops, wrong one. And then there you go. So that's the exact same block palette as the other one.
Okay, and then we could go to the other 3 and do the same thing.
Yep.
And
then
cobbled deep slate.
Okay.
So like the very bottom row is the there's 2 deep slate bricks, and then above that is cobbled deep slate.
Okay. So it's
So now what I was mentioning on the other one about how this front step was missing except for this one block, it actually was like that on all of these.
Yep.
So
Yep.
this might be how it was made.
Yes, or you'll notice that there's hardly any organics left around. Wood, things like that. There might have been wooden stairs going up.
Okay, and this is the only carved one on this front step.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then what's the next layer back?
Next layer back is brick. Just
2, 3, 4, 5. Brick. Okay. Brick carved. Okay, and the tile unknown. Okay. Tile. And then repeat that on the other side. The middle 3 I don't know.
okay. So on the left.
Brick, and then unknown brick. Yeah. Oops.
Okay, yeah, that corner.
Yep, and then tiles.
And we know this one.
So this is what we're going to do for sort of each of the sides. So like if you stand basically right where I'm at, and I am over at another one, I'm going to go left to right, bottom to top. So I'll say something like, brick, cobbled, brick, and then I would say something like unknown, and then this one would be cobbled, air, unknown. So I'm gonna basically, that's how I'm gonna list it off to you, and that's how we're gonna do basically this whole structure. Brick, cobbled, and then brick all the way down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bricks down.
Okay, now one of mine was an air block. I'm not replacing that. I'm only replacing what was skull.
No. Wait, you have an air block on that bottom level?
I did.
Okay, go ahead and, sorry, from the bottom going left to right, I have brick, cobbled, brick, air. And then I've got 3 unknowns followed by brick and then an unknown.
Okay, so I have those after the air going to the right. I have unknown, brick, unknown, brick, 3 unknown.
Okay, I've got, so from the left to right, I've got brick, unknown, brick, air, brick. So my air is an unknown on yours?
Yes.
Okay, I will put that there. Okay, next row up.
Square.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. And then to the left of that pillar.
Bottom row is 3 cobbles. Next row is 3 cobbles. Next row is cobble, brick, tile.
Cobble level tile.
Cobble, brick.
Perfect. All right. So turning around, see, pillar is brick, chisel. Okay, left of the pillar is 2x2
Line.
No, sorry. Go
Okay,
ahead.
yeah, to the left of the pillar is the 2x2 that's set back.
Yep. Okay.
And then you got like the 2 cobbles that are in line with the pillar.
Okay. All right, so what do you think?
I think it looks great. Are we going to start building it up even further? Because they're still pretty ruined.
Well, sorta. I mean, we will eventually, but I think what we're going to do is the rest of these buildings we're going to leave in this sort of just semi-restored state where we have restored it to its current state. And then we're going to go ahead and after that's all done, we will actually rebuild this to what it might have looked like when it was in use. Now,
Okay.
yeah, now archaeologists generally tend to frown upon stuff like that. Mostly because, you know, you're sort of adding things to these structures that may not have actually been there. It's a lot of interpretation. And you also lose some of the, you know, archaeological value from a place like this when you do that. However, looking at chunk base and looking at this world, there's hundreds, if not thousands of these ancient cities spread all over the place. So even if this were the real world and this was one of thousands of cities, restoring one to its former glory in order to sort of let people get a good feeling for what it was like is okay. It's okay. It's an acceptable loss. Kind of like the 1 to 99 rule that I mentioned in another video. It's sort of the same idea.
Okay.
You know, restoring this to its former glory will actually give people a really good feeling for what this looked like and give you just a completely different feel than, you know, seeing it in the ruined state that it is. So I think it's an acceptable loss in this case. Just one small city out of hundreds, if not thousands of them.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. So we do need to update the map though. So let's go ahead and update the map and then we'll go ahead and finish this up.
Hey, Daskalos, before we run up, do you mind if I replace all the red glass in the actual cave walls with deep slate?
Nah, man, go for it. Yeah, if you wanna do that, knock yourself out.
All right, it'll just take me a few minutes. I'll be right up.
Okay, sounds good. I'll meet you up there.
Okay. All right, this one, and this one, this one, and this last one there.
Ooh. Wow, look at that. That looks pretty cool. Looking really good, and the blue ones have no red on them whatsoever. Yeah, that's looking great. Well, I think that was a great day. That's an excellent day, and the sun's going down. I think we should call it.
All right, sounds good. Yeah. This is looking so awesome.
It is. It definitely is. That was definitely a... Hey, what's that?
Oh, huh. Let me go check it out. Oh, it's a letter
Oh?
from the director.
Oh. All right, wait, what did it say again?
Oh, I have the note right here. The director said, "Hello, gentlemen. I stopped by, but you were hard at work. I have good news. Our ground-penetrating radar test has revealed a cavity under the central gate. Would you both be good lads and check it out? Signed, the director."
Okay, so under the gate
Under
thing here.
the gate. Yeah.
All right. Well, there is some skulk stuff, you know, that's been replaced by glass. So I guess just walk around the base and see if we can find some sort of opening somewhere, I guess.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll go this way.
Okay. Sounds good.
A few minutes later.
Oh, here it is. Oh yeah, look at that. There's like a whole little room or something back in there.
Oh, wow.
And some pistons? Okay. Well, the construction looks... Well, it looks similar, side to side. So if I were a betting man, I would say that these were probably originally the deep slate bricks. So, well, why don't we, Okay.
Okay, let's see. That gets us into the pistons. I see redstone repeater back there and some redstone dust.
Okay.
So I wonder if there's a way to trigger this.
Well, I mean, probably. But here's the thing. In the real world, stuff like this would have seized shut long ago. Ropes would have, you know, rotted away and springs would have rusted out. So I'm just gonna, these are just pistons here, so I'm just gonna break it.
Okay.
All right, let's go on in.
All right.
Yes, Indiana Jones
there
did
was
lie to you. Okay, so
There are pistons on this side too, so I'm guessing this was probably a door in, and this one is also another door.
Oh, okay.
Because it lines up with the, with over on this side.
So how do we retract these?
Wow, looks like this redstone goes all over the place up here. It's hard to tell. Oh, look, there's like an entire rooms in here.
You know, to be honest with you, I don't know what this is. This looks almost like, I mean, like a lab?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It looks a bit
yeah.
like a test lab, like testing out redstone machines.
Yeah. So I tell you, I don't know what to think of this. We'll have to explore this a little bit more in depth, but we can let the director know later that we did find it. Okay. So we'll come back to that and check it out a little bit later. But for now, let's go ahead and tackle a couple buildings. All right, so we have the pink building. Pink building, this one in the C section here, is mostly complete, which is great. It does have some spots over here that are skulkified, but what we can do is we can find another pink building, and just like we did with the blue building, replace those, we're good to go, and then we have a complete pink building without having to do much of anything. And what I think we should do with this is I think we should compare this to one that's, you know, maybe not so complete, and just in bulk, just replace it. Replace the stuff that needs to be replaced.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. So let me go find another pink one that has the left side bottom row. I'll be right back.
Well, one thing that's neat is I already see, like, if you look at these here, on the other side, these are all tiles, and then these side ones are tiles as well. Whereas they're cobbled on this side as if they've deteriorated into cobble.
Right.
So that's kind of neat that there's that inconsistency.
Yeah, and I'm starting to think that that the cobble is deteriorated stuff as well. Kind of like how in the trail ruins there was mud brick and then there was packed mud, just random spots of packed mud. So that's probably what's going on here, but we don't know for sure. This is a pretty good, I mean, these two right here, that's a pretty good argument for that cobbles being something that's deteriorated. So we might just do that when we do the full restoration, but some of them, like this one here where it's like a whole row of it, that's a toughie.
It feels more intentional.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to take a real close look at some of this stuff, especially when the same pattern is repeated, and just sort of we'll have to play it by ear. But what I would like you to do is, can you copy this pink building to a schematic?
We can, as long as we're certain this one is complete. Hope, like, we don't want to overwrite anything that the other ones might have on it.
I'm willing to say yes, because, well, I mean, we'll find out. Because if you try to overlay it on there and there's something from one of the other buildings sticking up, then we know that's, you know.
That's true, because you'll see it not lining up, or you'll see the extra blocks sticking out of the schematic. Also,
these holes here in the sidewalls kind of give me post vibes here. I think these might have been posts sticking up, supporting a roof, maybe.
And those are like not even with each other, right?
Nope, they aren't.
1, 2, 3, and then those are offset by 1.
Yeah.
1, 2. It's kind of neat.
Yep. So, anyways, if you could, take a schematic of this, and then we'll go over to another one and sort of. I'm curious to see what it says, or I guess what you say, because I can't see your screen.
Extra block?
Oh, it is.
So this block is not in the original?
Yep. What is that block?
That is cobble deep slate.
All right. It is now in the building in C3.
All right.
Or C1.
I believe that's complete.
Wow, that was super fast. Okay, well, let's do purple. There's one here in the G quadrant.
Okay, purple.
Oh, it's over here. Oh, it's belly rubs.
Oh, it's the belly rubs. Where are they at?
Over here in the corner. This one is missing one little spot on it, though. So we do need to find another belly rubs, either I5 or C5.
Right.
Okay, so this one's complete, so we don't got to worry about that at all. So yeah, if you could take the schematic for this one, I'm gonna just grab this polished deep slate and go over to the other one and put it in the little spot.
Okay.
And that'll take care of.
While you're over there, just here, if you come around the backside behind his head, there's tuff up in the build here. There's a couple air gaps. So I'm curious if that's going to be the same on the other one or not.
Let me run over there real quick. So the arms are polished deep slate, and then we've got regular deep slate.
There's no holes here either, because the other one had a couple of holes here.
Okay, so this
one I think is more complete if we just replace this little block on this.
What about this little spot here?
Ooh.
Do you see? I don't see any other air holes.
Doesn't look like it. So I think if we just because this one in the corner was polished on the other one. That one right there.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking if we use this one, feels like it's more complete than the other one because of the holes.
Yep. Okay, yeah, go ahead and grab this one. And then we should probably replace this tuff with deep slate because tuff is volcanic and it just flowed in here.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because it's all over here too.
There we go. It just filled in a gap, that's all. There we go. All right. All done?
All done with that one. Now, is that the only 3?
That was the only 3. So yeah, this is going by a lot faster. So I want to tackle the cyan buildings, which are the kind of the big towers.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
I think they're over here. But you'll notice that we've got one that is fairly complete.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got one that is just wrecked. So let's go ahead and complete this one that's almost... I'm willing to bet that this is probably just all deep slate tile up here. Yeah, actually,
Those
I can look
gaps
across
there,
and
if
see
you
it.
Look at these. Yeah, actually on these, those blocks are in these, and they are deep slate tile.
They are?
Yep. Those
Perfect.
Yep. There's plenty of other ones missing, but those are actually present over here.
Perfect. And then down here, so the floor on this one.
Oh, there's some holes in the floor.
Yep, now there's holes by the ladders, of course, but then there's like this hole here. What about the ground floor?
The ground floor of this one is very destroyed.
Okay.
There's really not a whole lot left of this one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's make some assumptions here.
So now up here we've got some pieces that were skulk that have to be replaced.
Yep.
And it looks like every floor piece on this level of the tower is brick.
Okay. And then down here, everything is tile. And then I got one air block. So I'm going to assume that it's tile all the way through on the floor.
Okay.
So there we go. There's tile there. And then let's...
I'm just replacing the former skulk blocks here.
with brick?
And I'll
Okay.
let you make the call on the gaps. So,
Yeah.
okay, so if you look at these two corners, right, the only holes are where the ladders are.
Yep. Yeah, so the only holes where the ladders are makes sense. So that there. Okay, yeah, looking good. And then the ladders end in the chiseled blocks, so that all makes sense. And then coming up here, oop, now it's all tile again. I'm gonna go ahead and say, oh wait, these
but
are
look,
tile slabs.
Some of these are slabs, and some of these are full blocks.
Okay, well let me go underneath.
Interesting.
See if there's a pattern here. There is. What's interesting?
So I was down here on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there's this gap. So I saw this pattern, and I'm like, okay, well, this gap is obviously brick.
Mm-hmm.
But look at all the other three. Both of those corners are tile.
Hmm.
Whereas this one of them is air, and this one is a different block.
Interesting.
So now I don't know if this one is brick or tile. Oh, look, and even on this opposite pillar,
Mm-hmm.
this one bottom one here is brick, whereas the bottom one on all the other three pillars are tile.
Hmm.
Interesting. I wonder what it looks like on the other one.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably not enough to tell. Not enough to tell. Well, let's see. Oh, no. Oh, look at this one. No.
I was going to say, you've got brick on that one.
Right here, but here, this side right here matches. And that missing one is actually tile, whereas this corner one is brick.
Okay. Cool. So tile it is.
Tile it is. Okay. Interesting pattern.
I'd be curious to see if anything is different.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, and I'll be able to tell if the overlay is in the right place because of this one weird floor glitch.
Yep.
I'm staring into a block that is purple, which means it probably wasn't on the other one. And this block is red, which means it's the different block.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's missing right here. Yeah. Okay, I see it. I'm on it.
So on this side, it's a tile.
Yep.
This missing one. But now the one that's kind of like diagonally from it that the ladders are attached to, on this side, it's showing as brick. And it says it's supposed to be polished basalt on the other one.
That's true. They are all polished basalt.
Huh. So why is this one brick? That's interesting.
They're all brick.
And this one is a stair. It's just facing the wrong way.
They're all
there's no
brick.
stair attached to it, yeah. Wait a minute. This right here that my face is staring into?
Yeah, look at this. Where this is where the ladder's attached to. This is brick as well.
Oh, but they're supposed to be.
On the other one,
The
it
other
was
one has them
polished
as
basalt.
polished.
So,
Ooh, that's an interesting difference.
that we need to do as brick instead of polished basalt.
Maybe not though. This middle one. So now let's think about what the ladders are attached to. The center one is polished basalt on both of them.
Yes.
This whole ladder pillar is polished basalt on the other one. This one that's missing here.
Oh.
This whole, all of these ladder pillars are polished basalt on the other one.
On the other one, but we don't have any of them except for this one and remnants of this one and the other one.
They're all brick.
So I would be willing to suggest that instead of doing polished basalt, we do it as brick. So
Interesting.
yeah, that's what I would say because we've already got almost a full one. Well, we do have a full one here, and we have remnants of two others, and they're all brick rather than polished basalt. And there is no polished basalt on the ground here at all.
Just archaeologically, could it possibly be that this is a repair job that the original owners did, like the original inhabitants did? Like maybe
the basalt is the repair job?
Well, one or the other.
I would say that the brick is probably the repair job because this basalt is, basalt is it's a good material. I mean, you can use it for like stone tools and stuff, but it's also a hard material, and it's
hard material to anchor these ladders, huh?
Yeah, but it's also kind of brittle. I mean, it's not as brittle as like obsidian, but it's pretty. I mean, it's a volcanic. It's an igneous rock. And I don't know what deep slate's supposed to be. The fact that it's slate tells me it's probably not igneous. It's probably a sedimentary.
So you're thinking it could be that originally they were either basalt or brick, and then one of these two is a repair job.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the brick is the repair job rather than the basalt. Oops. But I still think that we should do brick as the pillars here. So I'm gonna fill in the pillars as brick.
So the one in the middle is basalt on the other one as well.
Yep. So we're just gonna do it as brick as well.
Okay. Cool. Ooh, here's an interesting theory. Maybe this could have been where some of the skulks started, And when it started, they tried to replace the sculk with the bricks.
Maybe.
Eventually gave up because it was even spreading to that.
Maybe, yeah. That's a good theory.
Ladders. Oh, you got it?
Gotta do something while you're while you're doing your Bimatica magic.
So now on the other one, these top...
Yep,
the
top
ladder
ones,
is
that's chiseled.
there. Oh, that's chiseled.
That's chiseled one. Yeah.
Okay. And now on the other one, this chest is on top
Yep.
of that.
We'll leave the chest
So
here.
We'll just leave it there.
Yep.
Right, done.
Okay.
All right, it's looking like this one over here is done. I think we have everything replaced. Looks like it matches the other tower now.
Okay.
Hey, what you looking at over here?
Oh, this thing. This.
Oh yeah, tower.
Yeah. We labeled it as whoops. We labeled it as yellow.
Mm-hmm.
It's a yellow banner building. It is on my list, but
So I'm
you notice
curious.
you notice something interesting about it?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you. This wood, I imagine, would have rotted by now.
Yeah. Also, if you look up top, it's got torches. There's no torches in any of these buildings. They're all using soul lanterns or candles.
You're right.
Torches only. So you've got wood that most likely would have rotted. Torches. Granted, we are walking on wool, so, you know, you gotta kind of take that with a grain of salt, but still. Yeah.
Some of this wool is different colored because this gray wool is all over the place, but this light blue wool is not.
Yeah. And it looks like some of the building was repaired with this wood as well.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I've seen towers made of dark oak before.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the pillager outposts.
Yeah. Yeah. So are you suggesting that this is made by pillagers?
I think it's a good possibility.
Okay.
Seems to be their MO.
All right. Well, there's only one real way to find out. Let's go on a field trip.
Nice.
Finally awake.
Sorry, wrong game. All right, here we are at a pillager outpost. So let's go check it out.
All right.
I do have mob spawning turned off, by the way, and I mean it
Okay,
this time.
good.
Yeah.
I don't want to be shot today.
Okay. Yes, this definitely is a dark oak.
Yeah. See, like the whole thing is made out of dark oak, as far as the wood is concerned.
Okay.
Well, I guess I see some birch in there on the floors, but it's mostly dark oak, like the one in the ancient city.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Got birch in here. I mean, there are some design differences I see right off the bat. Like stairwells, but that might also just be because of its size.
Okay, yes. Oh, yeah, stairs instead of ladders. Okay.
Yeah. But again, that much just might be because of its size. This also might be a little more permanent rather than temporary. They do have a chest up here. Did the other ones have chests?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, all right. And then there's building materials and some other things. Food, stuff like that. And I did see some torches on the outside and the corners, so that is looking pretty compelling. One thing I would like to point out, though, is that there are banners all over this thing.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And from my little bit of experience with them, they do like their banners. And I'm just playing devil's advocate here. A few things that sort of stand out to me is if we're going off of construction, because that's what we're going off of with saying that the towers in the ancient city are from pillagers based on the fact that they're using dark oak. And this is using dark oak, but the construction is pretty different. What is this up here? This is just material? Yeah, this is just material.
Like just extra logs. Okay, because they're not in a dark oak forest, so I guess they had to cut these down to bring these in.
Okay, and I didn't see any extra material either when we were down in the ancient city. Okay. Well, okay.
Now, as far as the design differences, that could just be the difference between a permanent structure. Maybe this is more military, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like an outpost, and that could be the difference of the structure.
Yeah, and size too. Size could play a big role in sort of how they build things. So obviously, these arguments that I'm making are just, pretty standard and pretty sort of straightforward stuff. But yeah, so far, the only thing I'm seeing is their use of dark oak and a tower-like construction is what I'm seeing. Those are the only real similarities that I see between the two. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I agree. The build style is a bit different. Yeah, there's enough differences, but yeah.
Yeah. And again, that could just be scale and use differences. But it's not just outposts that these guys build either.
Oh, you're right.
So let's go check out one of those.
Okay, let's go.
Hello! While they travel to you-know-where, I'd like to introduce you to a man named Thor Heyerdahl and his amazing archaeological experiment. You see, the leading theory of the populating of the Polynesian islands at his time was that humans migrated down through Southeast Asia, through the Southeastern Asian islands, around Australia and New Zealand, eventually populating Polynesia. This, of course, was supposed to happen over a long, long time. But Thor Heyerdahl proposed a new idea, that the people of Polynesia did not come from Southeast Asia, but rather from South America, having floated across on balsa wood rafts. The mansion. Let's go check it out.
All right. I can already see from here they're using dark oak.
They are using dark oak. They are also in a dark oak forest, so that kind of makes sense. This might be their main operation. Knock, knock. No one's home.
Oh, look at this. They use wool carpets to walk on.
They
Their feet
do.
Nice and quiet, don't they?
Yeah.
Look at this. Stockpiles of blue wool.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is a different color, but yeah. Or is this?
I don't know. I think this one might be the color.
Yeah,
that
this
was
might be
down
the
in
color, yeah.
City.
Okay. All right. Well, let's keep looking.
What the heck?
Well, I mean, so they use wool for, I guess, arts and crafts.
Yes. That's a good conclusion.
All right. So, okay. So, I mean, they've got stockpiles of wool, but they also have things that they've built out of it. Though that doesn't have any of the colors from that one room. I wonder if there's more stuff around here. Okay, well, here you go. So, these I assume are supposed to be beds with... Oh, the leaves kind of came through. That's interesting. But yeah, so here's that wool, that colored wool,
That blue wool.
yeah. Okay.
So it's sheets and pillows.
Yep,
or
sheets and
linens.
pillows. Yep, along with this carpet here too.
Oh, here we go. Stairs.
Oh, more arts and crafts.
And more representations of themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Like their banners.
Like their banners. Yeah, okay. So I mean,
they
they're
seem to like to announce their presence even at their homes, not even just in like a wartime scenario.
Yeah. Okay, so the outpost that we looked at, it was, a tower, which is similar to the ones in the ancient city, using dark oak. I see nothing in this building that matches the construction of those towers in the ancient city.
Not at all. Just
No.
the dark oak, but I just broke part of that. Let me put that
Oh,
back.
yeah, there.
But I do also notice that they're using the birch floors here too.
They are
So it
using
seems
birch floors.
Like, Seems like they like birch floors and dark oak.
Okay. Yeah. So, and again, this just could be because this is more of a permanent settlement, that they're using different construction techniques, but I don't see any construction techniques in this place that are the same as what's in the ancient city. So really the only connection I'm seeing construction wise so far is just the outpost tower, and that's just because it's a tower shape in dark oak. So
Okay.
in the real world, that really wouldn't be enough evidence to say. I mean, you're never going to say definitively, but that's not enough evidence to really say, like, yes, this is the pillagers.
Okay.
I mean, is it compelling? Absolutely. But so far, saying, well, it's a dark oak tower and pillagers make dark oak towers is sort of the same energy as all pyramids are Egyptian, So
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very
Yeah.
good point.
So I'm not fully convinced, but there is a lot of compelling evidence to suggest that maybe yes, maybe it is pillagers. There's another place though that I do want to go look at. So it's kind of a surprise. Let me here, just follow me.
This is why I love field trips.
So, what evidence did Thor Heyerdahl have for his South America to Polynesia theory? Well, first is that the currents in the Pacific would actually help a ship going to Polynesia from South America, and the currents flow in the opposite direction for those wanting to go to Polynesia from the northwest. He also had legends of contact between South America and Polynesian myth to suggest there was some hidden voyage lost to history. Anthropologists thought this was pure fiction and fantasy on Heyerdahl's part, so what was he to do to try to prove his point? Well, build a balsa wood raft and sail to Polynesia himself, of course. Welcome to the Taiga Village.
Oh, yeah. Normal villagers.
Yeah, normal villagers.
And look, they're building with spruce.
Okay, you got me there. That is not dark oak. That is not dark oak. It is spruce. And they're in a spruce forest, so it kind of makes sense. But yeah. So, I mean, let's look at how they're building. So, ooh, they're not exactly... I'm pretty sure
Living
OSHA
on the
would,
edge.
yeah, OSHA would probably have a problem with that. But so yeah, I mean, they're just here's another a little sort of dome type thing, or not really dome type thing. But yeah.
Well, it's less dome and more like arch, which is a difference.
Yeah,
right?
Yep, that is a difference. Yep, absolutely. And of course, they're using a lot of this unstripped logs as well, just like the pillagers. So yeah, and it's mostly cobble and spruce.
Actually, that's a good point. It's more cobble than spruce. Like the pillagers seem to use more wood and less stone. These folks are using much more stone, and the wood just for some bits.
What the heck? What's stopping me from jumping?
Are you not? Is it because you're... Try.
There we go. Okay.
That was weird.
And their forest is on fire. So you know what? Let's try another village.
Okay.
So in 1947, Thor Heyerdahl and a few other dudes set out from Peru on a balsa wood raft to prove that Polynesia was populated by people from South America. And you know what? They all died when the raft capsized. Just kidding. They totally made it after 101 days and somewhere around 5,000 miles, proving once and for all that Polynesia was populated by people from South America. Except that DNA testing much later showed otherwise. Matter of fact, DNA tests prove that the native inhabitants of Polynesia were descendants of original people migrating from Southeastern Asia. Ouch. That sucks. Okay, welcome to the Savannah Village.
Yeah. Okay.
I see they're
all using acacia.
Yeah. So, and still some unstripped logs, but they're using acacia and a couple other things too. Looks like terracotta. And what else they got around here? Yeah, so mostly terracotta, acacia. But no spruce.
Okay, yeah. No spruce, no dark oak. So this is interesting. So the villagers seem to just use what's around. And the pillagers seem to carry their beloved dark oak with them.
Yeah. So, you know, these guys are using acacia. The Taiga village was using spruce. Is there a dark oak village?
No, I don't believe there is.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, this is an ancient city. We don't know how long those towers have been there. Is it possible that there was once a dark oak village and they used dark oak when they went and explored the ancient city?
I suppose there's no reason there couldn't have been.
Yeah. And of course, is there a possibility that the pillagers came and explored the ancient city and used their precious dark oak that they always use?
Absolutely. I think
Yeah.
both of those are likely.
Okay.
Or possible.
More possible, yeah. So, yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, it's inconclusive, really, who did that building in the ancient city. You could argue that it's the pillagers. You could argue that it's a villager, or the villagers, I should say. Mm-hmm. So we don't really know.
I mean, it could even be, now think of this, wandering traders.
Could be wandering traders, yeah.
We have no idea if they have any kind of permanent structures anywhere.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, who else is in these worlds? We got Endermen as well. Endermen like to pick up blocks and put them down. Could be Endermen, or whatever Endermen used to be. If they used to be anything else, it could be any number of things.
Could be piglins have come in through those ruined portals that we've seen.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's unfortunately, I don't think we have enough evidence to suggest any which way. I mean, there is compelling evidence for the pillagers, but that's based only on construction materials, really. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But we see that the villagers use all kinds of different materials, so it could be any number of them, too. So, yeah. Don't know. Anyways, let's head on back to work.
All right.
So what was the point of this story? Well, it should be pretty obvious by now. Thor Heyerdahl had pretty solid evidence and even proved that his theory was completely doable. Unfortunately, it wasn't the truth. Now, he didn't know that, and it doesn't make what the man did any less impressive. I've read his book, and I absolutely recommend the heck out of it. It's called Kon-Tiki. I'll put a link in the description. It is a great example of experimental archaeology. Unfortunately, no matter how solid your evidence may be, no matter how well you show it is possible, there's always the fact that you could be wrong. And here, he was wrong, but not for lack of trying. So, to everyone touting a well-articulated and evidenced theory from a well-respected YouTuber, just know that Mr. Heyerdahl also had a well-evidenced theory. So, until we have definitive proof, like Mojang saying something, or in Thor's case, DNA testing, we will never know for sure. All we can do is explore what is possible. Alright, well, I hope that field trip was informative? I guess not really. We don't really have any answers, any definitive answers.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating not knowing, but I guess that's just the reality of it, right?
Yeah, that's archaeological theory in a nutshell. I mean, we will never 100% know for sure, and because of that, we will never be 100% right or 100% wrong. Well, I mean, some things are probably 100% wrong, but you get what I'm saying. Like a decent theory based on evidence is never going to be, fully wrong, but it's also never going to be fully right. So who built those towers down in there? Well, I don't know. It could be any number of entities. It could be a completely unknown, group that we still have yet to, run into.
That's right.
Yeah. Also, there's this. Oh, look at that. No stripped logs. Oh, unstripped logs. Yep, they got unstripped logs.
Unstripped logs and
yep.
links.
Okay, so yeah, it might be the pillagers. That's pretty compelling compelling evidence. That is pretty compelling evidence.
That is pretty compelling.
Yeah. Just looking from like a game dev view, it's like, oh well, here you go. But at the same time, like, what else are they going to make it out of? What other? They could make it out of other wood, but I think all the other wood's been taken by villagers, except for maybe birch.
Is there a birch? I don't think that.
I haven't seen a birch. Yeah, but birch would look terrible in here.
It would look terrible.
Yeah. All right.
I think the dark oak is just because it's so dark and
probably
dark thing.
And they could have used spruce, but then the taiga villages and stuff. Well, let me show you what I want to accomplish today.
All right.
to knock out lime, light blue, and magenta. And I think light blue is going to be the easiest one. Yeah. So, okay, so we've got light blue, this thing, which is fairly complete. I think what we should do is go, I think this time around we should do a sort of a hybrid version of what we did last time and what we did the first time. Actually, let's try a different way of going about it.
Okay.
What do you think of taking this as a schematic as it is? So as it is, even with the red glass.
With the shulk, yep.
Yeah. Going over to the other light blue building, putting the schematic over it and only replacing the ones that are complete on the first one. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm having a hard time explaining.
I believe I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, and then we take this schematic again, and then go back to the other one, and do that way.
Let's see, yeah, okay.
And then just keep doing that until we have all of them sharing the same blocks, and all of them missing the same blocks, and then we can sort of play it by ear at that point.
Okay. Yeah, let's try that. This one has a better floor.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, or we could even take just pieces of it too if you wanted to do that.
Okay, so now it looks to me like this is the most complete that we have.
Okay.
And I'm noticing that there's several blocks on this one that were skulk in the others. So
Okay.
I think this might be our most complete specimen as far
Perfect.
as these light blue rooms are concerned.
Perfect. Then at this point, let's start to sort of discuss what we need to replace some things with, the skulk blocks with. Now this looks pretty straightforward. I would be willing to say that these three are going to be brick.
Yeah, if we're going with the theory that you've been building about that these cobbles are kind of broken down materials, they could be either or, so we could probably err on the side of the correct brick, which would be the bricks.
Yeah, let's go ahead and replace them and see what they look like. That looks pretty good to me.
2. Okay.
Now the back, we got three blocks, and 2 of them are cobbled. So I'm gonna say that the skulk was probably a cobbled deep slate.
All right. I like that.
Okay.
Okay, as far as the interior, this wall right here, it looks like everything is cobble here, so I'm thinking these 2 are probably cobble.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's go to the outside.
Pop outside.
Yeah, pillars, that's an easy one. We're just gonna copy that one. So this is gonna be cobble.
Okay.
Easy peasy. This pillar should probably copy this one, which is brick.
Now, what about this one down right here that this is in front of?
Well,
That
it's
is-
tile
oh,
on this
ooh.
side. Yeah.
It's tile on this side. Okay. All right.
Man, that's a tough one. Let's go ahead and just say let's do the tile. Let's do the tile
let's make
just to
that
match. Yeah. And we'll do tile right here because it looks like that's what goes here as well. These 2.
I think I would agree with that.
Okay.
So now,
So
as far as this chunky stuff up here, over here, a lot of that is, well, what would be in a similar place is a bunch of cobble.
Okay, then let's go ahead and make a judgment call here for the rest of these buildings. If we have something like this, where let's say it's something that we're not too sure of, why don't we just shoot for cobble just to be on the safe side? Because it seems like cobble seems to be the filler block a lot of times.
So look at these walls. If you come around this side, I'm on the, okay, yeah. So we've got mostly brick along the bottom, a little bit here, but then it's all cobble laying on top of that. Even on the front, it's all cobble. So then when you come around to these missing spots, I'm thinking all of this stuff laying up here
Cobble.
is just more cobble.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead and take that schematic, and then you'll lay it over on the other...
On the other 2, and just
other
go ahead
two?
and complete the other 2.
Yep.
I can do that.
Well, let's head on over to magenta. So G8 actually should be right here. Now, this one's going to be pretty easy because I'm pretty sure, and I don't know, we can look at it a little bit closer, but I think this one is mostly complete. I mean, obviously, brick probably goes here, and brick probably goes there. But I'm pretty sure this is mostly complete. We should probably check it with the other one.
Okay, there's a few bits that were sculpted here. But
So, like, here's the other one. It's nice because it's, like, right here.
Oh, look at that. Okay, that's really
So, yeah, that is brick. That is brick on that's missing.
okay.
So, why don't we do this just like how we did before? Let's take a schematic of this one, overlay it on this one, and go back and forth. There's 3 of them as well. So there's G8, G10, and H1, but H1 was the one that we were going to discuss, because this one is...
Yeah.
Well,
this is one where I wasn't sure if it was that same structure or not. It felt like it could have been, but it might not have been.
Well,
We have to look at what remaining pieces are here.
Let's go ahead and do the 2, and then once we're done with the 2, we'll look at this one and maybe overlay the schematic of a completed one on this and see if it matches up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me do one last fly around. Okay, I believe that they are both now as complete as they can be.
Okay.
These 2 blocks were skulk in both.
Okay.
This one was missing in both.
All right. Well, all right, so let's go ahead and same thing as we did before. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that both of these spots should be tile.
I'm looking at this side. I think you're probably correct.
Okay. This one is...
What's the other?
I'm going to say that's tile on this side.
All right.
And it's tile on that one, so yeah, tile. So you mark this as magenta because it has this sort of pattern on the ground, which is very similar to the other ones and their pattern on the ground. And it does join up with the hallways as well. So yeah, go ahead and overlay the schematic and see how well it lines up. I'd be curious.
Okay, so I have it in place. I know you can't see it, but it is not lining up very well.
Okay.
So if you look over here, I'm going to try to... So this row of polished deep slate, right? That indicated that was the row of polished deep slate that started the hallway on the other ones. This tower would have to go all the way out to here if it was the same type of tower, but there's already a polished deep slate like closer in.
Okay.
So already it's too small of a space by a couple of blocks.
Okay.
To fit this structure.
No, that's fine. So then why don't we do this? Why don't we hold off on this section here? We'll leave the magenta flag just in case. And then when we go to do these roads and hallways, what we'll do is we'll have a schematic at some point of a complete hallway, and then you can overlay that on here and see how well that lines up.
See if it aligns. Oh, that's perfect.
And then if it lines up really well, then we know that this is just rubble from the hallway construction on the ground. All right.
Perfect. I love it. Yeah, that sounds great.
All right, so let's go ahead and cross off magenta off of our list. So then the last two that I want to tackle is the line buildings, A5 and G1. And we are already almost in G, so let's head on over there. It's a big building. It's the big square guy.
Ooh, it's this big multi-layer one. The
Yeah.
two-story building. Ooh, yeah.
So this one, now we've only got the two, so this should go by much faster.
Yep,
So
like those towers we just did.
Yep. So same thing. Let's just do that exact same thing. I'm gonna go over to A1 and see how complete A1 is. If you want to take a schematic of this. So that.
Okay, well, I just finished my blocking these maps, so I ran out of space. Just so you know, I had to make a second chest.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
Top chest, the first 9 are the first ones. This middle 9 are the second one. And the third 9 are the new ones.
Okay, sounds good.
Left to right.
than that. All right, let's step back and take a look. Yeah, that's looking great.
Yeah, I love that. I love it's getting a little bit more complete. There's a lot less red on it.
Yeah, that just means a couple more buildings and then it's on to the true restoration.
So what are your plans with the center gate? I guess we're going to do that too, huh?
Center gate, we'll do that when we do the roads.
There should be patterns.
The top left corner is pretty unmolested. Mm-hmm. And then we could just copy that and just apply it to the rest. Maybe.
But the two sides are different, right?
Are they different?
Off, and the thing is, the head is off-centered.
Okay.
Right. So we see that line of red. That's where the head is. The gate.
Oh yeah.
All that yellow splotchy stuff are candles. Actually.
Yeah.
So it is not symmetrical.
Okay. So yeah, we'll just have to.
Hey, Daskalos, what do we have on the agenda? Oh, he's not in here. Oh, I bet he's in the kitchen. Hey, good morning, Daz. No, he's not in here either. Oh, I bet I know where he is. Hey, Daskalos, you in there?
Estoy ocupado.
Whoa, that is definitely not Daskalos. Okay, okay. Okay, let's see, where can he be? Oh, I wonder if he's already... Let me check. Oh, yeah, door's open. I bet he already went down in there. Let's see. Hey, Daskalos, you down here?
Yeah, I'm over here. Over by the towers.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, you're doing good. Just, pondering today's assignment. So.
Okay.
Yeah. These towers.
Oh, yeah, these towers. Like, yeah, we were just did our field trip. We were talking about these, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They're coming down.
They're what now?
We're taking them down. Yeah, we're definitely taking them down.
Taking them down? Why would you do that? Wouldn't that be altering the site in a pretty drastic way?
Sorta. So, here's the thing. If this told the story of the site, which, I mean, admittedly it does, we would leave it up. But it's not telling the story of the original site. These have definitely been added afterwards and not part of the original story of the site. So that's not really the story that we want to tell with this restoration. And there is precedent for this, of course. When the Greeks got their independence back from the Ottomans, there was a tower that was on the Acropolis. And that tower, I think, I don't remember how old it was, but basically the Acropolis is, a classical Greek area. Well, I mean, it's got other stuff too, but what the story they're trying to tell is of the classical period on that Acropolis. And that tower, which I think was from like the 1600s, didn't fit. It was something much later and had nothing to do with the classical period of the Acropolis and what they wanted to tell. So that's what I think we got going on here. We have, admittedly, and I didn't plan this with that example, but we have a tower that doesn't fit with the history of this place. It's obviously new. There's no degradation of it like there is with the rest of the structures. And new, of course, being a fairly relative term. And, with this blue wool and stuff, this is obviously added afterwards. And it doesn't tell the story of the original inhabitants here. And it's not the story we want to tell. So I think we should take them down.
Okay, so I guess even though they technically are history for this location, it's not the original history of the original inhabitants.
Correct. So we'll do some, some general documentation of this so that we can have records of what was here. But overall, we're going to take it down because it's definitely out of place and it does not belong here.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, that's looking pretty good. All of the dark oak is gone. Yeah, it's looking better. It's definitely looking better. And we do have documentation on those towers and stuff, so the history of it will be recorded. I just don't think it flows with what we want to tell here. So let's go ahead and focus on the final remaining buildings, which are the red buildings and the white building.
Yes.
Now, I think we should tackle the red building first, because then once we're done with the red building, we will have taken care of all of the buildings, and then we can take all that knowledge and apply it to the white building, which is the only structure that is not that does not have another one laying around.
Right.
So that one's going to have to be all interpretation. But I think once we'll have enough under our belt to sort of be able to guess and be pretty good guessers on it. So let's head on over to red. Okay. Who are you? Are you the warden? No, you are not. Okay. How many chickens do we have down here? Okay.
There's a few.
Yeah. All right. Oh, I've got soul sand. Soul soil, I think, over here. And
Yep.
oh, one's on fire. Okay. All right. So I have most of the external portion of the building complete, most of it. But the floor itself is missing on most of this building here. What do you got?
Okay, a lot of my floor is missing,
Okay.
and some of the structure at the opposite end of what looks like the altar-ish part, some of that is missing as well. Missing as far as it was skulk.
Oh, okay. Well, tell you what, why don't you come over here then? I'm at C7. And why don't we get a shot of this? Why don't we get a schematic of this one and we'll apply it to the other one. And then apply to this one again. And then we'll just go from
okay.
there. Yeah, you see how much this one? Yeah.
Yep. So mine was missing a lot of these here,
Okay.
but it looks like I might have had even a little bit more floor than you.
Perfect.
But some of this back stuff here was actually missing for me.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, let's go ahead and get the schematic then on this, and we'll head over to the other one, just like how we did with the other buildings yesterday.
Okay.
Perfect. I'll get out of your way.
No problem.
So have you ever noticed that the chiseled deep slate looks like a shulker opening up? Yeah.
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
Almost like a petrified shulker.
I know you can't see which one is the color.
Oh my god, that, wow. This chest is overflowing.
Is it really?
Yeah. Oh my god, this one too. Oh my god. Oh, that says something. Yes, this one. Man, you know,
that one block.
This may have to be something that we just leave.
You just don't know.
Yeah.
It's a piece of, it was a piece of skulk, which means it was some material that got taken over.
Yep. Is there anything else that's just one block that sticks up? No, everything is all stairs.
Well, pretty much everything that is in from the walls, like these are tile. These that stick in from the walls. These are tile that stick in. These are, well,
Brick.
those are brick. These are tile and then brick stairs. These are tile and then tile stairs. It could, yeah.
Tell you what, let's take the schematic of this. We'll go over to the other one and we'll see what feels right.
Okay. I believe that is everything.
Okay.
Yep, that's everything.
So I say we leave this skulk block as a red glass, and I think if any of us come up with an idea of what should be here, we should slap it down. Yeah, I think once we start doing the actual rebuilding of this building, something might make more sense then to be right here. But until then, I think we should just leave it because we don't know. We just don't know. So let's go over to white.
Okay, so now there's only one version of this room, so we don't have anything to go by.
Correct. So let's take a good look at this, walk all around it. I'm already seeing a pattern.
Looks like bricks on the bottom on this
Bricks
side
on the
at
bottom.
least.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like bricks on the bottom.
Ooh, some black tile maybe down here. Oof.
Ooh, no bricks on the bottom over here though. Okay, but that's okay because we had the one building over there that had a pattern, and then it stopped on one side.
And this isn't it's not super symmetrical. It's not exactly symmetrical.
Right.
But like these front little pillars and stuff are. So like you could look at this pillar as this one has a lot of brick in it, and this one has nothing, we could almost assume this one is brick.
Yeah, that top one is brick. Yeah, I would say let's there we go. And tile here.
So I wonder if that tile is just on the inside, because you can kind of see through this glass, and you can see that there's tiles underneath there, but there's bricks on this outside.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's just like if this inner thing next to the stairs is tile, but these outer ones are brick.
Let's go with that. Looks like it's a line of brick with cobbled above it.
There's a little brick coming up right here.
Yeah.
This one. But I think what we were talking about in one of the other buildings is it's starting to look like the cobbled is probably just degraded.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
from
starting to
either
think
brick
that.
or tile.
Starting to think that too. Let's go ahead and replace this whole face of this wall here, just these outer blocks, with cobbled deep slate and see what it looks like.
Okay, and then this back wall, the only bottom bricks, now these two are just brick because they completed the sides.
Yeah.
But there's no brick that are shown in this bottom, so do you assume all cobble back here? Or do we assume that brick base probably went across here?
Well, yeah. No. Let's go ahead and replace it with cobble. And let me explain why though first.
Okay.
So obviously around here, this is the front, right? Because you come up the stairs, which means that this side that we're looking at is the back. And if you remember from the building we were just at, the red building, what looked like the back didn't have that decoration go all the way around. So that's why I think this should just be cobble and no decoration.
All right.
Look at this here. Okay, so this we've got brick and brick. You know,
down a little bit lower here, this inner wall is cobble.
Inner wall is cobble, yeah. Oh, you know what though? This brick is sitting on cobble. So if you're right here, you can see down in.
Oh yeah.
So why don't we do brick across and brick up, and then we'll just have cobble underneath it, which will hit from the inside. All right. So other buildings that have these little tall little walls in them, what are they? Let's see here. Tile for that one. Brick for this one. Brick for that one. Brick, well, I'll mix a brick and tile, that one. Okay. So it looks like we could go a couple different ways. It's tile with polish on top. So yeah, it looks like we could do either brick for this chunk that sticks up over here, or tile. Now we've got brick on that side, and it looks like we got brick over here. So I'm willing to bet that that's probably brick. Okay.
Very nice.
That means that all of the buildings have been restored to their unskulkified condition.
Okay, well, I got the original maps all locked and put in the chest.
Okay. I'm struggling. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Okay, yeah,
There
I think
we
I
go.
got it. All right, all right. That, yep. That, and that, and finally, that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look at all that.
Look at that. None of our buildings have red on them anymore.
Except for the red ones. They got that one little block.
Oh, that one little block.
You can see it. You can totally see it. That's funny. All right. Yeah, no, that looks great. And I think this was a really good, couple days that, yeah, really productive. Which means that we've got only one thing left. Well, multiple things left. Now that all the buildings are done, we got to do the roads, paths, and that gate.
That center gate, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, this
So-
is getting exciting.
Yeah, exactly. So, early morning tomorrow, we'll get right on it.
Sounds good. Good night, Daskalos. See you
Yep.
in the morning.
See ya.
What is that noise? It's coming from over here. All right. Sounds like it's behind this building. Hey, Daskalos, what are you doing?
Oh, hey. Yeah, I'm building map stuff.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we have all
Oh,
those
wow. Oh,
maps,
yeah.
and this is eventually going to be a display, so I might as well start on it.
I like it. It's looking good out here. You got all the
Yeah.
old maps displayed already.
Oh yeah, yeah. So at least this way, when people come through, they can see what all we've done so far as it's progressed, and of course, they won't be able to get a map of this once we're done because we're going to be putting the mountain back. So, yeah. I think it's looking pretty good. I got them by the days too. These are the days that we worked on them, not necessarily the actual day, because one of those days we were out doing our field trip. So
Okay, yep.
yeah, so some of the days don't exactly line up to the days we spent out here, but they're work days. But anyways, yeah, I was up real early, so I figured I'd start knocking this out.
All right. Well, it's looking good. I guess we'll probably want to transfer the last map that we did out here.
Yeah, so once we get once we do the whole copying and everything, we'll get the locked version, put it out here, and then the copied one we'll just we'll get it ready for redoing for when we do whenever we finish what we're doing today.
Okay. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Plan.
And speaking of what we're doing today, well, here, come on over here to the edge. All right. So a lot of the skulk is gone off of the buildings. So what we have left here is just the roads or the pathways and that gate. And I think if you look way off over there, it's a little foggy this morning, but if you look off to the right, there's a lot of that actually is unskulkified. And I think there's a little bit more directly off in the fog there that's also pretty free of skulk. And so I figured we could just copy that and copy it over to the other portions, do a little bit of interpretation, a little bit of educated guesswork. And I think we can get this pretty much done today.
All right. Wow. Sounds exciting.
Yeah. So let's copy those maps and get them up, and then we'll get jumping on it.
All righty. I've got all these locked. Should I put them on the wall outside?
Yeah. If you wanna do it, go for it. I'm just getting the ink ready here.
Okay.
And there we go. Perfect for the sign. I think that is what, day 5?
Day. What is this one?
4. Yeah,
4.
should be 5. Yep, should be 5. Day 3. Yep. Perfect. Nice.
Excellent.
That's looking really good. Looking really good. Oh yeah, it is just the pathways. Oh, and the pillars too. We should probably get the pillars today if we got some time.
Oh yes.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, so let's head on down there.
Okay, so we got all these hallways or roads.
Yep. Okay. Yep. These are pretty beat up. Though this isn't too bad here. I think it was over this way.
There's like no red skulk on these. There's like some blocks missing, but there's no skulk
Okay.
over here.
That's probably just standard, degrading. So I tell you what, before we take a copy of this, let's go ahead and just fill in some of these blocks that are missing, and then we'll have a complete walkway. And it's pretty obvious, at least it looks pretty obvious to me, what stuff is missing. You can just, reference the next part over. It looks like it's just a bunch of sections that are put in. Just copy.
I'm seeing some of these random like carved pieces in the floors here.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. Is that everything?
Okay, what about down below?
Oh yeah, down below. Yep. Center divider throws a couple of sneaky sneakies at you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay, and then from the outside, let's see, bottom layer. Ooh, looking good. Looking good. All right, yeah, that's looking pretty good. So I would say let's go from where this gray wool ends. Where you at?
I'm kind of right above you.
Oh, you're right. Okay. So where this gray wool ends here, and then get all of that back there, all the way to that intersection.
So if I look at these ends end where it comes out with this polished pillar and then a 3 space and a polished pillar.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like
That's this. Yep.
is where that ends. Okay.
Yep.
So then this starts the hallway.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes.
Okay.
And that
so
goes.
I almost wonder if this hallway ends here, maybe? No,
Maybe.
because it's kind of, I don't know, because here it's like, it does
Nope.
pillar, and then
if it were
there's
me,
spaces,
yeah, I was
and
gonna say,
spaces, but then this is no
if it
longer
were me,
space.
it would be
so
this.
I have a feeling it ends
Yep.
there.
Yep.
We both placed at the same time.
Yep. So that's the section. Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we take this section here? I say we, but I really mean you. Take this section here, and then take the intersection here, and then what we'll do is we'll overlay this magenta chunk on this sort of broken one and see how close it matches up.
Yeah, okay.
Because you can see you got these two polished right next to each other with a single gap in the middle, which looks an awful lot like this.
Oh, like it's coming off this way, and then it goes gap.
Yeah, so here's
see
two
that,
polished right
yeah.
here with one in the middle. So yeah, so if we can lay it that way, granted it's going to stretch probably into that wall, but that's okay. We don't have to put those pieces in. Let's just see if it overlays.
I think it might actually come to here. With just this one piece is missing.
Well, let's see. Let's overlay it and see what happens, and see how close it is. If it's super close, then we know that is a hallway chunk.
Okay, cool. All right, so let me go ahead and grab a schematic of this. Okay, well, I found a way to share these schematics with you. So I've actually uploaded a file. So if you can download that and apply it, you should be able to see the schematic that I just copied from there and pasted over here.
Okay, let's see here. Let me get my backpack off. Get the tablet out. Ooh, look at that.
Look at how closely that matches, so you can see
is
some of the
very
missing
close.
blocks.
Nice. Oh yeah, very nice.
How's it look from the other side?
Looks great. I mean,
All right.
yeah, this is, I mean, I would expect if that was not a cut and paste section of hallway, all these pillars would be off and there'd be a whole bunch of stuff that would just be off. So this looks great. This looks absolutely great.
Excellent.
Yeah, let's go ahead and fill in what we need to fill in.
Okay. So, what do you want to do about these intersections?
Well, so we know that these were the Dark Oak Tower intersections, and it looks like whoever built the Dark Oak Towers disassembled a good portion of this. But, you know, from our time doing the hallways and doing the buildings and everything, it appears to me that everything here is built fairly consistently, sort of fairly regularly. So, like, for example, if we walk over here, all of the sort of sides, the upper sides, what I'm looking at, the edges here, they're all brick, right? They're all deep slate brick.
Yeah.
And all the pillars seem to be polished. What is this? Polished deep slate? Yeah, polished deep slate. So if I were to give you, whoop, bat, all right. If I were to give you like a chunk of hallway, you could probably rebuild the rest of the hallway chunk because it's built fairly regularly, right? With the same type of materials.
I think with what we've learned from all the kind of reconstructions we've already done, I think we could figure it out at least to a high level of accuracy.
Right. So then what I'm thinking is, oh, these stairs just don't go up there. Okay, well, there we go. So what I'm thinking is I'm just going to fill in what I think goes here based on everything else, based on the other intersections, the smaller ones, based on the hallways, all that stuff. So, like, for example, right behind you, we've got these skulk blocks that stick up, right?
Yeah.
These ones. But if you come down here, there's a pretty steady pattern, right? 2 chiseled and then something else, and then 2 chiseled and something else. And later on in the hallways, we find out it's 2 chiseled and a polished. You know, so 2 chiseled and a polished. And obviously this is where the intersection starts, this little cut, because this is slightly different. So these 2 here are probably, you know, chiseled. Or if I go off of what's over, well, that's a bad example because those are all red too. If I go off of what's over here, yeah, we got chiseled, 2 chiseled and something else. So yeah, I mean, this all seems like pretty straightforward stuff. And so I figure what I'll do is I will rebuild it the way I think it should be, and I'll go look at the other intersection too in case there's any pieces missing here that are over there. And then when I'm done with it, you can come by and check it out and see what you think.
All right, that sounds like a plan.
Okay. You're probably wondering what you're doing while I'm doing this too, right?
I mean, I figured I would just go back up and maybe relax a little bit.
Yeah,
have a glass of water.
Nah, we got stuff to do. So
the pillars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost forgot.
So yeah, exactly. So what I figured I'll do is what we'll probably do is what we've been doing with all the other buildings, right? We'll take a schematic of one, overlay it on another, fill in what we need to, back and forth until we get a full one done. And then once we get that full one done, I will just set you loose to knocking these out while I knock out that intersection. That way we can make the best use of our time.
Okay, well, that sounds like a great idea. I like that.
Okay. So it looks like
these pillars seem to follow a very basic pattern.
Yeah.
Because you can see, like, on some of these, you've got, you know, an entire side that's intact, and you can pretty much tell the pattern.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm looking over at this one over here across the way and at the end, and that's got, I don't see any red on that either, just missing stuff. So maybe we should take, how complete is this one? This one.
So this is where there was a pillar here, so that probably helped to.
Oh yeah.
This one as well.
So, so maybe we should take like this one or that one, or like this one over here maybe. This one's not too bad. Use this one and that other one to overlay. See how it goes. I don't know. What do you think?
Let's see. Let's take a look at this one here. This one, are they the same height? Oh, well, no, there's a little difference. Okay, so now this one that looks really intact, it's sitting on a higher floor, but the top is at the same place. So this is technically a shorter pillar. It's a different design.
Okay, it seems to follow the same pattern. Oh.
It does. It does seem to follow the same pattern, but it is shorter.
Yeah, okay, so then... Alright. And what we need to do... Well, I guess at this point, it's just sort of pick and choose. Maybe these two next to each other? Yeah. The one... Yeah, that one and the one to the left, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Just do that and see how it comes out. You know, we might not even really...
or it could just be that it's this stair, but it's not turned sideways like this one is.
Yeah, we might not even need to do much in the way of Litematica or schematics with this, because I'm looking at that one at the end, and it's a fairly regular pattern.
It really is a pretty regular pattern. I almost feel like we don't really need the schematics on this one. I think we can kind of look at the two and compare, like, yep, it's obvious that this band goes, you know, the chiseled and then two tiles, right? And then chiseled
now,
on the corners.
The corners alternate. The corners alternate from chiseled to tile to chiseled.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the sides, it looks like the middles alternate as well.
Yeah. And
but yeah, that
all stairs.
Yeah. Yeah. No. This. Yeah. Okay. Tell you what. Let's pick this one right here, and let's rebuild it as much as we can as compared to the other ones.
Okay.
So then, yeah, so that would be your assignment, and then over here, these are all going to be similar, except for that one on the end. That one's obviously a lot shorter, but it looks like the same construction from the top down.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Yeah, so I would say just knock that out, and I will go knock out the intersection. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Okay, so I think that's all the pillars now.
Okay, well, come on over to the intersection. Oh, here it is. Here it is. That's how you know I did a good job. I couldn't find it. Oh, and it's not done. Hold on. Wait, is that right? Yes. Okay. Okay, now it's done. All right, so this is the intersection. I would like you to look it over and tell me if there is anything that you see that you do not agree with or that you have questions about, and I will answer if I can.
Okay, I feel like this being an intersection, this should probably be a solid floor.
Ooh, good.
So if we think about those other towers where the ladders go up the middle, they kind of only have a space for the ladders, and they have the ladders on all four sides of the pillar.
Okay.
The towers over there.
Yeah.
But then they have like a floor for the rest of it.
That's true.
Let's see.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's a 90-degree. Ooh, okay.
Oh, look, yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's...
but some of the floor is open. So some of the floor is open just directly in front of the ladder.
So why don't I do ladders on all four sides? Where'd it go? Okay, here it is. Why don't I do ladders on all... Well, it didn't have ladders on all four sides. That's the other thing.
Also, it was also modified to fit the tower.
True, very true. So let's do... okay.
But it could... You're right. It could be the ladder was only on this one side, which means this would be the only one with the open floor, maybe?
See what this side looks like. You know what? Yeah, let's just do the one side has the open floor. So the rest is all wool?
Sure. I mean, that matches the hallways that's coming off of it.
That doesn't feel right. Where was that 90-degree?
See, this has... See how it's kind of... Well, this is wool in here.
And then this is polish. Okay, I'll just do polish around the ladder. I like that anyways. And then I think it was brick in the middle. How does that look?
I think that looks great.
Yeah, and actually that lines up with the rest of this too, so... Yeah. That, okay. Yeah, I like the polished around the edge. That's sort of a throwback to the 90-degree. If I had to guess, then yeah, this would probably be what it looks like. So if you are in agreement, let me show you where I think the edges are. So if you come out here to the sides, I think the intersection just goes to this pillar. 2 pillars out. Because that's where the destruction seemed to end.
Yes.
Abruptly, and that's where everything else seems to just abruptly end.
Yes, I think I agree with that.
Okay. So then could you take a schematic of that, and then we'll overlay it on the other intersection, and then I think we'll be good at that point.
All right. Okay, so let's see.
Oh, except now we're good. Oh my God, I'm slacking.
That's okay. I'll go ahead and start defining the area while you touch up.
Okay.
The last things.
Okay, so then the final thing left to do is the little archway type thing. So these guys here, and I'm pretty sure we have... Where did we see that one that was mostly complete?
I think there was one over near the elevator.
Okay.
Water elevator, I think.
Where is that?
Okay.
Oh, we're right here. Okay.
Is this the one? Okay, I'm wrong. So there was a different one, I think, that was more complete than this.
Yeah, there was. Where was it? Okay, so let's go ahead and fill in what we can see needs to be filled in. So it looks like brick. So,
Oh, they're different on either side.
I've noticed that a couple times where they do like a... Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you see that?
Okay, so then that one. And that one's a tile.
Looks like all of this base is. Yeah, those are. Anything else missing? Okay.
So I think this is the edge of it, where that orange block is. Oh,
I feel like it's probably here.
well, okay.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Okay, I might be wrong. Tell me why.
I don't know. Well, the only reason why it says is because all of the missing blocks ended here, but that might also be because we didn't go that far back either when we rebuilt the stairs on that side. So no, you're probably right on that one.
Well, no. If we rebuilt this stair section, it would have ended where it ended. So if we had unknown blocks here, then that is where it is.
Okay, let's see.
Let's go look at some of the other arches
Yep.
and see if we can see red blocks or something out to the second pillar. Yep, it is. No, that's a different one. Yeah, here's the second pillar, except it's in front of it. No. They're a bit different. I don't like this. I don't like how different they are.
Are they though? Because it looks like just one end has the... Let's see here.
Oh no.
Nope. That's yeah. So, okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Hey, here. Why don't we just do this? Why don't you get the full extent of this, and then just overlay it on that and see which ones line up and which ones where it starts to get all funky.
Okay. So, as we move around this thing, it looks like it's positioned right because all of this stuff is lining up. These two little nubs here line up. All of this is lining up, but then this is a problem.
I think it's maybe because
this is saying that this pillar should be here, probably because
of the intersection.
pillar is part of the intersection. So it's like
It's freaking out about it.
so.
Well, here, let's see if we can find another one. Don't get rid of that.
Yep, I'll just leave that position where it is. So I'll add one on this one here.
Yeah, this one. Oh yeah, this one. This one's missing a lot. But we got the two nubs.
Okay, so let's see how this one lines up. Okay, yep, we know where the two nubs are. So this is going to be more like the other one.
Oh, look at
This
that.
one, see, this
Okay.
one lines up.
Yeah, that one then
So
is obviously the intersection that's messing with it.
Yeah, so this hallway piece, this section of the hallway, should have come out a block or two.
That's okay. I mean, we
We can
kind of know what. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do this, and then
Now,
for this one we'll just.
Only...
Oh, I don't know how many there are.
Okay.
For this one, we'll just ignore
Ignore these mismatched colors.
Yeah. Just ignore, this one sort of layer. Just ignore that.
Okay, sounds good. I'll start working on this one then.
Okay, yeah, I'll start on this one then.
Okay. Boy, we're almost done with this. This is getting really exciting.
Yeah. So we only have one last thing to do today.
Okay. What's that?
Let's go back to the camp.
Okay, I've got all the maps copied, locked, and ready to go.
Perfect. I got a board for day 6 and day 7 for when we finish that. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm busy.
Yeah. So when you're ready, just slap them on up there.
This one there. And there.
Wow. Look at that. Huh.
Oh, that looks incredible.
Yeah. This is coming along really, really nicely. All right. So then the only thing we got left, well, you can see what we got left. We got the gate. We got, let's see, locus B. C, D, E, F, G, H. So B, E, and H, and then a little bit of F right there. And then, then we'll be all done with deskulkifying and restoring it to its demolished state. So, yeah, that was a good day.
Excellent. That was a good day's work.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess it's on to tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go hit the tent.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, man. Ooh. It's super early. You know what? Let's get a good early start for the day. Hey, Oda. Okay. Not in there. Eating breakfast, maybe? Hey, Oda, we... Okay. In the lab. Nope, door's open. He must be in the lab. Hey, Oda, we need to... Oh, what the heck? Oh, there's no way he beat me down there. No way he beat me down there. Oh, yep, door's open. I bet he did. Well, let's see. Hey, Oda, you down here? Let's get a good vantage point here and see if we can see him. Okay. Oda, you around here somewhere?
Oh, hey, good morning, Daskalos.
So, what's up?
I've been... This bit of broken hallway's been bothering me.
Okay.
And it was kind of keeping me up last night. I couldn't really sleep thinking about this.
Okay. Yeah. Probably wondering what we're going to do about this, because it's kind of big.
Yeah, because there's a couple spots where these hallway parts are just blown out so much, it's really hard to figure out what they could have been.
Yeah. Well, this one I think is probably a little bit easier than some of the others. I know which ones you're talking about. And I think this is just a continuation of the hallway. And let me tell you why I think that. If you look at the hallway, it's got these polished deep slate pillars here. And part of what's left of this is a couple of these polished deep slate pillars. And it looks about like the right gap. So I think this is just a chunk of standard hallway that just sort of fell apart. Just totally fell apart. And I think I think that's a pretty safe guess for that too.
All right, let me try this. Let me try overlaying a schematic of this, because this over here is a basic hallway chunk, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. Mm-hmm.
Let me try laying a schematic of that over this.
Sure.
And I guess discounting some of this rubble. Let's see if these standing wall bits match up with that or not.
Okay, yeah.
All right, well, you could probably go ahead and download this schematic now. I'm actually thinking this might be correct. This might be a regular hallway part.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, come around this side here where there's a little bit more of the standing. You do walk through the schematic.
You walk through the schematic. I was like, whoa, hey.
See, now all of these parts of this all match up.
Yeah. It looks like what is this? Just the glass? Yeah, it's the glass.
Yeah, those are the where the sculk was.
And
again, discounting stuff like the lanterns and some of this rubble.
Yeah. Well, lanterns probably fell. That's probably what happened there. So, well, except for this one. This one kind of off to the side. But yeah. No, this looks great. This looks about right. So yeah, I think this was kind of an easy one. Where's the other ones? Where's the other big gaps?
The other ones are over that way.
All right, well, let's go check those out. Okay. Yeah, this one.
Let's see.
Well, there's that one, and then there's the gap on the other side there. So, this big one here that we thought might have been a structure at some point. I think what we should do here is I think we should do the same thing. Overlay the hallway portion. Going off of the stairwell section here. So this, if you still have the schematic for the stairwell section, overlay it on top of this so we know where to start the hallway and see how close it gets to this intersection. And see what it looks like. And see, I don't know, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, maybe we have to rethink it. But if it works, then we just go with it.
All right, sounds good. Let me go ahead and get that loaded up real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so you should be able to download this one now, and there isn't much to go on, but right at the edges where there is material, it actually looks like it might match up.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of blue. Yeah. Still feels
there's
weird
not
to
much
walk
to go
through.
on. There's just some few bits right on the edges, right? So like from here over, you actually have some structure that's still intact, and that is lining up with the normal hallway.
Okay, I think this looks good. I mean, this looks pretty spot on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that all of this rubble on the ground is basically the hallway that is sort of fallen and sort of spread out, and that's why it's so deteriorated. That's why we have slabs. That's why we've got some stairs. That's what I think's going on here. If I had to guess.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yep, I think I agree with that.
Okay, cool. That looks really good. Let's go check out this other one that's on the other side.
Oh, that's right, because there's this other one. Now this is, to me, this feels like a larger piece of hallway, but we can align one up and see what we can find out.
So this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this pillar here that was sculk is probably polished because this stairwell ends right here. So I bet this is a chunk of hallway as well, because we got another polished right here, which is probably part of a pillar. So yeah, I'm willing to bet this is, I'm gonna, if I was a gambling man, I'd say that's probably hallway, but let's see what the schematic says.
Alrighty. Okay, I've got this one in place now. You can go ahead and download those, and it mostly matches up, but there's a little bit of question. And I'll wait for you to get those up to show you what I mean.
Okay.
Okay, do you have
that looks pretty good.
Yeah, it does. It does. It feels like it lines up really, really well. The only thing is, if you can see this right here is where this stairwell ends, and this is where the hallway section begins. So there's this little tiny gap of about 3 blocks.
Yeah,
it
3
kind
blocks.
of doesn't belong to anybody. It doesn't belong to one of the structures.
I'm wondering if that isn't just on us. I wonder if we just didn't get the right the right distance on either the stairwell or the hallway sections. Maybe, I don't know.
That could be. But we did do a couple other stairwells, like maybe 1 or 2 others. But yeah, you're right. Maybe we had the length of that wrong.
Yeah, I mean that's possible, and it doesn't. I mean, it's three blocks, but it's a pillar, which looks. I mean, it's still in line with everything. And on this side, yeah, oh, you know what this is? This is that stairwell thing, the other stairwell thing. You remember that from?
Oh, that's right. There were a couple hallways that had the little stairs coming off the side. Oh, it's probably.
Do you still have that schematic somewhere?
We didn't have a separate schematic for those. They were just slightly modified from this normal hallway.
Okay, so yeah, then that's what. Okay, so yeah, so this is probably that chunk, and you're right. It was modified from a standard hallway. So, and I think all it is just the stairs, and then these slabs came out. Right, they came out and sort of squared off. If I remember right. Anyways, yeah. So I think this looks good. I honestly think this looks good. I think this is a pretty good lineup. And then this is the modified standard hallway.
Excellent.
Yeah, this looks great. I think before we build this one, we should definitely look at another example of one of these modified hallways to make sure that we get this center section. Oh.
Dang it. That wasn't supposed to pop up on the screen. You were going to be talking, and then I was going to be here mining this diamond, and you'd be like, hey.
Yeah, caught you. Okay. Yeah, all right, yeah. Anyways, we'll I'm totally leaving that in, by the way. We're going to... I think we should totally check out one of these one of these on another one to make sure that we get it right. Anyways. All right. We got other stuff that's missing, right? Or is that it? Oh, we got the other. This is the only like standard hallway type stuff, right? Because the other, because it's
yes.
Hold on, it's locus B, G obviously for the gate, E, and H, I think. Oh, okay.
There you go. I fixed it.
Yeah. All right. Oh, it feels so weird to walk through that schematic.
It does.
Okay, so let's. Yeah. Okay. So I think these are the only sort of standard construction hallway type stuff that we've got for today. So, you know what comes next, then? Yeah.
Let's start rebuilding these hallway bits.
Yep. Time lapse.
All right.
Oh, yeah. That looks great. Look at that. That looks really good.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. You had questions on other gaps?
Well, those were the main questions, but then
Okay.
I think the next thing we had was that kind of that covered road that leads to the center gate.
Oh, yeah. A couple things I have noticed while in this area. First, we've got this floor that comes up, which of course matches with this other side too. And we've got these little bridges that come out that have obviously fallen apart. So I think these should obviously be rebuilt as well.
Okay.
And there will be like a little cubby hole underneath here. I don't really know what to do about that, but it obviously was there at some point. So yeah, I don't know. We'll look at it and see if anything sort of strikes
that
our
weird,
fancy. Yeah.
Where the layers kind of split.
Yeah.
Yeah, we dealt with that with the columns.
Yeah. And then where this road splits, it goes into this little higher chunk here. That's covered. So the covered section, I think we can rebuild pretty easily. It's the same sort of or similar archways as this one. And these archways we can do just like what we did with the pillars. We'll rebuild one and then overlay schematics over it, or even, I mean, they look pretty straightforward. We might even just be able to do it without the schematics because they all seem to be fairly straightforward.
Yeah, it seems like each one of these little bands is probably the same. So
Matter of fact, looks like this one is relatively intact in certain areas where this one might not be, and the one next to it might not be. So yeah, why don't we just I think we could do it without the schematics on this, just by comparing. And then for
I think so.
For the covered one, I knew my luck was going to run out. Okay. For the covered one, I think that's pretty straightforward as well. I mean, this is pretty straightforward. Let's tell you what, let's rebuild one and see how easy it is to rebuild.
Okay.
That looks absolutely great. Let's see. So that's B, locus B done. We have anything else on the outside? Let's do a quick walk around, make sure that we got everything.
It's looking good there.
Yeah, it looks like we got everything. I don't see any red. I don't see any gaps. Other than, you know, once we get up to the actual outer wall of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
I think this looks great. And we did that all without schematics too, which is also, I mean, this was all cut and paste pretty much. They all had the same.
Like a repeating pattern, essentially.
Yeah, and when you stand right in the middle and just like look down, that is, yeah, look at that.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That is really cool. Okay. What else did we have? For this, let's look at how it is constructed. Oh. Again, looks like it's all copy-paste. Okay. It looks like it comes in a little bit here, and then recesses.
Mm-hmm. And then this recess kind of goes all along this side. So it's almost like just this middle part where they stick out, that's the odd man out.
Yeah. What about on the other side? Oh, same thing. It's all recessed on the other side. Okay.
Oh. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe it's just that front part where the entrance is.
So, okay, I think this is what we should do. We should, first and foremost, let's fix the floor so that we don't keep falling in holes. And which looks like it's just brick.
Looks like it's all brick, and I'm assuming that this deep slate is probably just deteriorated brick.
Yep.
Leave them or replace them?
Is this just straight up deep? It is just straight up deep slate. Well, I say we leave them.
Okay.
This is what I think we should do. I think we should, or I say we, but I mean you, take a point here and take a point at the far other corner and say, replace all air with deep slate brick. Yeah, because it's below the floor inside this little lab thing, so I think we'll be fine to do that. And I think we should just replace it en masse.
Okay, rather than hopping around doing one by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's probably the easiest way to do it.
We're gonna go here. Bricks.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Boom.
Yeah. There we go. Bam. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I guess then the question is, should we start? What do you think would be the easiest and or quickest way to do this? Should we start at the outer wall here and fix all this first, or should we start at the inner wall, fix up, and then sort of like, what do you think? I mean, I'm defaulting to you because I feel like big projects are a little more up your alley.
Maybe the outer first. Let's work our way in. So let's do this outer first.
Okay.
And again, this looks like it's following a pattern too, right?
Yep. It's all following pattern, so it's all cobbled
so
down here.
Just regular. Now remember, this is deep slate, so it's directional.
Is that deep slate?
Got it.
Standard deep? Oh, it is standard deep slate. Okay.
Yeah. Except
that's not right. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the bottom.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, you start this way and go counterclockwise, and I'll start on the other side of this.
Okay.
And go clockwise.
Yeah, that works. So that all is done. Theoretically, we shouldn't have any more skulk anywhere. Any more of the skulk blocks anywhere, the red skulk blocks. But let's double check. So why don't we divide up this area right down the middle. I'll take the right hand side if you want to take the left hand side, and let's just fly around and see if you can find any red skulk blocks.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
Cool. All right. So I didn't see any more red skulk blocks.
I didn't either. I think we're done with the first phase of this.
Yep. So there's only one thing left to do.
What's that?
Maps.
Oh.
Look at that.
Wow. No more skulk.
Yeah, that looks great.
Oh, wow.
This is awesome. Huh.
Oh, wow, that's really clean.
Yeah. That is great. Well, there's only one more thing left for me to do before we continue working on this. I gotta figure out how to restore these buildings.
That's right. All we did was restore the ruins.
All right. So before we get started, I want to point out a few things and talk about some assumptions that are going to be made. First off, this city is divided into quadrants here. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the city was divided into quadrants when it was in use. This is an arbitrary division that I made based on the fact that, from above, it has a plus sign type shape to it, dividing it evenly into quadrants. It is, of course, possible that the city was divided into quadrants when it was in use, but it could have also been divided in half, or even into smaller neighborhoods, and I'm using quotes on neighborhoods. All of this is to say, don't take my divisions of the city as something that would have been done while the city was in use. It was just easier to divide and conquer when it came to the work Oda and I did. I also keep referring to the place as a city, but we don't actually know that. I'm just going to refer to it as the ancient city or the city, simply because it's the name by which it's known. But by no means should we assume that this is an actual city the way we think of it. The next thing I want to point out is a big assumption that I'm going to be making. I'm going to assume that the chests in the structures hold the items that were found in those specific structures. There's no wood in this place that survived from when it was in use, yet the chests are made of wood. So we can assume that either the chests are a later addition, like the Dark Oak Towers, or the chests were treated in such a way to allow them to survive. If the chests were a later addition, I'm going to assume that they were placed in the structure and then all the items found in that structure were placed in the chest. If the chests are an original addition, it is a safe bet to assume that this means that those items in those chests came from that structure. Either way, the assumption is going to be made that the items in the chests come from the structure from which the chests are sitting in. And to be honest, I think that's a safe bet. It doesn't make sense to put items in a chest that are from the other side of the map. Another assumption I'm going to be making is that this is the only city. Well, sorta. As you know from episode 1, we are rebuilding this city and not worrying about the harm that may cause because there are hundreds, if not thousands, of ancient cities in this world. However, when it comes to the restoration, of the structures within the city, we've worked off of the assumption that there are no other cities for us to base our predictions on. I realize that that might be a weird way of going about it. Are there other cities? Are there not other cities? You know, that kind of thing. But I want you to understand that archaeologists don't always have other settlements to base their assumptions on. And even when they do, you cannot assume homogeny. And, of course, they certainly don't have structure blocks. So all of you who keep suggesting that, please stop. That's not the point of this series. Furthermore, even if I were to use other cities for reference, their generation is different in every instance, which means that the interpretation of this city here is only for this city. And I'm going to repeat that. The interpretation of this city is only for this city here. You cannot take my interpretation of this particular ancient city and apply it to every other ancient city in every other world. So, don't come into my comments section with, well, the ancient city in my world has X, Y, and Z, so you're wrong, because that's just stupid. We wouldn't assume that downtown New York City is the same as downtown Cottonwood Falls, Kansas, population 850, would we? Weird shout out to Cottonwood Falls, Kansas, I guess. So with that being said, let's get into it. Okay, so here we are at Red A1. Now I want you to notice something about this place. We have 2 stories. Well, technically 3 if you count this bottom one as a story as well. This is more like a half, well, this is more like first story, that's second story, and this is like a half story almost in between. Anyways, doesn't matter. I just want to point out the fact that this is a fairly large building with multiple stories. That's going to come in to play later on, so keep that in mind. Okay, you'll also notice that we've got this sort of altar looking thing here with chests on either side, a left and a right, and when you come up to this altar looking thing here, you have sort of the same thing with left and right fires. Now, what does that say? That says a lot of things. We could assume that because this altar looks a lot like the altar on the first floor, or the half floor, I guess, and it's got a left and right, that they sort of correspond with each other. So maybe that left chest corresponds with this left fire. Maybe this right fire corresponds to that right chest. The reason why I bring it up in that way is because when you look at these chests, you have a lot of things in them. Matter of fact, this is probably the most full chests in the entire city, right? Both red buildings have incredibly full chests. And what do you see? You see bones, you see coal, you see amethyst shards, bottles of enchanting, echo shards, glowberries, record, other side. Other side is a, fairly happy sounding thing. On this one, it's a lot of the same stuff. Bones, coal, candles. You even have a lead and diamond horse armor, which is interesting. Let's talk a little bit about monumental architecture. Now, monumental architecture are very large structures built for public or ceremonial use. Now, these structures are usually significantly larger than residential units in the surrounding areas. And this is important because residential units can usually be built by a small group or even a couple of people, whereas monumental architecture usually requires the coordinated work of many people and oftentimes the use of specialists as well. Now, this coordination would have required an administrative system capable of organizing a large workforce. And this is important because it suggests that there is some sort of political hierarchy within this society that utilizes some form of administration. That will definitely come up again later. And why would you build this very large structure? Well, I think the key lies in these altars, these altar-looking things. You've got candles, which you can get from the box. See, there's a candle. There's a candle, or many candles, and you can put them in here. You've also got this, which, I mean, come on. This is a depiction of the warden's head. That's exactly what the warden's head looks like. And as we move around this city, you'll see a lot of depictions of the warden. specifically warden body parts or the body itself. So we've got a head here, we've got something that looks like an altar, we've got something that looks like chests, and we've got something up here that looks like an altar, and instead of chests we have fire. Now if I were to take one of these items and throw it on that fire, it would probably get burned up. I don't know, I haven't tried because that'd be messed up. Now keep in mind, I also am in a creative world. It just makes moving around in this world a little bit better when I don't have to worry about the big giant walls and everything. And also if I mess anything up in this world, it's not messed up in the regular world. So if I accidentally click something, it's not messing up our actual, ancient city. Anyways, something else I want to bring up about the chests as well. A lot of these things, you have to place them in this way. If I were to have bones in my inventory and shift click them, they're going to go up into the first slot that there are bones, which means that these were placed in individually, possibly by different people. Because if you are placing stuff in, why would you spread it out like this? And it's not like, oh, you can only put 2 bones in at a time. There's different numbers. There's 12 bones, 2 bones, 6 bones, 2 bones, 7 coal, 4 coal. So I'm going to assume that the placement of these objects are not by the same person, or at least not at the same instance. So it could be different people. It could be different times. So that's pretty interesting. What does this all mean though? Well, let's look at this one. I think it's pretty telling, to be honest with you. What do you use coal for? Well, you use coal for burning. What do you use bones for? Well, you can use bones for bone meal, but also in the real world, what's left over from animals are usually the bones, so I guess you could burn the bones too. Bottle of enchanting, that comes in handy if you're enchanting or you want XP. The bottle of regeneration, that's useful. I mean, if you get hurt, you definitely want to regen fast, right? And other side, or I guess this one's cat. The other one's other side. Cat is a weird one because cat's kind of a, I don't know, just kind of a weird music disc. But it doesn't matter. What I'm getting to is this. I think the main giveaway here is the armor and the lead. Both of those things suggest horse. You've got bones. Bones, to me, suggest the leftovers of a dead animal. Maybe the horse. Who knows? Coal could be used for fires, and candles could also be used to put on altars and up there and all around. I think these chests are either the leftovers of offerings or offerings to be made. Now this one, the bones could be leftovers of offerings from animals, along with coal and of course candles you can place. With this one, you'll notice it's got amethyst shards and echo shards, which are not in the other one, along with glowberries. I think these are also offerings, but instead of being burned, they're put in the chest. So I think this is more of a ceremonial structure. Now, before anyone jumps into the comment section, I am actually using ceremonial and ritual, okay, those two terms to mean sort of an act of reverence, okay? I'm not using ritual and ceremonial to mean that I just don't know, which is what a lot of archaeologists do. I am meaning acts of reverence, okay? So this isn't brushing your teeth every day. This isn't taking a shower every day. Those are rituals, all right, as well. I mean acts of reverence for someone or something, okay? It's interesting that we have the depiction of the warden's head right here in the middle of this structure, this very official structure, by the way. So I think the chests are offerings and or remains of offerings. So you can grab a candle and place it if you want. You can put your bones in here when you're done with burning whatever animal. You can put amethyst shards and echo shards, which you have to go and collect. Same thing with glowberries. These are all offerings and sacrifices. I think this structure is ceremonial in nature. And by ceremonial, I mean some sort of act of reverence. And because it's so big, and because it would take people, a lot of people to build it, or at least a lot of organized labor, I think this is an official ceremonial structure. We will get into unofficial later, but I definitely think that this is official ceremonial structures. Okay, let's go look at the other red, which is over in C7. Here we are at the other red structure. All right, same thing. Warden head in the middle, left and right fires, and whabam. We have different things now. We've got glowberries, another lead, disc fragments, skulk sensors, and the like. Now, if you're worried about these items being different from the original ancient city that I copied this over into the creative world from, it's not. I already checked. These are all the same items. You also have a used diamond hoe, echo shards, and soul torches. Now, what does this mean? These are definitely different than the last time, and it's not so full. I mean, it's more full than some of the other chests in the city, but this one is pretty sparse. So this could mean a couple different things. One, this structure may not be used as heavily as the other one, or it could be a newer structure. That's another way to go. Maybe they just haven't acquired the amount of stuff. It could also be that these things get periodically cleared out. Periodically cleared out, right? And so this might be some leftovers or some new stuff in here. Could be any number of things. I think the structure generally is going to be the same, an official ceremonial structure. However, I think because we don't have any bones or anything like that, perhaps the sacrifices or offerings are a little different, right? We've got glowberries, we have skulk sensors of all things, but we also have the hoe, which of course you can use to harvest skulk. Echo shards, soul torches. This might be slightly different this might show that things are slightly different when it comes to the ceremonial aspect of this building. So red A1 and red C7, they might be different. They also might be looted as well. So there's that too. One thing I do want to point out, no, not that one, this one here. The disc frags. We're actually going to run into more disc fragments throughout this entire building, and that's pretty interesting because it's never a whole disc. It's just pieces of the disc, which suggests a couple different things. The main thing is that if you have fragments of the same disc but in different buildings, you can make the assumption that those buildings are in existence at the same time. Whether they were built at the same time or whether they were used at the same time, who knows? But they were all in existence at the same time because they all have the same stuff in them, or at least deposited in them. The other thing is that this might be a form of some sort of ritual destruction. And you're wondering, what the heck is ritual destruction? And how does that play into this? Well, have you ever seen somebody christen a brand new boat? You know, like the big carriers and ships and stuff like that. They usually smack it with a wine bottle and break the wine bottle, right? Or how about weddings where they break plates? Or if you're an archaeologist, how about the ceremonial destruction of structures when you leave, when people leave them, right? There's all kinds of ritual destruction of items to christen new things, to close out old things. There is a precedent for breaking stuff in order to sacrifice it for some sort of inanimate object or some sort of function or something like that. So that's what I think is going on here. I think those disc fragments are broken specifically and purposefully, and I think they're in other buildings all over the place because all those buildings were at the same time or up at the same time. Whether or not they were all christened at the same time, who knows? But they all existed at the same time. Okay, so there we go. Red building is some sort of official ceremonial structure. That's what I'm saying. Let's move on to the light blue. I'm sorry, not light blue, regular blue. Light blue is a different building. Okay, so here we are at the light blue. See, I just did it again. Here we are at the regular blue building. Oh man. I'm going to leave most of these mistakes in too, because why not? Okay, so blue. Let me flip to that page. All right. Yes, I took extensive notes. So interestingly enough, it is a smaller building. You don't need as much organization to build something like this. We'll get into sort of more of the structures and things like that when we actually do the restoration. But I want to point out the chest. This is A2. And look at what we got. This is interesting. We've got amethyst shards, bones, and coal, soul torches, and some skulk blocks, and a hoe, and a candle, which does line up with the ceremonial structures, the ceremonial red structures. And if I hop up here, look what's just beyond. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. Its proximity to a red structure suggests that this might have some sort of connection. At least that's what I'm thinking, especially when they share so many of the same items. So, what does that mean? Was this another ritual structure or ceremonial structure? And to be honest with you, I don't think so. We don't have an altar. We don't have candles set up. We don't have things set up to suggest any kind of ceremony taking place here. But we do have ceremonial objects or ritual type objects. So what I think is going on here is, believe it or not, I think it's storage. I think it's some sort of ritual storage or storage of ritual things. And who would do that? Who would store... Oh, banner's in the way. Who would store ritual items? Well, priests might. You know, at churches, modern churches, you have priests with, you know, their ceremonial garb and stuff like that they own, that they keep, you know, themselves. So maybe that's what's going on here. I think this might be some sort of storage, maybe even a residence. But this is only one of 4 different buildings. So let's go check out the rest. Okay, so here we are. We've got empty books, coal, horse armor, and a saddle. Okay. So the saddle and the horse armor suggests that someone is riding a horse and needs to armor it, or at least make it look good, right? So when it comes to sacrifice, you know, if you could always make the animal look good. The Greeks used to do that with gilding horns and stuff like that. But the armor also has a functional aspect too. So this is possibly somebody using a horse to get around. Get around an ancient city? That seems odd, right? Pretty odd. But then you've got things like torches and empty books. Now, the books can be used for enchanting, and we will run into enchanted books later, but you can also use the books to make notes and or write things down. So you have somebody who's using a horse, writing things down, and possibly needing coal to make torches or whatever. I don't know about you, but when I explore the overworld, I like to have torches on hand. And when I was going over this ancient city here, I took a lot of notes. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that whoever was using this structure here, this blue A4 structure, was some sort of explorer. Now, does that mean this is some sort of explorer's storage? Some sort of explorer's house? Don't know. It is definitely big enough to live in. I mean, when we look at the villagers' houses, they're significantly smaller than this, so it's possible that this was a residence. In that case, this would be an explorer's residence. And the other blue, which is over there, could be a priest residence. And look at how close to the red structure that one is versus this one. That might also be why there's different items. So this structure, the blue structure that we have here, might be the residence in this place. It might also be storage, but I'm starting to lean towards residence. And I think A2 is priest or some sort of religious residence, and A4 here is some sort of explorer's residence. But these aren't the only ones. Let's go check out C6. Here we are at C6. Now, if these are different places that have different residents, there's going to be different things in this chest. Oh, look at that. No horse armor, no coal, no shards, but we do have books, bones, a record disc of all things with cat yet again, and then we have swift sneak. Oh, 1 and 2. Okay. Now, these, of course, are used to help you get around quicker in the ancient city when sneaking. So that's interesting. But who knows what's going on here? Bones are interesting. Bones we do see in that ceremonial structure again. And we do have cat in the ceremonial structure. So that lines up with the A2 blue building. But then we also have the books, which also lines up with the A4 building. And then we have Swift Sneak, which would help out an explorer as well. So, yeah. What's going on here? Well, the empty books you need for taking notes or recording things. Bones, we know from the red building, might be the remnants of sacrifices. Okay. And the record was also found in these structures, the ceremonial structures. It's possible that this is some sort of archivist or record keeper for maybe the ceremonial structures, maybe other things. I'm leaning towards some sort of record keeper, some sort of archivist. You're archiving the bones, you're archiving books, maybe. That's a tough one to really sort of go off of or to come up with off of that stuff, but that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. It's definitely some sort of, again, maybe some sort of residence, because these seem like weird items, possibly personal. I mean, the record you could play, but you could also play that record at the ceremonial structure too, which makes me lean a little bit more towards someone who is helping out or someone who is archiving. So I'm going to tentatively say an archival residence, but there's not enough stuff here to really tell me for sure. And then finally, let's check out I3. I3. All right, so if this is a residence, then that means someone lived here, had a job. Let's see what this is. This has books, echo shards, bottle of enchanting, disc fragments, sculk catalyst. Oh, and armor. Oh, pretty decent armor too. Well, so this has things that are different than the other ones. Namely, sculk catalyst, echo shards, armor, obviously, and disc fragments. It still has books, just like the rest, and, oh, it's got other sides, so it doesn't have cat, but it's got a record disc. This might also be an explorer's residence as well. There's a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of recording. Maybe some sort of scientist? Maybe some sort of researcher? I mean, you get some armor, you get some bottles of enchanting, I guess. Well, or it might be an enchanter. Maybe they're getting the books ready to enchant. It's a tough call. Echo shards are interesting. You got to collect those. Well, I don't know how you even get those other than collecting them from these chests. Catalysts are interesting. Makes me think that maybe it is a researcher doing some sort of research. I'm not too sure. The armor suggests explorer, especially with like echo shards and, well, yeah, armor suggests explorer. Bottle of enchanting suggests maybe an enchanter along with the books. Also, with the books and the armor suggests explorer. Echo shards, sculk catalysts, those suggest possibly some sort of researcher or somebody doing something with sculk. This one's a tough one as well. Let's take an aside real quick to discuss the echo shards. Now, at the time of recording the interpretation, as I walked around the city, I forgot about what the echo shards are used for. These crystals are used to manufacture the recovery compass. Now, the recovery compass is an item used to direct a player to the last known location of their death to recover their items. Now, we don't know if the inhabitants of this ancient city knew how to manufacture a recovery compass, but we do find compasses within the city, so it is a possibility. Now, this would mean a lot of things when it comes to the inhabitants' understanding of death, but if they did know how to manufacture the recovery compass, this begs the question, why don't we find any? What's the final verdict on the blue buildings? I think the blue buildings are some sort of residence. The chests are storage for those residents, and I think they're specific jobs that are living in these residents. I think A2 is definitely some sort of like a priest or ritual residence. So someone who is doing things at A2, or I'm sorry, A1, red A1, because of its proximity. A4 seems like an explorer of some sort. C6 might be archivist. It's hard to tell. And this one's hard to tell. It might be a little bit of a combination of all of the above. What is it near? Let's see here. Well, it's near the light blue, which we might cover next, and a pink and another light blue. Well, maybe what is in light blue will tell us something. So let's do light blue. Welcome to light blue I2, maybe? Okay, yeah, this is I4. Okay, we've got 3 used diamond hose that, I mean, those are great for using on Skulk, which we do have some Skulk stuff here. Though none of these have Silk Touch. I don't know if you get these unless you have Silk Touch. I'm pretty sure you have to have Silk Touch, but whatever. Potion of Regeneration. Okay, that's a good one to have. Coal. And bones. Again, lots of bones and coal, which suggests some sort of ritual connotation. And the reason why I say that, well, one, this is sort of altar-like, but not really. But this, look at this. That right there screams Warden. Specifically, Warden's chest. Now, I'm going to get into what that might mean later, but this definitely says Warden. At least the chest, you know, so the little thorax part of the Warden, you've got the little rib cages and stuff. Now, this one's kind of destroyed a little bit, but you definitely have that same look. It could also be the Warden itself. You know, there's the head, there's the body, the little arms that stick out. But yeah, this is screaming the body portion of the Warden. So what do I think is going on here? Well, you'll notice it is a big structure, another big structure, but not as big as red. The red structures are massive compared to this. This is also just 1 story. Granted, it's elevated, but it's still just 1 story, which tells me that this may also be another ceremonial structure, maybe not as official. Okay, now we've got pillars here. Pillars that sort of frame this, you know, rib cage of the Warden. So yeah, I'm leaning towards this might be the entrance, just by the way that it's set up, and this is the back wall. So you're walking through the Warden's chest to get into here. Yeah, that screams ceremonial structure, okay? Because you're doing some sort of really overt ritualistic type entrance. So I am going to, oh, you got little cubby holes too. I'm going to say that this is another ceremonial structure. And again, not like, I don't know, so I'm just saying ceremonial. I mean like an act of reverence type structure. And I think these, again, are some sort of, whatever's left over from sacrifice. Maybe people that died while harvesting Skulk with the hose. Maybe. We do have the Skulk sensors. I mean, those things trigger the Warden, so you want to get rid of those if you want to sneak around without alerting the Warden. So, yeah, this may be some sort of ceremonial structure again, where this is the remnants of either those who were collecting things for maybe the red building or for this building, like, sacrifices and stuff like that, that are being made for the Warden. Now, granted, there's no fire in here, so maybe there's not a sacrifice happening in here. Maybe this is some sort of mausoleum. Maybe this little table housed someone, and that's what's left over from them. Maybe they were out collecting Skulk. Okay, so this This structure here, I think, is another type of ceremonial structure, and I am willing to bet maybe a mausoleum, maybe some sort of thing for the dead. I mean, you got these little cubby holes where bodies can be laid, urns can be placed. That's pretty. I mean, I'm leaning towards that, but you know what? Let's go check out I2, I think. Yeah, I2, which is right over here. All right, I2, same sort of construction. What do we got? Wow. 2 notch apples. Allegedly, that's what the kids call them. We got empty books. Oh, enchanted books, feather falling, and aqua affinity. Feather falling to help you not die. And aqua affinity to, I guess, also help you be more efficient underwater. 2 diamond horse armor. The 13 disc compass. Oh man, curse of binding. Oh, okay. So here we go. Whoever was wearing this, they died. Curse of binding. Not curse of vanishing. Curse of vanishing means that if they died, it would have gone away with them. Curse of binding, of course, it's not used. So maybe this was made, but nobody ever used it. If this were used, I'd say, oh yeah, somebody who was wearing this died. But 2 diamond horse armor, a compass, that's diamond horse armor, armored legs, a compass, enchanted golden apple, and empty books screams explorer, right? Because you got the horse to move around on. I don't know about the disc. You got books to record, compass to get you back. It looks like the compass. Okay, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to see if the compass. Oh, look at that. Where does it point? It's not pointing anywhere. I'm an idiot. It's not pointing anywhere. Wait, what? Okay, we're gonna put that back. Yeah, so it's just pointing that way, which is east. So it's pointing east. Okay, whatever. So yeah, you got compass, which is still getting all twitchy. Man, that screams explorer, which means that I'm leaning more towards mausoleum, more towards some sort of burial chamber. This is really, really big though. This is like really, really big. Okay. So you have somebody buried up there, maybe somebody down here, maybe 2 people in there, maybe an urn in there. Like, okay, maybe a family burial. But this is, yeah, this is screaming some sort of yeah, like a catacomb type thing. Yeah. So, okay. Well, you know what? That's 2 of 3. Let's go check out G and see what G says. G9 is where we're going. All right, G9. Okay, if this is some sort of mausoleum, some sort of crypt, though very fancy crypt, then this will also have some sort of job type stuff. Quick charge. Oh. Channeling. Oh my god. So is this a warrior burial? Skulk, another broken disc fragment. So we're ritualistically breaking things. Okay. Ritual destruction. Lots of coal. Quick charge, which I think is for your crossbows, and channeling, which is for your trident. Both of those can be used in warfare. 13, which I forget what 13 sounds like. I think that one's kind of weird sounding though. And a regenerate. Oh man, yeah. This and armor that hasn't been worn. Unbreaking through. Wow, that's actually pretty decent. This is a warrior burial, or this is what the remnants of a warrior. I would have liked to have seen bones. Maybe the coal is supposed to be cremated remains. So yeah, warrior. Maybe these are like offering spots. Maybe the warrior was here and that's offering spots on top. I don't know. But this, I mean, okay, so if you've seen the warden up close and lived, or just remember what it looked like because you respawn later, I think there are like swirling souls in the chest, which means if you're walking up through here, you are entering where souls are, right? That makes sense. So you know what? I'm gonna have to chalk it up to, and I'm gonna write this down because I forgot to write this down earlier. I am going to say that the light blue is going to be, you know, crypt or tomb. That's what I think is going on here. I mean, how cool would that be if there were like banners hanging, you know, hanging from these places, and when you walk through the banners, and anyways, yeah. So that's what I think is going on. I think this is some sort of burial complex, or burial structure. That's what I think. Oh, what's up here? No, stop. Don't get sidetracked. So yeah, so I'm gonna go with burial structure. Had to take a short break there, but we are back. So we've done red, light blue, regular blue, and now let's move on to, what else we got? Orange. These are obviously ruins of some sort. I just don't know of what. I took the floor plan of floor plan, so the measurements, and they don't match any of the other buildings. And so I think, unfortunately, these are too degraded to be able to say anything definitive about them. It is possible, though, that these are earlier buildings. So these might be the remnants of the first structures down here. Okay. And that the people just continued building over these things, and possibly even robbing them for their materials to make other structures. So that's what I'm going to say for the orange, just right off the cuff, is that these are obviously a lot earlier buildings, possibly from an earlier time period and or phase of the ancient city. Okay, so let's go check out what's this over here. That's another blue. That's light blue. Belly rubs. Okay, let's go ahead and sort of address this for a second. In the real world, I would never, ever officially call something like this structure belly rubs, for one reason and one reason alone. This looks like an altar, which means this was some sort of ceremonial or ritual place that was important. And belly rubs is a jokingly sort of a joking name, right? It's sort of a lighthearted name to this. And yes, it does look like the warden is wanting belly rubs, okay? But I would never put that in a report that we called this belly rubs, okay? We're just being lighthearted when it comes to this whole thing because, you know, we like to have a good time, and we're in a very sort of dark and depressing place. So, you know, you take your humor where you can get it. So from here on out, I may refer to this as belly rubs, but I'm not going to be like super official about this. This is the purple building, okay? There is no chest anywhere on this structure. However, you will notice that there is a warden head again, and there is what looks like legs, like either legs or arms or something like that, with a belly sticking up. All right, so yes, this I think is a depiction of the warden. This warden head is almost block for block exactly what is in red. Actually, I think it is block for block exactly what is in red, the red buildings. So yes, I think this is yet another ceremonial structure. Now, the big difference between this and the red building, though, is its size. Now, there are, let me flip to it here real quick so I see how many there are in the, this is purple. There are 3 of these, and all 3 are in different quadrants. One is in I, one is in G, and one is in C. So we're in I right now. So G is over there. So it's over there somewhere. And then where's the other one that I said? I said the other one is in C, and C is over there. So sort of this L shape right here is what we're dealing with. So these might be just sort of your smaller residential altars, sort of your neighborhood altars, simply because they're fairly well spread out. They're smaller. They could have been easily built by 1 or 2 people. You know, this isn't something that is an official, you know, type of event where where a lot of people are coming together to build this. This might just be a few small households getting together to build this. And so I think that this is a little more akin to sort of like a roadside shrine or just a small altar that people can leave the occasional candle at to the warden. This is obviously some sort of God, I hate to use this word because of its connotations nowadays, but this is some sort of cult type thing. This is a cult of the warden, right? And I don't mean cult in a derogatory way. I mean cult in the original way that it was meant, which is just, you know, a bunch of people that have sort of a semi-secret society. But yeah, this is some sort of warden worship, or at least some sort of warden appeasing with candles. At least that's what it looks like to me. I can't say for sure because getting into the mindset of ancient people is really hard to do. You can't do it. Okay. But we do have definitely a platform in front of a head, a warden head with candles in front of the warden head. I mean, that to me screams some sort of ceremonial / ritual type thing. And again, I'm not meaning that in the I don't know what it is. I'm just going to call it ritual type of way. I do mean some sort of act of reverence. Okay. So all of the belly rub, I just did it again. All of the purple buildings, these small neighborhood structures, these small neighborhood shrines are all built the exact same way. I think even with the same number of candles. So yes, this is, I'm only going to talk about this one because if I go to the other ones, they're all the same. So that's what I think is going on with the purple structure. I believe that this is some sort of neighborhood and or small group shrine. Some sort of small one that you can just go to on your way to work or whatever, wherever you're going. Okay. Okay. That has been taken care of. Let's see here. So we got red, light blue. Let's go with pink because I think we're close to one of the pinks, right? So one thing I do want to point out with this, which is pretty obvious, is that the footprint is very similar to the blue structures, very similar in size. And you've got these empty holes. Now, if you remember from the trail ruins video, we also had empty holes in the walkway leading up to the trail ruins. And because of that, what? No. Where was I? Oh yes, the holes. So these holes for the walkway, I thought had poles in them. Now, interestingly enough, they don't really line up with each other. So we'll have to see what that's all about when we do the true restoration. But I'm still sticking with the post holes. So I think these are still post holes. So let's see what's in the chest. Okay. We've got bottles of enchanting, skulk sensors, again, a used diamond hoe with curse of vanishing. Okay, so it's used, but it's not missing, which means whoever used this, whoever used this is probably dead, but they didn't die while using the hoe. Because if they would have died while using the hoe, it wouldn't be here. That's an interesting thing to think about. We have enchanted books. We have Impaling 5. Wow. Sweeping Edge 1. Wow, both of those are warrior type stuff. Swift. Wow, okay, so this is screaming some sort of warrior, but oh, really? Skulk catalysts, diamond leggings, which have not been used. Not been used. Obviously not been used. harvested and brought here. Not been used. Oh. Oh, I have a sneaky suspicion. I wonder if this is somebody who is selling things for explorers and or warriors, right? So bottle of enchanting, sweeping edge, armor, and they're taking skulk pieces in trade? Or maybe they're harvesting themselves and selling these as well? Well, that's interesting. Let's go check out the other C1 build, or C1? Yeah, C1, which is... Where the hell am I? C1's going to be over here. Aha, there it is. Lure and Swift Sneak. Okay. Enchanted Golden Apple. Echo Shards. Huh. Interesting. So they don't share items. Well, except for maybe Swift Sneak, I guess. Lure is for catching fish, though, isn't it? Oh, or maybe treasure, I guess? Okay. Well, let's go check out the other ones. Now, interestingly enough... Oh, yeah, by the way, that's where I'm going to be doing some of the restoration stuff, so you got a sneak peek of that. So something interesting, too. Both of these are in the C, and both of the other ones are in the G section, which is way over here. So they're on opposite corners. So this one here, which is right next to an orange building, or orange ruins. So that's interesting. Oh, which one is this? This is, I don't know which one this is. Maybe C3? This might be C3. So we got disc fragments. Yeah, C3. I'm looking at my notes. Okay, so disc fragments, disc, soul lanterns, skulk sensor, bottle of enchanting they share, and skulk sensors they share, but nothing else. Again, disc fragments, so ritual breaking. Okay, whoa, amethyst shard, empty books, bottle of enchanting, bottle of regen, broken disc fragments. Okay. This might be residence. This might be storage. I'm gonna say that this is either commerce, because you got this shelf running around the edge, or residence, but I'm leaning a little more towards commerce. And that seems weird, right? Based on what we've been seeing, but follow me on this. You've got enchanted diamond pants, which haven't been used, bottle of enchanting, skulk sensors, catalysts, things, diamond hose, stuff like that. You've got all these weird things sort of mixed together. They all share echo shards, skulk sensors, and enchanted books, at least to some degree, right? With all of them. So I'm wondering if this is either storage for explorers and or researchers, or with the way that this shelf is set up here all the way around, the way that things are just oddly, like this one's separate, but like the way things are oddly sort of mixed, jumbled together in these chests. Maybe commerce? Maybe? So you've got three things: storage, commerce, or residential. It could also be all three together. I don't know. The fact that these are on completely opposite corners, to me, says something. All right. So you've got two over there and two over here. Or at least one over there, one here. They're kind of close to these walkways leaving the city. Yeah, these might be storage or archive rooms. Yeah, they're both off of the main thing coming into the Yeah, these might be some sort of archival or storage rooms. They also might be drop-offs for explorers to drop things off. They also might be, you know, some sort of commerce, you know, hey, come here and buy this before you go up to the main gate. I don't know, or buy this before you leave the city. Or here, take this armor before you leave the city. Yeah, this might be some sort of bartering structure. It's hard to tell, though. Again, it's real hard to tell with some of this stuff. All right, so that's that. That's pink. Let's go ahead and you know what? Let's knock out an easy one. Give my brain a little bit of a break. Where's white at? Obviously, we've got the front here. You come walking up. It goes ding. Yep. You've got carpet here. You've got a lower. Oh. Fine, I'll just go down. Click that open. Okay. You've got ice. Oh. Well, we did have ice. It's slowly melting because I have this in a flat world. Ignore that. But yeah, you've got food and ice. This is obviously some sort of food repository for people to eat, you know, or to give out food or to keep food. So extra thick walls, the now melting ice, but you know, wasn't melting before. Yeah, this is food storage. I mean, that was pretty obvious, right? Total food storage. Okay. Couple quick little side notes. We have some structures that are part of the walkways. The walkways are all done, okay? I did change up, let's see, where's one of the intersections? It's on this side. I did change up one of the intersections to better match the 90 degrees. So I moved, I changed these out for polished because that's, like an idiot, I replaced the polished with chiseled. It should have just been polished, but I also extended this out because that's what the way that the 90 degree ones are like. So yeah, that's now done and done correctly, at least in my opinion. You've got these archways, these really nice decorative archways to get into the walkway here. You can now get up onto the walkway. Interestingly enough, and I'll go over here, this is a warden head. Yet again, another warden head. And look, it almost lines up with the gate. But look at it. It's a warden head. It's a depiction of a warden head. The oval with the little ears that stick out. Of course, this one's got earrings, which is, you know, very, very stylish. Something kind of weird, though. You got stairs that come up this way. And then stairs that go down this way to nothing. That just might be symmetry with making this. But yeah, so this, I'm not really going to get into it that much because there's not much to say other than the fact that it is yet another depiction of the warden head. Same with these towers. These towers have a oddly warden head shape to them as well. Though these towers, so this is what, cyan, have something interesting in them. They do have the chest. And what's in the chest, you ask? Well, some interesting things. You've got a compass, bunch of soul lanterns or soul torches. Again, disc fragments, skulk sensor, armor, yet again. Odd, but interesting. You go over to this one. Look at that. Armor trim now. Amethyst shards, swift sneak, yeah, record, broken. So broken disc frags. So they both share disc frags. They both share armor and or armor trims. And amethyst shards, which might be some sort of payment. I'm willing to bet that these, with their sort of commanding view of this quadrant here, might be some sort of guard tower. I mean, that's generally what I think when I look at these anyways, is that it looks like a guard tower. It's much taller than all the other buildings, at least that you can get up to. You can get up to this is the highest point in the city that you can physically get up to without, you know, like what I'm doing, flying around or pillaring up. So yeah, it's got a commanding view. I think it would have been a little more obvious if there were weapons in there and or arrows in there. It might be a little more obvious. One thing I do want to point out, though, is that these towers are only in this quadrant. Yeah. Makes you wonder what's going on in this quadrant. Well, you got the light blue here and light blue here, which means if you're in this tower, you can keep an eye on light blue. That might mean something. Because remember, the light blue buildings, if you remember from earlier, the light blue buildings are also some sort of, like a mausoleum, some sort of burial. And you might want to guard them. So yeah, that's what I think might be going on here, is guards. And those might be the burial chambers for those guards. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Also, this pink building, it's got armor in it, so that's saying something. I don't know. Yeah, anyways, towers, these are, in my opinion, they seem to be defensive towers based on what's in there, seeing as how the only armor trim is in this tower here. So you got armor and armor trim. You got a high commanding view of this quadrant of the city. I'm going to go with guard tower. All right. Let's go to Lime. Lime is a two-story. These two-story buildings here, which are only here. So even though they're in different quadrants, again, quadrants that I put are arbitrary. So they are both in this little chunk here, right? This little section, and that's it. These are the only two Lime buildings. Something else I want to point out with the Lime buildings, which is interesting, is they have a chest down here at the bottom and a chest at the top. So yeah, I think in this case, we will assume that the chest on top is for the things that were in the top layer and the chest on the bottom were the things at the bottom. 2 enchanted golden apples, Riptide, so another interesting trident enchantment, Skulk, and music disc 13. Interesting. What's downstairs? More Skulk, empty books, bones, Skulk sensors, bottle of enchanting, disc fragments. Riptide, another swift sneak. So there's some slight differences between the top and the bottom, right? The top doesn't have any bones. Granted, it has Riptide, but it has a nicer Riptide than the other one. It also has enchanted golden apples, which are not down there, and Skulk pieces. So yeah, interesting. I will say that aside, right? Look at the way that this is constructed. You have 2 stories. The only other 2-story buildings are also very large, right? And the towers, I guess, are also, well, those are multi-story, but the red building is 2-story and fairly large. This is 2-story and fairly large. So I'm going to make the same assumption here and say that this is some sort of building that needed some sort of administration to build it, right? You needed some sort of combined effort by many people to build a big structure like this. Remember, we can't assume that people build like we do in the game. It may take people much longer, you know, like villagers. If villagers could build, how long will it take them to build something? You know, we in this game are basically demigods. And because of that, we can build much faster and fly. Well, I can fly because I'm in creative mode, but you know, we could place blocks and take all the blocks underneath and the block doesn't fall, you know, stuff like that. So it may take them longer is what I'm getting at. And because of that, this may be yet another structure that needed a lot of people to build. And if you have a lot of people building a structure like this, and like the red structure and everything, it suggests that it is a communal building or some sort of building that is needed for the function of this city settlement type thing. So I'm going to say that this is some sort of administrative building I'm going to say that from the stalls here, which are kind of odd. They both come out and connect to a thing, but there's privacy here, right? Like if I open this chest and you're in the next stall, you can't see what I'm doing. Matter of fact, you can't even see what I'm doing if you're coming up the stairs. Let's see how far I get before I see. Oh, I can't see what they're doing. So, yeah, there's privacy here. There's even privacy here from the stairs, though not much from anywhere else. Yeah, some sort of possible administrative building. The way that it's all open down here is interesting as well. This is very sort of, Greek columns type of opening, like bank type of thing. The fact that there's golden apples in there, maybe it is some sort of bank. This is odd, very odd. This seems like storage of some sort. Maybe you drop things off before you head upstairs. I don't know. You got these weird little cubby holes. This is an odd building. I am going to say, though, that this is probably some sort of administrative building. The fact that there's pillars here means that there's some sort of transparency, because you can't walk around in there without people seeing you. The second story and the size of it suggests that there are multiple people involved with building it. Yeah, so I think this probably goes along with the other towers, the roads, the red buildings. These are all official buildings, in my opinion. And I say official as in something that is either used by all or built by many hands for some sort of official purpose. Okay, that's what I mean by official. Now, what that official purpose is, I don't know. It needs both privacy and transparency at the same time. So yeah, I'm not sure. But this is some sort of official building. Okay. Let's go look at the other one. What does the other one have? Coal, compass, name tag. That's the first time we've seen that. And power 1 enchant. Oh, now we have bones. So we have bones and coal. Some sort of depository? Where you're depositing stuff? More coal. Ooh, diamond horse armor. Another name tag. Another enchanted golden apple. Well, there goes my idea that perhaps maybe the upper end was where you have really nice stuff. Curse of Binding. That's an interesting book to have. Why you would want to add that to anything is beyond me, unless you're messing with someone. And soul torches. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe some sort of official storage? Administrative storage? Maybe some sort of archival thing? I mean, we already have something else that I suggested was archives. Maybe this is the official archives. Yeah, it's a tough call on that one. But the fact that they are both at this end rather than spread out is a little telling. And the fact that they are at the same half of the structure as these guard towers says something. What else is over here? Oh, the really nice warden head archways are also on this side. Yeah, this is starting to... I mean, there's something going on in this half of the structure, at least this sort of... this half and quadrant. Maybe some sort of official side, and the other side is less official, though we do have a red building over here and another blue building, or a light blue building, so don't know. But that definitely seems like there's more official buildings on this side, this half of the city than this half, because you got white, red, light blue, that's it. Whereas here you've got 2 guard towers, 2 lime, a red. Yeah. These are something official. I don't know what, but there's something official. Maybe they are some sort of repository or archives room, an official archives room, whereas the other smaller archives room, which one was that? I said, I wrote it down. Blue C6 might be a smaller archives room, or record keeper, or historian, maybe recorder. Maybe they're different. Maybe they're a different archivist than these green. But I'm going to say that these green are some sort of administrative building. These are official administrative buildings, and their function is a little wishy-washy because there's so much weird things, or I shouldn't say weird because that's not correct to say. They're mixing of different things, which may make it an archive room. Now, when we talk about the gate complex, we call it the gate complex because that's, again, the name that we're giving it. But it doesn't necessarily make it a gate, right? So you've got this long official walkway. This is definitely official. This is saying this is the way to approach this gate. You see a little sliver of the warden's head. That's definitely the warden's head. I mean, look at it. You come down this way, there's little offshoots that you can go off here. And even when you go off of this, whoops, here we go. In these little walkways, you got these big tall pillars, you know, that are holding. Uh-oh. Where did your lantern go, buddy? There you go. You've got these, you know, official looking pillars with lanterns. I mean, this is all very symmetrical and very, you know, well put together. You've got this little lower walkway with ladders to get up. Like, this is an official walkway. This is straight up, just, I don't know what you would call it. You know, pomp. This is totally pomp here. You know, I don't know. You know what I mean, though. Like this is an official thing. This is definitely something they're making it into a big deal that you're walking down this way. You got candles along each side. You are coming to someplace important because this walkway is greeting you in that way. Then when you come up this way, you have what I'm calling the gate complex. You have a warden head. Definitely looks like a warden head. I mean, look at it. It's big, rectangle, oval opening. You got the little ears off to the side. This is the warden's head, right? You even have the blue flames, you know, kind of looking like the little blue swirlies in his chest. This is a depiction of the warden. No doubt in my mind about that. But things get a little weird with this gate complex. You'll notice it's asymmetrical. Things don't all line up. These little mini pillars, these little mini horns of consecration is what it looks like. You know, we got, usually it's 2 blocks, but it could be 4 blocks across. It could be 5 blocks across. Where's the 5? There's a 5 over here somewhere. It could be 3 blocks across. Sometimes it doesn't line up with the edge. When you come down in here, you get a lot of the same thing. I mean, look at that. You got weird gaps here and there. Like, some gaps are there. Some of them are so close together, you don't get a gap. It's asymmetrical. The whole thing is asymmetrical, and it's completely and totally maddening because of that. So rebuilding this was a pain in the butt. And then you get around to the official, where is it at? The official entrance. And you got this, where it actually juts out into the walkway. Or into this little area here. And then you've got like these little stairwells that come up here. Hello, thank you. Little stairwells that come up here that gets you to this. So like it's all weird. It's all not symmetrical. We went from everything being symmetrical to this, where it's completely and totally asymmetrical. And you know what? That says something. What it says, I couldn't tell you, but the fact that it's asymmetrical says something. It was built that way specifically. And what that purpose was for making it asymmetrical, I don't know. But you come up this way, and you've got this. A single golden apple, not an enchanted golden apple, just a regular golden apple. And if you eat that right here, the doors beneath this gate open. Okay? We've already removed the blocks so that this is open all the time because you're gonna be able to walk through when I finally make this world downloadable. So yeah, it's a trigger. It's a trigger. Also, you might have just seen that there are redstone lamps with sensors in here that all have, they're all waterlogged, and so you got to be really close to them in order to make them go off. Yeah, and then you've got all these candles in front of the head, just like the purple structure, the so-called, which we're not calling it that anymore, belly rubs structure, right? It's just like it. Candles all in front of the warden head. On the back side, more of the same. Asymmetry. You have a lower walkway that enters. Oh, that's something else I want to talk about too, which is interesting. So you have this official walkway, right here. But to get to the lab, you got to be down here. There's no official walkway that comes in this way, which means to get to that lab, you got to get up here, walk over to these stairs, walk down and around, or you got to come in here and walk all the way around to get into the lab, because you can't enter the lab right here. So yeah, kind of wild. Then you have this inner walkway that is functional, but you can't get to it. There's no stairwell that comes up here. So this was made functional just for, or I guess functional just for looks. The only way to get to it is here by going off of, obviously, the beaten path. So you got to like walk around and then jump and go. Anyways, yeah. But yeah, this is definitely some sort of giant altar, giant depiction of the warden. I mean, look at it. It dwarfs anyone standing in front of it. So yeah, this is definitely dedicated to the warden. Everything here revolves, or at least a lot of the things here revolve around the warden. So what does that mean? Well, let's go to the classroom and I'll give you my final thoughts on what's going on here. So, what is my interpretation of the ancient city? Well, in a nutshell, I think what we're dealing with here is an administrative and religious center to a larger civilization. Let me explain why I think that. When it comes to administration, there's a few giveaways that suggest we're dealing with some sort of hierarchical structure to the society. Monumental architecture such as the gate complex, red buildings, lime buildings, and the many walkways suggest a high level of organization needed to build these structures. That organization would rely heavily upon someone or some group's ability to manage that workforce. Furthermore, the presence of the light blue buildings, being, some sort of burial tomb, points to the separation of the population. Now, what I mean by that is these are very large buildings that are quite visible in the city. Burial structures that are larger and more visible than others usually point to the presence of an elite class, or at least higher status individuals. This, of course, all hinges on the light blue buildings being a type of mausoleum. But we can already assume there are higher status individuals based on the organization levels needed to make such a massive complex like the ancient city. Now, I don't see an altar in the light blue building, nor do I see anything other than the giant ribcage, and it seems that all of the altars use the warden's head rather than his ribcage. Or her ribcage. I don't know if it's a he or she, I never asked. Anyways, because the depiction of the warden is different in the light blue building, it can be assumed that the structure itself has a different use than the other ceremonial structures. And I know I didn't touch on it, but the red structures also have evidence of the dead at the lower portion underneath the altar, but the red building's function seems to be a little more focused on the altars rather than the area underneath them. So what I see when I look at the ancient city is a crisscross network of infrastructure in the roads and walkways, administrative buildings, defensive towers, and official monumental structures of worship. But you're probably asking, what about the people that run this place? Well, if we think that the blue buildings might be residential, which I do, and the pink may be some sort of either residential, barter, or storage, a clearer picture starts to emerge. These are all of the possible residential buildings. There's 8 in total. If we assume that the guards had rooms in the guard towers, then that means those 8 buildings are for inhabitants and possibly administration of this ancient city. Is that enough? I'm not sure. If it isn't, then that would suggest that some people are coming in from outside of the city to help, which is a completely normal thing to assume. But if people are coming in from the outside of the city, it means that residential buildings within the city are probably permanent residents. I still think that the pink buildings might have some sort of commerce aspect, so I'm probably going to interpret it that way, but even if they are commerce, it isn't a stretch of the imagination that the owners live there too. And of course, there is the white building, which is pretty self-explanatory. I think it's food storage and possibly a redistribution point. I'll be rebuilding it as a redistribution point. Now, all of the city with its administration, its defense, and its infrastructure seem to lead towards the middle. And in the middle is a giant representation of the warden's head. With the warden's head being depicted in multiple places throughout the city and the giant warden's head in the middle, I think it's a safe bet to assume that the inhabitants of the city, or those that used it, worshipped or otherwise revered the warden. Now, this points to something really interesting: the inhabitants' understanding of death. Now, the skulk feeds off of death, and the echo shards are linked to death through the recovery compass. These two things, along with the warden generally bringing death, as well as literally looking like he's made out of skulk, suggest that the inhabitants of the city may not only worship and or offer sacrifices to the warden, they may actually worship and or revere death itself. They may see the warden as death, with a capital D. We may be looking at a society whose religion revolves around death. No matter what though, the ancient city shows signs of administration, population hierarchy, and ritual or cult practices. Oh, and surprisingly evidence from soul lanterns, torches, and soil of travel to the nether. Man, they really got around. So in summary, the ancient city may not be a city, but it is definitely the administrative and religious center of a larger civilization. A sort of downtown, if you will. What I don't see is anything suggesting threats from above ground. The ancient city does not seem to be some sort of last resort for those above ground. You're also probably wondering about the lab underneath the gate. Well, I am not a redstone expert by any means, so I'm going to let Oda do it. Go check out his channel. And until next time, I'll see you then. Now we're going to do this in 2 parts. First, we're going to take these buildings and trapdoor. We're going to take these buildings and we are going to restore the inorganic portions of it. And what I mean by that is the stone portions. Okay. And then once we're done with that, we are going to then restore the organic portions, the pieces that are missing, that are obviously, or were obviously some sort of organic material that went on here. Now, I mentioned in my interpretation that these folks traveled to the nether. So if you see over here, I do have a set of nether wood, but I'm also going to try other woods as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy all of these once I get them restored in their inorganic portions. And then just, or how do I want to put that? So what I'm going to do is after I get these restored, at least their inorganic portions, I'm going to copy them all the way back and assign different wood types to each row and rebuild all of them using just those wood types, and then go through and decide which one seems the best. All right. Now, that might seem weird, you know, and sort of arbitrary, but here's the thing. We know that they went to the nether, so we're going to try the nether wood. And we know that the ancient city is under a mountain, which is right alongside a river. And on that river, you can float any wood you want. So wherever that water touches, whatever forest it goes alongside, anywhere that there is wood, anyone who lived in this ancient city or built this ancient city could have easily taken wood and floated it down that river to use in here. So that pretty much opens up all wood types for this ancient city. So we're going to try it. We're going to see what it looks like. A couple other things. There are some buildings we are not going to mess with, like probably not the towers, these guard towers or lookout towers, though I don't know. We might put walls on it to see what it looks like, but more than likely we probably won't. We'll probably just leave them. And then the lime buildings we probably won't do anything with either, because there's not much to do except maybe put some guardrails on here, but that's going to be more of a safety thing for visitors. And then finally, the purple building. All we're going to really do for the purple building is we'll add some stairs in the front here and stairs right here that lead up to the altar, and that's going to be about it for that. So I'm not going to put it in the row. Maybe I will put it in the row. We can just try different colors. Yeah, I'll copy this and put it in the row, and we can try different colors of wood on there. I just figured we could just do the one, but nah, we'll do it with every other row as well. So anyways, let's get right into it. Okay, so the way that this is gonna go is, you see a pattern like this, you just repeat it. The deep slate is not mined, which means that they probably built this on top of the deep slate. So I might just leave that there, but I don't know, because then you've got this, which is regular deep slate, and it's on top of tile. And here's the thing about deep slate is that, well, here's the thing about stuff being on top of other things. You have what's called the law of superposition, which means that you can't put something on top of something else unless that something else was there first. So this right here, this deep slate, yeah, it could have fallen from the roof of the cavern, which is a possibility. And I might just take it off and see what it looks like. But then you got stuff like this where it's oh, that's cobbled. Well, shit, never mind then. Yeah, so this might have fallen from the ceiling. So why don't we remove the deep slate off of this? I will go ahead and copy this just in case, and we will see what it looks like. Okay, let me show you what I did for the red building. So on the outside you have this pattern of polished deep slate that has these sort of little pieces that come down. And you have this opening for this main walkway up, but there is another walkway. Oh, I'll show you the backside too. Oops, I forgot that up there, but that's okay. Let me go ahead and just knock that out. So you've got this little walkway going up too to get you into the lower level where there are these little slots here that does have a skull, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned it in the interpretive portion. If not, I'll add it in the classroom section. So then you come around here, you got this, and then there was this big hole here that had what looked like stairs going up, but it didn't have stairs. It was just, jumps up, and it sort of fell apart. So I continued the pattern along, continued the tile, and then you come up this way and it brings you right to this altar here, which is actually kind of neat because it sort of frames that altar there, which is, I don't know, kind of neat. For up top here, I replaced the deep slate with the tile, and around the edges I did the brick, because most of these buildings have that. They usually have a ring of something and then something else in the middle, usually brick and then tile in the middle. So I just did that. Plus, if you come up here to the top, this is untouched. This is how it actually was. So it's got your brick here and then it's got your tile. So that's what I decided to do down here. And I think, honestly, it looks so much better. It looks like that's how I think it should look. I mean, it looks pretty good. So, yeah. I think the red building is done. That one was easy. This one's going to be a little harder. So, let's just go ahead and knock out the white building. Okay, this one kind of hurt my brain. So let's do a quick walk around, or fly around. So here is the front of the icebox. These pillars were both missing chunks here on either side. So I'm wondering if that wasn't some sort of organic material. Maybe brick goes there. I mean, brick doesn't look too bad, but it looks a little plain, you know? So maybe something organic there. I'm not really sure, but this matches. This building, of course, is asymmetrical. You have a gap of 3 over here and a gap of 2 over here. Oda pointed that out while we were screwing around with this building. And so, yeah, and I think it's that way simply because you've got this on this side, right? So you got to go a little bit farther that way. Now the walls, I think, were brick. Now a lot of these had fallen apart, and I built them up with brick rather than organic material, which I was kind of hesitant to do. But I really do think that this is probably what it looked like. The brick probably deteriorated really far and fell, and then you got this random brick here. Not really sure what that's all about. That might have been a pattern that goes all the way around like this. You know, because you do have these sort of patterns that repeat themselves on all these buildings, you know, kind of like that, right? So you got here, 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 and here. Oh, and I guess there too. So yeah, that might be, whoops. Excuse me. Thank you. Oh, actually, that looks pretty good. I like that. So we're going to keep that. So anyways, yeah, you've got this extra thick wall that runs around the bottom, which just so happens to be where the icebox has its ice. The roof is a little weird, though. So there were some pieces of brick that were in here, inside, that were just sort of random pieces, which I think came from the higher walls here, which is why I built the walls up. But you got this weird pillar thing over here, right? With these on top. Now, if you'll notice, those on top are 1 brick higher than this level here, right? So that level ends at this brick. So I'm not really sure what this is. This might be sort of the, you know, Minecraft equivalent of when players put chimneys on all their stuff. You know, that might be decorative, it might be structural. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build the organic portions of this around the roof side and just sort of leave this here and see what it looks like when I'm done. But yeah, this is sort of stumping me. So I don't know, maybe I'll have some sort of epiphany when I come back to this later on. But there wasn't much that needed to be done to this building. Down here, you know, I'm gonna have to do some of the floor, probably some of this here. But overall, this isn't too bad either. It's just some structural stuff. But I'm not gonna do it on camera because, well, it's hard to get, you know, replay mod in here, and I don't want to make everybody, you know, motion sick by doing a time lapse from my POV. So I'm just going to knock this out real quick and then we'll come back. Okay, so there you have it. Inside is pretty much done. Oh, Of course, every time. Okay, so inside is now pretty much done. I left the walls cobble because they were all cobble anyways, and I see no reason to replace them with anything else, though I might copy one of these and try it with, I don't know, like brick or tile or something and see what it looks like. There is a tile wall here, though, which is interesting, and of course, tile roof, which is the floor, you know, in the building. But yeah, all in all, pretty easy. I built this wall rather than just a divider. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Wall rather than just a weird little sort of rung that hung down here of stone or whatever. So anyways, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I wonder what that would look like in tile. Well, let's find out, shall we? Oh, holy crap, look at that. That looks impressive. Wow. I like that. I like that a lot. How come you don't look that good? Wow, that is... Dude, yeah, that actually looks way better. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. And I think down in here it would have done the same thing, right? Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Yep. We're doing the deep slate tiles. Which, of course, then, ding, begs the question, how that would look with, like, brick. Maybe that lower... Yeah, hold on. Let's try this. Let's go... Wabam! Okay, that's looking pretty spiffy. Okay. You know... So the reason why I'm doing this is because everything seems to be deep slate tiles or deep slate bricks or chiseled deep slate, which I think chiseled on here would look absolutely garbage. So I said red was done, but it's, I mean, obviously that wasn't the truth. I didn't like the way it looks. So there we go. So we're getting rid of, you know, we're just going to get rid of all the deep slate cobbled. So, okay, there we are. So white building done. Red building now officially done. Let's move on to, oh, the light blue building. I think, right off the bat, that this tile stuff right here is all fallen down from inside this frame. So I'm going to rebuild the frame, and you know, so there's some brick there, which might be a patch. So I'm just going to do it all in tile. I think this brick here was probably a repair at some point. So let's jump into it. Okay, light blue building is done, and I've discovered a few things while working on this. So let's walk this way so you can get a good view of it. All right, here it is. It is also asymmetrical. 3 on this side, 2 gap on this side, just like the white building. Also, this pillar had the exact same construction as this pillar, whereas this pillar had the little gap at the bottom, was missing the chiseled, but went all the way up to the top here, which makes me think that these two pillars are the same, which makes me think that these pillars need to be that height as well. And to be honest, if I go one more above this chiseled, which is how tall those are, that puts it right at the level of this wall here for the white. So I'm discovering things about buildings while working on other buildings. So I think I'm going to adjust those pillars as well. Anyways, let's go ahead and walk up through the rib cage here. I think some stairs, some wooden stairs here would be good. So once you're in here, you've got some of these odd things like this going on here. Not really sure what that is all about. So yeah, but I've got these odd little columns that stick up here as well. Yeah, don't really know what that's all about. Maybe candles or lanterns can go there to sort of light up this area. I don't know. I left these little holes in here and a deep slate too, but I left these little holes in here to be well, one, areas where you put candles, and I might put a skull in there or something to indicate that there's a burial here. Maybe a flower pot in here to indicate some sort of urn. Same thing with this, body. This maybe a armor stand or something. I don't know how I'm going to decorate it, but I left the holes in the walls as sort of offering nooks. It just seemed right. I mean, I could close it up, but if I close it up, then you've got this big empty area with nothing going on. So I think this is, I think that's supposed to be there. Anyways, that's the blue building, the light blue building. Oh yeah, check this out too. Random chiseled inside the rib cage. Kind of odd. But anyways, I did build it as though it was a rib cage. Now I know the warden has 4 ribs each side, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So this, I'm leaning more towards this is a rib cage, or depiction of the warden's rib cage. So anyways, yep, there you go, light blue building. I'm gonna go fix the white building now. That's what I was gonna tell you. This wall I brought in by 1 because it had a weird sort of bunch of like random pieces of brick along here. So I figured that was wall fall. So I just built this wall up as a single layer, and I think it actually looks pretty good like that. There was also a patch in there on this wall with a single tile and a single chisel. So I think that might be sort of telling of patchwork. There was a couple other things that looked like repairs that were done in that building. So we're gonna have to keep our eyes out for things that look like repairs. So anyways, onto the blue. And here is the blue building. So you got some pillars coming up. You got really, really thick walls. The reason why I made these as thick as they are is because it was all just cobbled deep slate at the top of what was left of these walls, and we are assuming that cobbled deep slate is the degraded version or form of either brick or tile. And since everything is either brick or tile, I decided that I would just do it as tile, because there was already brick on like a lower level with cobble on top of it, so it couldn't be brick, or if it was, yeah, whatever. Oops, I accidentally did that. Okay. So anyways, yeah, so really, really thick walls, pillars. There's 4 pillars, actually, these 2 in here and these 2 outside. I think the way that you get up into this building is actually through this right here, this way. So like if you were to do this, this, and this, you would have a nice little, put like a door right there and you walk right on in. The other option, of course, is to do this. And then you do something like that, and that, and then you have... Oh, I guess that doesn't work. Well, how would you make that work? Would you do this? Oh yeah, you would do this. So you could do this, and you could have a door here, and then you could have a door here, in which case then you would divide the whole thing right down the middle, and you'd have one living space here and one living space there, which is a possibility. We might screw around with that, but I'm thinking that because this chiseled is here, I'm just going to go ahead and say that this is the actual doorway in. It's sort of off center. The only other way to do it would be to do something like this, where you come right in through the middle, but then what's the point of that to the side? Unless it fell. But anyways, I like the idea of an off-center door, so that's what we're going to do with this one. Anyways, so there you go. Blue is done. Let's move on to pink. And I think what I'm going to do is it's going to be a lot of the same thing. So with pink, you've got a lot of this cobble that's sort of right here, and I think this is just degraded tile and or brick. The only difference, of course, is that you've got the holes here, which are going to be for organics, and then this is going to be probably degraded brick or tile. Probably tile, because the rest of this is tile, so it's probably just going to be a wall of tile in the back, and then this is going to be organics, so I'm not going to even touch that, but I will touch the cobblestone or the cobble deep slate around it. Anyways, I'll just show you. I'll just do it real quick. Okay, yeah, there we go. Pink is done. Let me show you what I did. So just went in here and fixed the floor a little bit, fixed the walls here. It looked like it was all pretty much brick for the first 2 layers, and then tile above that. So you got tile here. It kind of comes out. Interestingly enough, it comes out to the post here, but not here, which makes me think that, I don't know, something's going on here. Maybe there's something filling that. I don't know. But it looks like there are definitely posts coming up, 3 on this side, 2 on that side. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they interlace going across, but then I don't know what's in between. Maybe more. I mean, obviously more organics, but maybe some other more organics. Yeah. And anyways, yeah. So there we have it. This little pillar here doesn't go all the way up to the top, but it might. I might just push it all the way up to the top, depending on how I feel once we get down to the organics portion. I mean, it's kind of beefy when I do that. Check it out. Like, I mean, yeah, super beefy. So I don't know. We'll see what happens when I get to it. But yeah, so there was a lot of stuff along here, which I think was just fall. It was all on this side and that side, so I think it was all just wall fall here that sort of accumulated and became cobble. So I put it back up, and this chiseled block here kind of backs that up, because why would you put a chiseled block if you couldn't see it, right? Why would you put it there if you're just going to cover it up with walls? So yeah, I think that was a little bit of wall fall on the outside edge. So there we have it. There is pink, which makes me think, I mean, if you look at this, right, compared to this, like this is walled fully around, whereas this is very open, right? So this, yet another reason why I think this might be some sort of commerce. And you got all these shelves here, so you can put like item frames and stuff on it. I'm really leaning towards commerce on this, or at least some sort of bartering or something like that. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking for that. Now, as for the purple building, like I said, the only thing I'm going to add to it is going to be stairs, kind of like that, but obviously organic. I might even do slab instead, something like that, right? So it's a little, just real nice and easy walk up rather than stairs. But it's going to be organic. Both of those are going to be organic because nothing was left there. So I believe that is it for these, which means that is phase 1 done.
The next day.
Well, I did it. I copied and pasted. All right, so let's go over how this is gonna be done. Each row here has wood attached to it. Oh, by the way, I also added some walls to this because it had some cobble deep slate here, and the more I looked at some of the other buildings, the more I realized this probably had walls that went up a little bit. Anyways, doesn't matter. So here is the red nether wood. I don't remember what it's called. Crimson wood. Okay, that's going to be for that row. For the second row is going to be the warped wood. So for this whole row, we're going to use the warped wood. And here's the thing. We're going to use those for those two rows because we know that the inhabitants at the ancient city are getting either into the nether or nether stuff, unless we think that these people actually sort of gave the nether its soul sand, stuff like that. That's kind of an odd way of going about it. For this row, we've got spruce. Oh, sorry, dark oak, not spruce. We've got dark oak for this row here, and I picked a dark oak because, well, we had the dark oak tower, so it's possible that it was reused from somewhere, but there's also no dark oak villages, so that's why we're going to go with this. Here's the spruce. So we've got spruce for this row, everyone's favorite wood. For this row, we're going to try oak, so we're going from darker to lighter. Birch for this row. Now, birch, not a lot of people like to use birch, and I'm sort of in that camp as well, but you know, it worked really well for the trail ruins, so we'll try it out. So that's from darkest to lightest wood, but I do also want to have a couple others to try. So acacia. We're going to try acacia because we don't really have any orange. We got red, but we don't have orange. I'm not going to do mangrove because it's going to be very similar to the red netherwood. And finally, we've got cherry. And the only reason why cherry is here is because I know people would jump into the comments and say, well, what about the cherry grove at the top of the mountain or near the entrance or whatever? And yeah, there is a cherry grove. It's awfully small, which means it could have been deforested or cut back a long time ago to make, you know, the stuff in the ancient city. But yes, I will do cherry, and I don't think it's going to come out real nice because, I mean, that is ugly. So, you know what? Well, I mean, we'll do it just because I know there's going to be a ton of people in the comments who say, well, what about the cherry wood? So, no mangrove because it's going to be really close to the, to this one, this red netherwood, and no jungle because it's sort of orangish too. And so I figured I'll just go with acacia, and if acacia looks good, maybe we'll try jungle. And then I think that's about it for woods. No mushroom stems or anything like that because it doesn't come in stairs or slabs or trapdoors or doors. And you know, we might even mix a couple too if we really like the way something looks. We might throw in a couple new ones. So I'm gonna hold off on the red building for a little bit, and I'm just gonna start small and work my way up. So, you're probably wondering how I'm going to do the roofs for these buildings. I mean, there's no evidence for how the roofs were even constructed, let alone whether or not they actually existed. So, let's cover those 2 points real quick. 1. I am going to assume that most of these buildings had a roof. My reasoning for this is that the lime building has a stone roof, and many of these buildings have pillars that suggest that they were holding something up at some point. On top of that, this is a massive cavern, and I'm going to assume that its formation probably revolves around water. A lot of the caves in Minecraft have water in them. I mean, look at the dripstone caves and the lush caves. There's water in those aplenty. So, it's a safe bet to assume that there may have been water dripping from the ceiling, even if it's not that common. So anyone actively participating in this city would have needed a roof over their head, unless they wanted to be wet all the time. 2. The shape of the roofs are a little bit harder to come up with. Now we can look at some of the evidence of the way that the walls are constructed to get an idea of about where certain parts of the roof are, but the rest is all going to be my best guess. Now, if there is water coming down from the ceiling of the cavern, it doesn't make much sense to have a flat roof. So we can just rule that out because water would pool on a flat roof and eventually either cave it in or make it leak. So I'm going to make all of these roofs sloped in some way. Now that slope can take the form of either a peak, a dome, or a flat roof that's elevated on one end. The only structures to not get a roof are going to be the purple structure, the walkways, and of course the lime building since it already has a roof. The lookout tower will get a roof, but since that's a pretty simple roof, I'm not going to really worry too much about it now. So now that that's out of the way, let's see what kind of progress I've made. Ooh, here we go. So, some slabs again to get up. I've got the posts here in the holes that correspond with the holes. Goes up to a roof. I have not a domed, it's kind of a peaked roof. It's sort of, I don't know, pagoda-like, I guess, where it's got like a point at the top and sloped down into 4 directions. I've got a counter here with a little, gate to get back behind here. So you could be like this for people coming in. And of course, the things that are maybe for sale up on the wall back here, maybe for sale, maybe just for barter, maybe just to give. I don't really know. Again, this one's a hard one. I think that the shelf, I did put these item frames on the shelf here and it looked pretty good, but it looked really empty in here. So I think, if I were to do it again, I don't know, maybe we put a bed, but what's important is sort of the outside. The inside isn't really important. The inside we can change. This is all just like a lot of conjecture. So I'm not worried about the interiors. And actually for the next several rows, I'm not going to do interiors on that because we can do interiors at the end before we start to do the interpretive trail and all that. But what's important is I've got the posts here that hold up the roof. And again, they are not completely lined up with each other. I thought about doing something like this. Oops. Across and then something like this across, and then they'd make the roof that way. And it looked kind of cool, but I like this much better. So anyways, moving on, let's go to the blue building. So here is the blue building. I did do the logs across, sort of just like that. I do have the stairs here, which are just the slabs. And you may even want to do something like that to where it's a little more, you can come at it at different angles, but it doesn't really matter. You come up this way, open the door, and you come in. Now remember, the blue building had a bunch of different stuff in the chest that suggests that there were like different job types and stuff. So you may have armor for an explorer, lectern for, I don't know, archivist or whatever, a lodestone for an explorer, because I think this is the thing that you can, put your compass to and it brings you back. I don't remember if that's exactly how it goes, but I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. Smoker, all that stuff, bed, books. Anyways, again, like I said, interior, it's pretty sparse, but it doesn't really matter. The exterior is what's important. So, or I should say the walls and roof. So I've got these big giant posts that go across, and I've got the wooden walls. Yeah, and the roof is sloped as well. So much like the pink, it's sort of sloped, but this time it's on sort of 3 edges rather than 4. And I might even just take this back a little bit, but I kind of like the way that this looks. It's kind of peaked, but not really, if that makes any sense. Like it's not a full peak going all the way to the front. It's sloped to the front as well. Yeah, the pillars I brought up because I think they were only three tall, I think, or maybe even 4 tall, but I brought them all the way up. But yeah, so pretty cool stuff. the fact that a lot of these things are elevated suggests that water was an issue with the cavern, because if it wasn't, a lot of these things would be ground level. So let's move on to the light blue building. Look at that. How cool is that? Man, I really enjoyed building this one. So out here we've got the pillars. I've added some organic pillars with it too to help with the roof. So these are little areas you can sort of hang out. And then the walkway leading up into this. I mean, that is super cool. I did black wool in there to kind of make it all, you know, mysterious. For the roof, it is a sloped roof on either side with, and unfortunately, I mean, this is a flat roof, but I like to think of it as sort of a curve rather than flat on the top. Anyways, yeah, big pillars off to the side with these sort of like little mini horns of consecration type thing. This is the same type of design that is in the ancient city around the gate complex. It has these little things like this. I did them in an organic material because all that's left is this pillar here. I also put some logs pointed out in the pillar. Kind of just sort of breaks it up, makes it look good. But let's go inside. Okay, look at this. So yeah, I put a couple pithoi here, you know, as offerings. I put some stuff here, some armor. I put, you know, I figured there are probably bodies laid down in here. I could put an item frame with a couple bones in there. That might, you know, look pretty good. An urn. And then over here, there's another urn with some candles. All these candles for offerings. And of course, where whoever it is was laid out here. I might put a skull up there. I don't know. But I like the way that this came out. This definitely looks like a mausoleum now. These smaller pillars here, I just put lanterns on to sort of give a little bit of light, because otherwise this is a pretty dark area, and I might have to adjust the brightness in the video for you to see this a little bit better. So anyways, there we go. There's that. I'm actually really proud of this one. I really like the way that this came out. This looks amazing. It is still pretty frustrating that it's asymmetrical, because I did try a peaked roof, and the peak was basically right here, which was off center from the rib cage. And if I did it centered on the rib cage, then the peak or the slope on this side was different, and it just looked terrible. So what I did is I just did a regular old sloped roof, and then this part jutting out, and I think it came out pretty well. Anyways, with that being said, of course, you know, you've got the flat roofs here over this portion, but this portion is not really that important compared to the rest. So anyways, yep, light blue building. So I think that came out great. Let me know what you think. Moving on to the white building. This is the white building. I actually had to think about it there for a second. It looks so different. Peaked roof with some pieces of brick jutting out. Kind of weird, but anyways, yeah. So what I did is I did another sort of covered portion again. The logs pointed straight out, and of course pillars, organic pillars pointed up. Come up here. Ding. Okay, so place to sit. Got the counter with all the stuff that's offered. Fruit. The two things that are actually down there, which is suspicious stew, which this one is actually night vision. I think that kind of is fitting. And then of course, the baked potato. But I also added, here, let me go inside the counter here. I also added a smoker and a furnace. I thought about this thing, right? This thing sticking up. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that, yeah, it is an awful lot like when builders make chimneys, right? And for smokers and stuff, they oftentimes have a little chimney sticking out. So I figured that's what this is, you know? Maybe I put a campfire here and put some whatever up around it, you know, and let it smoke. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, if you're keeping things cold, you know, you don't have to keep things like, I mean, they have a baked potato, so obviously they have to bake it, right? So there you go. But they don't, just because they're keeping things cold doesn't mean that they don't have cooked things. So I've sort of modeled this a little bit more after a deli rather than food storage. But anyways, yeah, here it is. I think I showed this earlier, but just sort of, yeah, no real big changes there. Okay. Ding. Okay. Moving on to the red building. Now this one took forever. So there it is, the red building. Yeah, this really did take a very long time, and I'm still kind of iffy about it. Let me sort of do a fly around so you see what's going on here. So you have this peak, and then there's sort of a flat area here, but I left this area open. Because it's got the flames and everything, and it just seemed like an open type thing. I've got fences around the top portion all the way around. I think that worked out really well. This big empty window type thing here, you know, maybe we put some wool in it to make it look cool. Maybe we put some stained glass. Stained glass I think would look really neat, so we would just do like the different colors of glass panes. But yeah, let's walk on in. When you come in here, got a nice big sort of empty open space. I put some candles around the warden head here because there's candles on the warden heads at the purple building. Yeah, so you got covering for this altar here, and then when you want to go do the sacrifice, you come up these stairs and you're out in the open to do whatever you need to do. But this is still covered because anyone down here, if it's, you know, leaking or whatever, you know, you don't want to get wet. And then yeah, so that's what I got going on here. I think this actually turned out pretty well, even though I'm still kind of like iffy on it. I don't know how many iterations of roof on this. I did probably about 4 or 5 to get to this, and all of them looked weird. This one still looks a little weird, but not as bad. I think if I do experiment with this, it'll be a sloped, these portions here will be a little bit more sloped, so they come out to this pillar and then start to slope down. Same here to this pillar and then slope down. So that might be something I try on the other rows. But yeah, so there you go. Those are the buildings for the warped wood. No, not warped wood, crimson wood. So one of the nether woods. So anyways, yeah. What do you think? Hey, those are looking pretty good. So the way I think I'm going to do this is that I'm going to do the same building in each row rather than a full row and then moving to the next wood type. That way I can get into the flow a little bit better and I don't have to keep going back and forth to look at how I did the roof in the previous row. Along the way, I may experiment with different roof types, and at the end, if I like one roof type better than the other, but a different wood type, well then that's just easy enough to swap out. My predictions for this are that the best woods are going to be either the nether woods or the dark oak. I also think that coming in at a wild card is going to be the birch. I don't know why, but I feel like the birch is such a stark contrast that it'll end up looking pretty good. I also think the worst ones are going to be cherry and, surprisingly, oak. Now, I'm not going to let those predictions affect my objectivity. I mean, I was completely surprised by how much good the birch looked in the trail ruins, so my predictions don't really hold much weight. But there is only one way to find out, so let's get into it. Wait, what the hell am I doing? I was gonna do each building individually. Yeah, because I keep going back. Oh my god, I'm breaking my own rules. Well, not really rules, but all right. Let me do this how I said I was gonna do this. Okay. I've been doing this for about a couple hours, a little over 2 hours, and this is as far as I've gotten. There's gotta be a faster way to this, because this will be another 2.5, maybe 3 hours, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So let me see what I can figure out.
Many hours later.
Well, that took a long time. So let me show you what we got. So here is the crimson. I'm liking the way that the crimson wood looks with the structures, especially the smaller ones. And then the warped wood, I think, looks pretty good too. The smaller ones, not so much. I don't really like the way the warped looks on the smaller buildings, both of the semi-residential. I do like the way it looks on the mausoleum, especially that door. That looks amazing. The ice house looks great with the warped wood as well. And this sort of temple, ceremonial structure looks excellent as well. So far, by the way, those are the towers. I kind of screwed around with some ideas. I don't know if I like those. I'll figure those out probably later. So far, the red looks good. I'm trying not to be biased based on the color of banners that we used, which was really hard because this has always been the red building. So when I put the crimson wood on it, it fit. It looked great. And then when I put the warped wood on the mausoleum, it looked great because that's the light blue building. So yeah, I was not expecting that sort of weird bias to sort of pop up. Yeah, so I'm trying to ignore that impulse. But I do like the red. I do like the way that the mausoleum looks like in the red. I don't like the way that the ice house looks in the red. And I'm okay with the way that the residents look in the red as well. So the red is a good contender. The warped wood is also an excellent contender, with exception to the personal houses or the residents. I do like the way the mausoleum looks. I do like the way that the ice house looks. I do like the way that the ceremonial structure looks too. Dark oak happens to look good in every iteration of structure. Mausoleum looks great. Residences look great. Dark oak really fits this color palette. Even the temple looks amazing. The only thing I don't like is this big window, so we'd probably do something a little different. Spruce looks okay. I'm not a big fan. I do like the way the ice house looks with the spruce. I do not like the mausoleum. I do not like the residences. And the ceremonial structure, the official ceremonial structure looks okay. Oak, I think, looks like garbage. I do not like the way the oak looks. It's just, no, I'm not digging it. I'm not digging it at all on any structure. I don't like any structure with exception to maybe this one, but that's a maybe, okay? Birch, the wild card. I was kind of hoping that birch would look good. And there is a ton of contrast between the birch and the deep slate. And it kind of looks okay. It kind of grows on you. But I'm not feeling it, especially for the residences. I also tried it with the unstripped wood to see how that looked. Looks like garbage. But yeah, I'm not digging the birch all that much, especially for this one, especially for the mausoleum. That is a no. Now, the acacia, I think, looks good. I really do think the acacia looks good. It's got that orange, it's got that sort of darker, warmer color to it. I think the acacia is definitely a contender. I don't like the way that the mausoleum looks with the acacia. I do like the way that the ice house looks and the temple. The only thing I don't like about the acacia are the doors. These doors are kind of, I can take them or leave them. So yeah, acacia, okay. Cherry, yeah, that's going to be a hard no from me. This weird sort of pink and dark, deep slate color is not good looking. I even tried it with the unstripped logs, which I will admit the unstripped logs look great, but then everything else is that bright pink. This is like, I don't know if this is a term, but I'm going to make it a term. It's like Barbie goth, So the question then comes down to, what woods are we going to use? Well, let's think about what woods are nearby. Now, granted, they could have floated any wood down any of the rivers, but the closest ones are going to be obviously the nether woods, because they have access to the nether, so we know that that's a contender. And the next closest thing is going to be, well, obviously cherry, but that's no, that's absolutely not. Dark oak, not spruce. Spruce is pretty far away. Oak is close, and so is birch. So birch, oak, and dark oak are real close, like real close, like would make sense to build stuff out of it because it's that close. Granted, they could float it down the river, but why float a bunch of logs down the river when you can just get it from nearby? So I'm leaning more towards the dark oak. However, what I want to do is I want to try to mix and match some things. So I think what I want to try is I want to try mixing and matching maybe some of the different woods together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here all the way at the end. I'm going to put another row of these buildings up, and then I'm going to sort of play around with it a little bit. And at the end, I will have a row of buildings over here in the grassy area with what I have decided. Okay, it has been a very long day. Yes, it's taken me all day to do this. Between building or constructing all of those, well, anyways, I'm not going to get into it. Let's get into the buildings that I've picked and the color combinations. This is the official ceremonial building. Come on in here. We've got all the nether wood and the trapdoors, the actual stems, the actual wood itself. Everything is all the nether wood. So I think it came out really well. I don't know if you like it, but I like it. So this is what we're going to go with. All right. Moving on, we've got two mausoleums. We've got the red nether wood, or the crimson wood, and the warped wood mausoleum. Now we're doing two of them because I think there are 3 total in the village, in the ancient city, and each one is for a different clan or different group or different family or whatever. I'll do a quick fly around so you can see sort of what I did here. I added some posts and stuff. Anyways, I think it came out really cool. But yeah, so we'll walk inside. It's the same thing that I showed you last time. If I did in the video, I don't know, I might have skipped it so that I could show you here. So yeah, pretty kick-ass. Put some armor stands in there. Put, maybe a skull up there. I don't know. We'll figure it out. And the blue one is the exact same as the red one. Here is the ice box. So we're doing the blue on the ice box. Makes sense. The red just didn't look all that good. And then here we are. Ding! Got the furnace and the smoker going because, you got cold stuff underneath, but I'm sort of treating this like it's a deli, and it's going to be sort of, places where they can cook you some food. Also, I don't know if you know this, but you can dangle banners in front of entranceways, like the entire length of it, if you put banners on the sides. I didn't know that. I just figured that out just now. So, learning stuff. Okay, here we go. So, dark oak residence. I really like the roof on this one. It's kind of complex. I think it's really cool. But yeah, it's real basic. Inside, I don't have anything because we're going to change it around depending on who it is. So there's that. And then here is the other residence / commerce building using the dark oak. I gave it this nice little archway here. You walk on in, there's the counter. Yeah, all in all, I think that came out really well. And then we have the purple structures. Now the purple structures, formerly known as belly rubs, are going to have different colored stairs. I think there's 4 of them or maybe 3 of them in the ancient city. So we're just going to sort of swap out the stairs depending on where they're at, or just arbitrarily. Also, kind of neat, these posts here hold a banner really well. So, maybe we get a little crazy with the decoration on it. I don't know, but there you have it. There are the buildings. Oh, come on, fly. You look at this and you think, oh, that's not much to show for a whole day's worth of work. But then you look over here and you realize, yeah, this is a lot of stuff. And then I copied and pasted them over there and screwed around with them, mixing and matching the woods. Yeah. So anyways, if anybody wants the schematics for any of these, hit me up in Discord and I will send you the file if you want to try out any of these in your own ancient city. So anyways, there we have it. Now I gotta get these, I gotta copy all these as schematics, send them over to Oda, and we can get started on doing the ancient city in the archaeology world. So anyways, a couple more minutes of that, and then we'll move on. So until next time, see you then.
Is whenever this comparator powers this block, that power goes here into this redstone and comes up through these comparators to this redstone dust here. To then the signal here is 0. When this 0 gets to this block, that torch will actually come back on because this block will no longer be powered. What we need to do here is we need to find out what signal strength is coming into the side of this, so then that can tell us what sound frequency we need to activate this. Right over here is a practical application of all of this combined knowledge. So, do you understand how all the redstone down there works now?
Yes.
All right, so you read the report that I did on what I think my interpretation of this would be?
Yeah, it was pretty good. And I understand you have some questions?
Yeah, a couple small ones and then a couple big ones.
Sure, yeah. Wherever you want to start.
Just a couple small detail questions, though, I had was, I was looking in this room, and I wasn't sure if this opening here would have been a natural opening, or if that could possibly have been an entire window that was knocked out.
Well, let's look at what the openings look like. Looks like they've got... they're surrounded with tile, and it's open at the bottom. And all windows have a block at the bottom rather than being open. So I would think that was probably a window, and the glass is just busted out. Because I know some of the glass got busted. At some point in history.
This would be kind of an awkward way to get into this room anyway.
Yeah. You could. Yeah, I would think that glass in there would probably work out real well. Yeah. All right. Okay. Cool. One down.
And another small one was the entrance into this room. So I just assumed this was an entrance and that they just ended the glass early. But then when you come around this side, there seems to be a more formal entrance on this side.
Okay. Well, again, the entrances have the blocks around them. Do any of these rooms have multiple entrances? That would be the next question.
Ooh, that's a good question. These do not. No.
Okay, that one no, that one no. I would say it's probably not a second entrance. It's probably just missing a chunk there. Of course, this one has something very similar, this opening.
Right.
But it's a 2
and I don't see
wide.
how this opening doesn't look like it could have a formal border around it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would say, just to be on the safe side, we might as well just fill this in, because there's no 2 entrances into any of these rooms. I think it would be a safe bet to just fill that in.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of leaning that way too. I just wasn't sure.
Okay.
There
What
we
else?
go. Okay, one other small one, and then we'll get to the big ones.
Okay.
There was a hole in the ceiling over here, and it looked like it possibly could have just been, a broken out block. But I wasn't sure if that could possibly have had a use. And I looked above it, and I think this just kind of comes out underneath the gate. Like there's nothing special above this area.
Wasn't this the area that had a lot of skulk with it?
It did, yeah.
Okay.
It was all along this wall and this ceiling. Yes.
All right. I'm going to assume that skulk takes over blocks, and then eventually, at some point, because it's a living thing, it probably dies and decays and goes away. So that's probably what this is. I mean, we have a lot of missing holes in a lot of the structures and stuff that were affected by skulk. Like that one of the towers is a really good example. A lot of that was missing and completely covered in skulk. So that's what I think is probably going on here. I don't see any kind of reason why that hole would be there. So it's probably safe to just put some bricks in there.
Okay. Sounds great.
Okay. All right.
Well, those are the easy ones.
Okay, cool. Easy ones down. What's some hard ones?
Now, this is the one that's been burning me since I stepped foot in this place. And this room is full of shiny, happy grass.
Okay.
And I am just stumped at why this would be here.
Okay.
I can't come up with any reasons.
Let's look at the 5 W's and the H, right? So the who, what, when, where, why, and how. So who is obviously whoever built this. When is sometime in the past, and what is grass, correct? So those 3 we can kind of toss out the window because we already know. Where is grass? I mean, obviously, other than in here.
I mean, grass is up on the surface, right?
Up on the surface. Okay, so that one's an easy one, right? So that's a super easy one. Okay, so that one, done. Grass is up on the surface, not usually down here. So we can assume that they brought this down here. So let's talk about the how. So how can they bring grass down here? I think there's 2 ways really to do it.
Sure, they could silk touch the blocks and then bring them down fully intact and place them down here. Or they could, oh my gosh, they could have grass spread artificially with a whole series of dirt and lights and
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and say that they probably didn't do the chain of dirt to have the grass spread down here, but it is a possibility. They could have done that. I think silk touch is probably more likely because we have skulk blocks in the chests, and the only way to get skulk blocks is with silk touch. So we know that they probably had silk touch.
No, that's true.
So that's probably how they got this down here. Now the big one, right? The why. So let's for a second ignore the fact that this is grass in here. What is this going on? What are they testing here?
They're testing redstone power.
Okay.
They're testing the creation and the transmission of redstone.
So the transmission, so the conductivity pretty much of redstone, right?
Yep.
Okay. So it's a really basic experiment. If redstone can conduct through or on a block, right?
Yep.
So what does that say about the grass?
I guess, are they testing perhaps different mediums it can travel over?
Possibly. I mean, none of these other rooms have grass, right? So that's significant.
No, they don't.
So, and the fact that it's the simplest of tests is, I think, significant as well. I think this is sort of a twofer. I think this is, well, not really a twofer. I think this is a conductivity test. Not only are they checking to see what blocks it'll pass through, but I think they're checking to see if redstone will go across grass.
Okay.
That would be my thought on it. And then that, of course, begs the question, I guess, the the why question comes right back, right? So why do that? Well, grass is only found on the surface, and they're testing, redstone conductivity on grass. So maybe they were planning on setting stuff up on the surface, and they wanted to see if it was possible.
Okay.
I mean, that would be my guess. That would be my guess, simply because this is a super simple, test here. This is about as simple as you can get, and they could easily have done this on deep slate, on wool, or anything else, but they chose to do it on grass. So I think this is not only a conductivity of what blocks it can go through, but what blocks it can go over.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I'm not a redstone guy. That's just my archaeology intuition, saying it. But I think honestly, that's probably the simplest answer. And you shouldn't always go for the simplest answer, but usually simple answers are usually a lot more correct than other more crazy answers.
Right.
Yeah. So anyways, I think that's what's going on here. Ultimately, we can never know for sure.
The other thing is, I remember you had talked earlier about the wood structures, about how you theorized that they were brought in later because they probably wouldn't have survived the time.
Correct.
Now over here, there are some components here that are what I would consider biodegradable, right? So this seems to be made out of oak wood, and then target blocks are made out of hay bales.
Right. So you're wondering how these would have survived versus the things out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. In order for organics to stay preserved, you need one of two, I guess technically three, but we'll only focus on two environments. One is completely dry, no water whatsoever. That's why we're able to get organics in places like the Peruvian deserts and places in the American Southwest where rooms are sealed off, right? And then the other environment is completely and totally inundated with water. Things like shipwrecks or places like in the Black Sea where there's an anaerobic environment, no oxygen past a certain point, or like the bog people, where things are just completely inundated with water to the point where bacteria can't really break it down, or other things can't really break it down. So, with that being said, here, follow me real quick. So, this, which I noticed in your report, you mentioned this, is kind of telling, right? So this is a waterlogged sensor. And do you know what the sort of the main formation of the caves are usually in the real world?
Well, yeah, through like water erosion.
Yeah, water erosion. So we can assume that this place was probably carved out millions of years ago with water, right? And so this cave is probably a wet cave, or at least at some point was a wet cave. So that probably assisted the wood in rotting away, right?
Okay. Just the moisture in the air.
The moisture in the air, yeah, stuff like that. It just sort of rots away. So now you're probably wondering, well, then how does that explain, the wood stuff inside that room? Well,
yeah, I think I'm kind of following you here.
There's something that happened when we first found it.
Those were sealed up.
Yeah,
there's no other way into this area.
Right, including water and other things like that. This was completely sealed. We could, if this was an airtight seal, we can assume that those things in there were in a dry scenario or a situation, possibly. I mean, I can't say for sure, but we do have precedent in the real world of things like that happening. For example, in the American Southwest, when you have pueblos and they collapse down and they seal the bottom rooms, a lot of those rooms are completely dry and we get a lot of organics out of them. And you see that in caves and things like that all the time, where things are sealed off and it's completely dry in there. And that's what ends up, preserving these things. So if I had to guess, I would say that out there is nice and wet, but in here, because it was sealed, it probably was dry. Now, keep in mind, of course, these are all just hypothesis on my part here. I can't say for sure that that's why the grass is there, and I can't say for sure that that's why the organics are there either. But if I had to guess based on my experience, that's what I would say. So a question I have for you is, did you get the files I sent you?
Yes, I did.
Great. Well, I already have them on my pad. Can you overlay them and let me know when that's done?
Yeah, sure. I'll get right on it.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay, I'm done.
Oh, I wasn't sleeping. Okay. It's loaded. They're all loaded?
Yep. Yep, and I already transmitted them to your tablet.
All right. Well, let me see here. Let me go ahead and load them up here. And all right. And ooh. Yeah, this is looking nice. Look at all that. Excellent. Okay. Well, this is going to be a pretty big project. So, are we done, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're all done.
It's looking pretty good.
Pretty good. It looks incredible.
Yeah. Well, yeah, all right. So, there's one more thing we got to do before we end out today.
A new map?
Yep, a new map.
Nice.
Yeah, let's knock that out.
Okay, all the maps are ready to go.
Okay, yeah. Sounds good. Throw them on up.
All right.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Oh, that looks beautiful with all the roofs and the different colors.
That looks great. All right. Well, I think today was...
This is a nice looking city.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really is.
Absolutely, yeah. I think today was a good day. This we got a lot done. Yeah. So, this means that all we have left is to put the mountain on top and see what else the director wants.
All right, that sounds good, but hopefully we can take a little nap first, because I'm a bit tired after this day.
Yeah, definitely. I'm pretty beat too. All right, let's first thing in the morning.
Perfect.
Cool.
So what's on the agenda for today?
Well, I packed up a bunch of the artifacts. I cataloged them. I have them all in boxes down in the city. We do need to transport those to the repository. And then I think it's probably about time we put that mountain back.
Oh, that sounds like fun. I'm looking forward to this.
So we'll finish up eating here and head on down.
Sounds great.
Okay, so here are all the boxes of all the artifacts. I have cataloged them and tagged them. Most of these are full, so we should be able to do this all in one trip, though. But yeah, I've got everything. All the chests now in the ancient city are empty, including the one at the gate.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you. In some of these buildings, I remember seeing some skulls. Are we just going to leave those there?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So let's see here. Where's the nearest one? It's one of the temple buildings, right?
Yeah, one of those big ones. Yeah, this building over here. I remember a skull being down in these.
Yeah, there's like a crypt or something down here, right? Yeah. This gentleman here.
Yeah.
So here's the issue, right? Well, let me tell you how it would normally happen in the real world. When we would come across something like this, we would contact the descendant community and do what is called repatriation, where we would gather up all of the burial goods and the actual person themselves, and send them back to the descendant community if they so wish.
Okay.
But there's a problem with that, right?
There's as far as I'm aware, there is no descendant community here.
Yeah, we don't know who lived here. We don't know who these individuals are. Right. So that puts us in kind of a weird position. In my experience, most of what I've heard about with descendant communities is usually a bury them in place type of scenario where they want their ancestors to remain where they were buried, but just either deeper or somewhere else on the site that is a little bit out of the way that they won't be bothered. So I think what we'll do for these individuals here, these people, is I think I'm just going to take this person and put them a little bit deeper into the building, probably down a couple more blocks. And I think there was another one on one of the pillars out there.
Oh yeah, you're right, there was.
Yeah, and so that individual will be buried underneath that pillar as well, because this is where they were put as their final resting place. There's no reason to move them away or to send them somewhere else or to put them in the museum. We could at least give them some sort of dignity, even though we are kind of in their area messing around with their things. So yeah, I think what we'll do
that's
is
interesting. I've never heard of that before. Is that something that is done quite often, or do you think is that a rarity, or is that actually more common than someone like me would think?
Well, in the times that I've heard of sort of what happens with individuals with repatriation, if you were to add up all of the times that we were told to do something other than bury them on site, even added up, that still would not outnumber the times that we were told to bury them on site.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you think about it, right, again, this is where these people were placed for their final resting place. One, there's no reason to disturb them. Obviously, this is going to be open at some point for visitation. We don't want this individual on display. That's not what they were probably. Yeah,
that wouldn't sound very respectful to have it open to the public.
No. However, that is also coming from an archaeologist working in the US. Now, in other places, it's different. Other places, the descendant communities want their ancestors on display. They want people to learn about them, and that's okay, because that's the decision to be made by the descendant community, rather than the archaeologists who may not have, any skin in the game.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah.
So, tell you what, before we get to the putting the mountain back on, let's you and me go ahead and give these individuals, well, we'll give them a little bit of privacy, and we'll go ahead and bury them.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay, now that that's done, let's get these walls back in.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this part.
So you got a schematic file for me? Did you already send it to me?
Yep, I sure do. Yep, you should be able to download it. Currently on your tablet.
Let's see here. Ooh, okay. I see a lot of red in the city.
Yep, so that's indicating everything that we've changed since we started. Actually.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, let's no time like the present, right?
Let's do it.
Cool. All right, so I think that's good, huh?
Yeah, I think so. That's all of the cave walls up to the top of this gate here.
Okay. Well, now the big one, the mountain.
I get to paste in a mountain.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna stay down here and you do your thing. I'm curious.
All right, I think I'm gonna look at it from the top view.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. Hold on, no placement selected.
I'll start.
False start. Attempt 2.
Okay.
In 3, 2, 1, go. It's doing it.
Oh. Maybe? Things got darker, but... Oh, because
So
it's
as
not...
you can see up here, the whole mountain's not back yet.
Okay. Yes, I can see that.
So now I can continue just pasting it in a few layers at a time to make sure we don't break anything, or I could just try to render all and paste everything at once.
You know what? Let's go for broke. Go ahead and paste the whole thing in.
Okay.
Might as well.
Awesome.
I mean, we removed the whole thing all at once, so let's try it.
All right, here goes nothing.
All right.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
Ooh.
It's doing it.
Ooh, wow, that's really weird looking. Like chunk at a time. Whoa, this is wild.
Oh, it is going like a chunk at a time, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, well, let's see here. All we have left then to do is to go get the artifacts, load them up, and take them to the repository, and then we'll check in with the director.
All right, sounds good. Let's
Yeah.
go get them.
All right, let's make sure we have this camp all closed down. Don't leave any food out or anything like that. Make sure it's nice and clean for them before we go back. Yeah, that's all good. Just make sure the lab's good. Yep. Okay. The two structures are good.
Yep, the tents look good.
All right, well, let's head on back to the museum and report into the director.
Alrighty. Oh, hey, where's he at?
I don't know. Should we just go on in or?
Gentlemen, come on in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, come sit down. I take it you have good news?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the ancient city's totally rebuilt now, and all the artifacts are in the repository.
Excellent. Do you have any issues at all?
Well, no, not at all.
Oh, good to hear. You know, your timing couldn't be more perfect. The board's just approved the drafting of a contract for the museum's extension into the ancient city.
Nice.
What does that entail?
Well, it involved the construction of a museum structure with displays, an interpretive trail, and the outfitting of an ancient city structures. You know, the usual type of visitor experience.
Oh, nice. And about that contract?
Well, as is standard in this business, since you won the bid on the original contract for the ancient city, this new contract is on a no competition basis for the two of you. Otherwise, we could open it up to bidders. What do you say?
Well, what do you think? Another episode?
Yeah, one more episode. I think we'll take that contract.
Glad to hear it.
Hey!
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Going good. So, you got my message?
Yep, sure did.
Awesome. Let me show you. I've got all of the artifacts here in the lab. They kind of dropped them off, I guess, wherever they wanted to. So, yeah, that's fun.
Yep.
But,
Okay.
yeah, I took a page from your book. You know, that's why I was asking all about how to do the schematics and everything. And I designed a museum based on your building, your museum building, and I sort of pasted it in. Well, not pasted it in, but I put it in here as a schematic. Okay. So let me send you that file real quick.
Alrighty.
And there you go. You should have it. Let me know what you think.
Okay, let me just check there. And let me apply it. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so there's some spots in the walls here that we're going to have to cut out. Okay, I see what's going on here.
So I decided to put wherever there's going to be air that would normally be like this deep slate for the side of the cavern. I actually just put red wool in there because I figured the red wool is going to be easy for us to remove real quick. And that way we don't have to try to chisel through a whole bunch of deep slate. We can just knock it all out all at once.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. And because of that, I think I can just paste this whole thing in.
Awesome.
So, yeah, let me get someplace up nice and high.
Okay, let's see. This is fun. I get to see what the paste looks like this time.
Yeah. We'll go right here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So I think you can do this with a stick. Yeah. There we go. Stick. Let me make sure I'm doing the right one before I screw everything up. With non-air. Okay, perfect.
It's a little nerve-wracking, isn't it?
It is a little nerve-wracking, even though I know it's correct, and I've already tried it in a test world. Yeah, okay. All right, so you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. No placement selected. Hold on. Hold on. Let me try it now. Here, let's see if this works. All I did was just unlock it.
Okay.
So here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right, so let me sort of give you a quick little walkthrough, and I'll show you what I came up with. So you'll recognize this sort of layout as your layout, the layout that you used for the museum.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a very beautiful layout. I like
Yeah, yeah. And I just replicated it. I did change some of the dimensions on some of these in order to make it work out a little bit better, but for the most part, it is just copies of the chunks of your museum.
Awesome.
So if you come out this way, there are going to be several spots where you can overlook parts of the city.
Oh, nice.
Now, right now we've got night vision on, but with night vision off, it looks pretty awesome. And then I have sections like this where you kind of walk into this little area, you come down, and you look through this tinted glass, which is something we discussed before. Is doing something like this. Good. Yeah. Now, I didn't do it all the way around because the other side is kind of boring and it kind of extends out a little bit farther than I was comfortable with. So I just had it wrap back around. We hit this section here, which is a copy of your glass floor from the museum. And it overlooks a chunk of the walkway and a little bit of the
look at that.
Yeah, so you can kind of look down and through and see some of the pathways, and then following it this way, you come into this very large room. So I figured this would be sort of one of the main exhibition rooms.
Oh,
From the outside, down on the ground level, when you look up this way, this glass hides it pretty well, hides this walkway pretty well, to where it doesn't take away from your view shed. So it doesn't take you out of the moment as you're walking around. You still feel immersed, even though you have like this viewing area here.
Oh, wow. Yes. The covered walkway leading to the gate.
Yeah. Now, this does screw up the view shed just a little bit, but I figure most people aren't going to be looking this way. They're going to be looking towards the gate anyways.
Right.
So, yeah. Now, following this around some more, you're going to come into this section. I tried to make this look like the museum was sort of put into the cavern walls. So, you know, it was just sort of built in. So there's some cavern walls that take up some area. Yeah. Yep. And you come to this section where it overlooks the ice house.
It's pretty.
Yeah. Kind of go up a little bit and then drop you off into what I call the amethyst room. So as you know, there's a lot of the amethysts in this ancient city.
Oh, yes.
And so I put this in here where it's got like the floor. Yeah. And some of the buds are growing, which is kind of neat. But that's a hazard, so, you know.
Right.
But I figured this room will overlook the mausoleum complexes, both that one and, if you come out this way, this one. And the cool part about this viewpoint is if you look all the way back in there, there's another one of the mausoleums back there as well.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah.
The blue one.
Yeah.
Yep. And then there is this, where it's going to be a halfway mark. Now, this is a little sort of stop where you can then go down to the ground level if you wish. And then when you're done, you can come back up that same way.
Okay, I'm curious. Oh, okay. It's in one of these hallways.
Yeah. So it drops you off in one of the hallways, and you can just sort of wander the ancient city.
Oh, nice.
Wherever you would like to go. We've got one of the purple buildings here as well. So yeah, so you can just sort of do whatever. Well, not do whatever. You can explore. You can't do whatever. But and then you come back up the water stream, and you can grab another minecart, which will then take you to the exit. So you come this way, and I like this one because it's got this cool underwater section. Because there was this this cave like lake type thing.
You can see the lava down there.
Yeah, and then it's got the lava going over the top.
Oh wow!
And check this out. It's got a mine shaft, a ruined mine shaft.
Mine over here. Oh wow! Yeah. With waterfalls going.
Yeah.
With pieces hanging from chains. This is really cool.
Isn't that cool? Yeah, I thought it was pretty neat that it had that. So I thought, we should definitely have that just sort of hanging out on the side.
Yeah, so back here behind the wall. This is really cool.
Yeah. So you just keep following this around. Oh, this is a really cool waterfall and big old cavern too. Right along here.
Yes.
Massive. And then it goes up this section here, and you are left at the end where there is a one-way door. So you step on the plate, it opens up, you walk through, and it closes behind you. And then there you go, you're back at the beginning.
Nice.
And
Back
the
at the
neat thing
beginning.
about this is if you want, you can go up the water stream as well. Plus, this water stream is open at the bottom level too, so you don't have to go back up the way you came to come down onto the floor level. So you can just come around and take this one if you didn't want to go all the way back to where you started.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you're up, you're good to go. I also put in a rail line that goes from the base camp here to the ancient city all the way to the base camp of the stronghold for
nice.
people if they want to go check that out too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So what I think we should do at this point is I think we should put in some of these displays. I also grabbed the prismarine and the cyan banners for the little benches as well. So we'll put in a couple benches along the way. Hey Oda, where'd you go?
Oh, I'm out here on the balcony.
Oh, okay. All right. What are you doing out here?
We did it, Daskalos. We did it. This is just, this is breathtaking. I can't believe how beautiful this place looks, reconstructed, and the museum is just amazing. I'm overwhelmed by this project and the fact that we were able to pull it off.
Yeah, this was quite the project. This is a lot of work, and I think it came out really, really well.
So is this world going to be available for download?
Oh yeah, totally.
Nice.